hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest day, from the darkest night, from the sunny day. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny day.
Let's see. Sounds like the microphone's on. Yep. Here we go. By the way, I don't know what emoji I just put up there. I was trying to do a smile, and I blew the parentheses. Maybe next time. Okay, what do we have here? We have me having the wrong screen up. There, yeah, that's the wrong screen. There we go. Yesterday, we did Robert Mueller in front of the House Judiciary Committee. I listened to a lot of news about it as I was driving to and then back from the cigar event, which was a major success, by the way. Thank you all for helping me get out of here in time so I could attend it. But it was a lot of fun, and I picked up some great cigars. But anyway, so I was listening to the news coverage, and it was all quite uniform. Democrat media and right media, which was that the hearing was a complete disaster for Mueller. And the Democrats, in fact, as was predicted by a number of people, did not get what they wanted. They begged Mueller to say the word impeachment, and he wouldn't. He didn't perform greatly, or whatever. But he did hold his water when he had to. So, give him credit for that. You know what, if I reach a spot where there's a break, I'll bring them out and show them to you. It's, one of them is quite unique. Maybe at the end of the stream, if I've got time. Because I've got a ball game tonight, another cigar event at a ball game. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, so yesterday was a disaster for the Democrats and for Mueller. The Republicans did well. Could have done better. A couple guys left off on questioning a little too early. I think they said Gates was one of them. He had Mueller on the ropes, and he let him go for another less important point. Might not have been Gates, but I think you remember when that happened. Yeah, Laura, exactly. Even the mainstream media acknowledges it was a disaster for them. Cute, Picasso knows. Cute. But, yes, so now we've got the Intelligence Committee, which of course is an oxymoron because it's led by the execrable Adam Schiff, who has no business being in Congress, much less heading a committee, especially not one as important as the Intelligence Committee. Oh yeah, Jason, definitely. If I had tried to keep track of what's the name of the report, pardon, can you speak up? The name of the report, not my purview, as you said. I would have been here all day. I never would have been able to comment. I would have been constantly marking my page for these events. Really drove me crazy. I'm sure it drove everyone else crazy. But the Intelligence Committee does have some members on it that are also on the Judiciary Committee. So we're going to see some faces that we've seen before. I believe great Devin Nunes will be doing some questioning today. That will be freaking awesome. So if there are no objections, John, that's excellent. Excellent. I love it. By the way, I apologize for not mentioning you in the rundown of the chat last night. I scrolled right past your name, especially for a first timer. That was an egregious mistake of mine, and I hope to make up for it today. Again, thank you for being here. All right, let's get to it. Here comes the gavel. Oh. The ability to backtrack on the timeline on YouTube for these videos is almost impossible. I had it right at the gavel break for Schiff, and it blew it. That itty bitty camera that guy's got. Come on. Oh, well, I look forward to seeing Skullcram. I like the name. I like the name a lot. Ah! Welcome, Skullcram. Beautiful Nick. Beautiful Nick. I hope you enjoy it. As we sit here with dead air. There we go. Asshole. I hate this guy. Language. Sorry, language.
At the outset, and on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you, Special Counsel Mueller, for a lifetime of service to the country.
Please don't listen.
Your report, for those who have taken the time to study it, is methodical and it is devastating. For it tells the story of a foreign adversary's sweeping and systematic intervention in a close U.S. presidential election.
No such thing.
That should be enough to deserve the attention of every American, as you well point out.
Man, America's
But your
bored.
report tells another story as well. The story of the 2016 election is also a story about disloyalty to country, about greed, and about lies.
Your
Our
lies.
investigation determined that the Trump campaign, including Donald Trump himself, knew that a foreign power was intervening in our election and welcomed it.
Meanwhile, Hillary was coordinating with a foreign power and paying for it. What do you got to say about that, Schiffer Brains?
Built Russian meddling into their strategy and
Bullshit.
used it.
There's my language again.
Disloyalty to country. Those are strong words, but how else are we to describe a presidential campaign which did not inform the authorities of a foreign offer of dirt on their opponent?
Perhaps
Which did
truthfully?
not publicly shun it or turn it away, but which instead invited it, encouraged it, and made full use of it.
Full use of what? There was nothing turned over. It was a false pretense for the meeting. Vessel Niskaya set it up with the help of Robert Simpson, Simpson from DI Freighter Watcher. My goodness. Everyone meet one of the classiest ladies in the business. This is an honor, my dear, a complete honor. Anyway, there was no meeting that transferred data from the Russians to Trump and his campaign. None. Schiff is lying, and he's been talking for what, about a minute? And he's already told about 6 lies. You know what, folks? This is going to be a salty event, I have a feeling. I don't think I'm going to be able to hold back the language, so buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
That disloyalty may not have been criminal, constrained by uncooperative witnesses, the destruction of documents, and the use of encrypted communications.
What the hell is he talking about? What documents are destroyed? What documents were destroyed?
Your team was not able to establish each of the elements of the crime of conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's right. So why are we here?
So not a provable crime in any event. But I think maybe something worse. A crime is the violation of law written by Congress. But disloyalty to country violates the very oath of citizenship, our devotion to a core principle on which our nation was founded, that we, the people, and not some foreign power that wishes us ill, we decide who governs us.
And we did decide, and Hillary lost. Get over it, you pussy.
This is also a story about money, about greed and corruption, about the leadership of a campaign willing to compromise the nation's interest, not only to win, but to make money at the same time.
So what, now we're going to the emoluments that was thrown out by a judge saying that the Maryland DA and the Virginia DA had no, or DC DA, excuse me, had no standing, and threw out the emoluments case? That one? Well, thank you, Laura. I appreciate it.
About a campaign chairman indebted to pro-Russian interests who tried to use his position to clear his debts and make millions.
Liar.
About a national security advisor using his position to make money from still other foreign interests.
Okay, that
About
happened.
a candidate trying to make more money than all of them put.
Wait, he said national security advisor. He's talking about Flynn. What the hell did Flynn have to do with money? He worked for Turkey for a while, but it was completely legal. I don't believe he was charged with a FARA violation. Manafort, yeah. Forgot his the other guy that worked for Manafort. He did too. But, you know, if you're going to lie, at least lie convincingly.
Together through a real estate project that to him was worth a fortune, hundreds of millions of dollars, and the realization of a lifelong ambition, a Trump Tower in the heart of Moscow.
Oh my God. Trump would build a building in a foreign country that Adam Schiff doesn't approve of. Everybody, pearl clutching in 3, 2, 1. Oh.
A candidate who, in fact,
The Gates.
viewed his
Thank
whole
you for pronouncing
campaign
those.
as the greatest infomercial in history.
And it won.
Donald Trump and his senior staff were not alone in their desire to use the election to make money. For Russia, too, there was a powerful financial motive. Putin wanted relief from U.S. economic sanctions.
And he didn't get it. More sanctions have been put on. Russia has more sanctions on it right now than ever before, even during the Obama administration. Oh, wait, the Obama administration had that reset button. Tell your boss I'll be more flexible after the election. That Russia policy. Don't worry about the Crimea. Don't worry about the Ukraine, Putin. We'll be okay with that. That Russia policy.
Imposed in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and over human rights violations. The secret Trump Tower.
Those happened during Obama, and Obama did dick.
Our meeting between the Russians and senior campaign officials was about sanctions.
Yeah, and nothing was done.
Secret conversations between Flynn and the Russian ambassador were about sanctions.
And they were illegally recorded with a false unmasking of Flynn, and his entire guilty plea is now up in the air because he has real lawyers who are going to fight for him.
Trump and his team wanted more money for themselves, and the Russians wanted more money for themselves.
And they didn't
and
get
for
it.
their oligarchs. But the story doesn't end here either.
Of course not.
Where your report also tells a story about lies. Lots of lies. Lies about a gleaming tower in Moscow and lies about talks with the Kremlin.
We've just been over that. Oh, wait. That was greed. Now we're back to lies. He didn't lie about Trump Tower. You can't prove that. No one's ever shown a video of Trump saying anything about the Trump Tower being under the work of his people, being worked on by his people, before June 2016, or was it August? One of those two, when he said that there is no project, and the project had been canceled by then. Prove that he lied about the tower, you dick.
Lies about the firing of FBI Director James Comey and lies about efforts to fire you, Director Mueller. And
Lies to the press, if they were lies. I believe they were just cross communications in the event of the first one. But as far as the latter, the Trump Tower meeting, or no, his efforts to fire Mueller, none of those were lies to Congress or to the Senate or to anybody in government. They were only lies, and I'll call it, they were lies to the press. And they never happened. I'm never going to get through this.
and lies to cover it up. Lies about secret negotiations with the Russians over sanctions and lies about WikiLeaks. Lies
WikiLeaks, my God.
about polling data and lies about hush money payments. Lies about
Hush money. Trump told the press on Air Force One that he didn't know anything about the Daniels payments. Okay. That was a lie. So the fuck what? He's talking to the press. The press calls him a Nazi every day. They call him a bigot, call him a racist, call him a xenophobe, a homophobe, a transphobe, a phobophobe, a phobe-phobe. But you lie to the press, and now it's impeachable.
about meetings in the Seychelles to set up secret back channels and lies about a secret meeting in New York Trump Tower.
Hey,
Lies
Ray.
to the FBI, lies to your staff, and lies to this committee.
What lies to your committee? Who have you rung up on lies? Cohen? Cohen had nothing to do with the campaign. He made one small speech in support of Trump, and that was it. God, what a jerk.
Lies to obstruct an investigation into the most serious attack on our democracy by a foreign power in our history.
Yeah, Misfit lied and wasn't charged for it. Papadopoulos, a minor lie. He got some dates wrong, but yet you had to put him in jail for it. Well, Mueller had to put him in jail for it. Flynn, we've been over that. That was a complete setup. Gates, he had it coming. So did Manafort. But they didn't lie. Jesus.
That is where your report ends, Director Mueller.
And that's
The
where it's
scheme
going to
to
end
cover up,
today.
obstruct, and deceive every bit as systematic and pervasive as the Russian disinformation campaign itself, but far more pernicious since this rot came from within. Even now, after 448 pages and 2 volumes, the deception continues.
The deception continues. Meanwhile, Trump correctly stated that there was no collusion, no coordination, no conspiracy, and that he'd been exonerated by Barr. Remember, Mueller didn't do the calculation. on whether or not they should charge Trump with obstruction. Couldn't be bothered to do his job. Left it up to Congress to impeach him like a complete and utter failure. But Schiff is like, oh man, Trump lied about not being charged. Jerk. Probably saying that Barr lied too.
The president and his acolytes say your report found no collusion, though your report explicitly declined to address that question.
The hell is he talking about? The press and the Dems used collusion for years to go against Trump. Colluded with the Russians, colluded with Putin, colluded with Klizniak and Veselnitskaya, colluded. Mueller comes out and says collusion isn't a legal term. It's not a term of art in the legal community. So I'm not going to use it. I'm going to talk about conspiracy, and I'm going to talk about coordination. I think it was in reverse, but still. That's what he was talking about. This exoneration is a bogus word. Thank you, Picasso knows. Exoneration has no place in legal circles either. But yeah, so Trump used the word collusion after the report came out. No collusion, no obstruction. He'd been saying that as well since he found out he was a part of the probe. But as soon as the report's out, anyone who says collusion is an idiot. Freaking double standards. Actually, Picasso knows, as I remember that conversation, Doug Collins did not get Mueller to admit that collusion was colloquial. Mueller actually said, no, they are not the same. He asked the question with that intent, but he did not get that answer as far as I remember. David, I agree. I don't think... Well, you know what? Actually, I think Schiff does know how much people hate him. Because he's despised in Congress. He's absolutely despised. Everyone on his committee knows he's a lackey for Hillary in the mainstream media. I mean, remember all the leaks he gave in the last 2 years during the closed-door committee hearings? He would literally run out of the room and then come back, and minutes later there'd be a report on CNN about what was going on in the closed-door hearing. Everybody knows it was Schiff, but the majority Democrat on the committee, they won't do anything about it.
Since collusion can involve both criminal and non-criminal conduct.
And it was all non-criminal, and you are wish-casting to think there is any criminal conduct.
Your report laid out multiple offers of Russian help to the Trump campaign, the campaign's acceptance of that help.
What multiple exceptions of help? There was one. It went nowhere, and it's not illegal to get information from foreign governments. If it was, maybe you'd be talking about Hillary. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. My tiny little brain overheated, I guess.
And overt acts in furtherance of Russian help. To most Americans, that is the very definition of collusion.
He just used the word collusion. What was it, like 30 seconds ago? He said that Trump was being an idiot for using the word collusion, and he just used the word collusion. This is hilarious.
Whether it is a crime or not. They say your report found no evidence of obstruction, though you outline numerous actions by the president intended to obstruct the investigation.
Intended in a very heavy-handed and inefficient way that never worked. Everyone knew that firing Mueller would be political suicide, and they wouldn't help Trump do it. And Trump backed off. Remember, all this happened in a very short period of time. All this talk about the obstruction. It did not drag on for months or years. It happened right when Trump was told through a leak to the press that he was being investigated as part of the Mueller probe, when he'd been told before that he was not being targeted. Now he was a defendant, if you will, a target. And he went nuts, as anyone would, because he knew it was all a lie. And so he made some bad decisions about firing Mueller. Decisions that I probably would have made too. And I think a lot of you... Oh, okay, thank you, Laura. I missed that part. Mueller changed it and said it's the same. Thank you. I appreciate you correcting me. Thank you. There's something I want to get to about that. Hopefully I'll remember later. I don't want to interrupt now. But, so this happened, and then it stopped. Trump calmed down, cooler heads prevailed around him, and there was no more talk of firing Mueller.
They say the president has been fully exonerated, though you specifically declare you could not exonerate him.
It's a word that has no meaning, just like collusion, which you just said is not a legal term, does not mean illegality or legality. Oh, by the way, Glasses is back. Oops. Right here, off of this guy's right shoulder. Watch her face. And of course, we've got Wilford Brimley and Stoneface guy. I don't know what I can call him. So they got their seats back.
In fact, they say your whole investigation was nothing more than a witch hunt, that the Russians didn't interfere in our election, that is...
Not to the extent that you want us to believe, not to the extent that Mueller wants us to believe. There's a good freeze frame on Mueller. I don't normally do freeze frames, but this is a good one.
It's all a terrible hoax. The real crime, they say, is not that the Russians intervened to help Donald Trump, but that the FBI had the temerity to investigate it when they did.
No, the FBI didn't have the temerity. They had the out-and-out balls to make up stories and start a completely feckless investigation into Trump. Yeah, Ray, he was dozing. I thought for a second I had just caught him blinking, but no, he was litting out. His eyes were at half-mast. Well, Laura, you guys do anything you want to do. It's a free country. It's a free YouTube. Enjoy yourselves.
But worst of all,
Not really a free YouTube.
worse than all the lies and the greed, is the disloyalty to country.
Oh, my God.
For that too continues. When asked if the Russians intervene again, will you take their help, Mr. President? Why not? Was the essence of his answer. Everyone does it.
Okay, Adam. Do you remember a little phone call you had with this guy who said he was a Ukrainian who had ins at the Kremlin? Pointy little nose. Fuck you. And Schiff said, well, what have you got? And then they said, naked pictures of Trump. And you were all in. You couldn't wait to get your hands on that material. You sanctimonious hypocrite.
No, Mr. President, they don't. Not in the America envisioned by Jefferson, Madison, and Hamilton.
Don't
Not
you
for
dare
those who
use those
believe in
words.
the idea that Lincoln labored until his dying day to preserve the idea animating our great national experiment, so unique then, so precious still.
then why are you trying to ruin it with countless hearings, with people who don't want to testify, or who are out and out proven liars, that you bring them back time and time again, merely to support your dying, burnt embers of a narrative? How dare you talk about these people? You don't have a scintilla of the honor and character that they did. You don't deserve to use their names. You don't deserve to be in the same building that housed some of the great Congress people of our time.
That our government is chosen by our people through our franchise and not by some hostile foreign power.
And that's not what happened. Maybe you didn't read the report where Mueller said not one American knowingly colluded with the Russians, knowingly conspired or coordinated. I'm sorry about the collusion. Not one. The only American who had anything to do with the Russian efforts to influence the election, which was not illegal, by the way. What they did was the Russians got fake IDs and were able to set up bank accounts under those fake IDs. The guy who sold them those fake IDs didn't know they were Russians. That's his thing. He sells fake IDs, fake papers. And he got caught, and he went to jail for it. Rightfully so. I don't think anyone should do that. I don't care for whom.
This is what is at stake. Our next election, and the one after that, for generations to come.
And what has Trump said over and over again? This probe should have been limited to keeping what happened to me, happened to Trump, from ever happening to future presidents, future candidates. Guess that's not good enough for you. Oh, because it came from Trump. That's right. Nothing Trump says can be correct.
Our democracy.
Not your democracy, asshole.
This is why your work matters, Director Mueller. This is why our investigation matters.
Lie.
To bring these dangers to light.
440-page report, published, available on Amazon for what, about $15, $20? Number one bestseller for quite some time. Forward written by the now slightly disgraced Harvard lawyer, who we all know well, and whose name suddenly escaped me. Shit. Anyway, that report that, as far as the Democrats, like you, were concerned, no one read and can't understand it if they did. So they need this little dog and pony show to, as you have said, bring the report to life. That's all this is. You're trying to get Mueller to say something, to give you the go-ahead, to run your white little ass into the room and start screaming, impeach him now, by God, we've got him. Pathetic crumb.
Ranking Member Nunes.
Yes, Lori,
Thank you,
Schiff
Mr.
definitely
Chairman.
got punked.
Welcome, everyone, to the last gasp of the Russia collusion conspiracy theory.
I'm not interrupting this.
As Democrats continue to foist this spectacle on the American people, as well as you, Mr. Mueller, the American people may recall the media first began spreading this conspiracy theory in the spring of 2016, when Fusion GPS, funded by the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign, started developing the Steele dossier, a collection of outlandish accusations that Trump and his associates were Russian agents. Fusion GPS, Steele, and other Confederates fed these absurdities to naive or partisan reporters and to top officials in numerous government agencies, including the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the State Department. Among other things, the FBI used dossier allegations to obtain a warrant to spy on the Trump campaign. despite acknowledging dossier allegations as being salacious and unverified. Former FBI Director James Comey briefed those allegations to President Obama and President-elect Trump. Those briefings conveniently leaked to the press, resulting in the publication of the dossier and launching thousands of false press stories based on the word of a foreign ex-spy, one who admitted he was desperate that Trump lose the election and who was eventually fired as an FBI source for leaking to the press. After Comey himself was fired, by his own admission, he leaked derogatory information on President Trump to the press for the specific purpose, and successfully so, of engineering the appointment of a special counsel who sits here before us today. The FBI investigation was marred by further corruption and bizarre abuses. Top DOJ official Bruce Orr, whose own wife worked on Fusion GPS's anti-Trump operation, fed Steele's information to the FBI even after the FBI fired Steele. The top FBI investigator and his lover, another top FBI official, constantly texted about how much they hated Trump and wanted to stop him from being elected. And the entire investigation was opened based not on Five Eyes intelligence, but on a tip from a foreign politician about a conversation involving Joseph Mifsud. He's a Maltese diplomat who's widely portrayed as a Russian agent, but seems to have far more connections with Western governments, including our own FBI and our own State Department, than with Russia. Brazenly ignoring all these red flags, as well as the transparent absurdity of the claims they are making, the Democrats have argued for nearly 3 years that evidence of collusion is hidden just around the corner. Like the Loch Ness Monster, they insist it's there, even if no one can find it. Consider this. In March 2017, Democrats on this committee said they had more than circumstantial evidence of collusion, but they couldn't reveal it yet. Mr. Mueller was soon appointed, and they said he would find the collusion. Then when no collusion was found in Mr. Mueller's indictments, the Democrats said we'd find it in his final report. Then when there was no collusion in the report, we were told Attorney General Barr was hiding it. Then when it was clear Barr wasn't hiding anything, we were told it will be revealed through a hearing with Mr. Mueller himself. And now that Mr. Mueller is here, they are claiming that the collusion has actually been in his report all along, hidden in plain sight. And they're right. There is collusion in plain sight. Collusion between Russia and the Democratic Party. The Democrats colluded with Russian sources to develop the Steele dossier, and Russian lawyer Natalia Vesnitskaya colluded with the dossier's key architect, Fusion GPS head Glenn Simpson. The Democrats have already admitted, both in interviews and through their usual anonymous statements to reporters, that today's hearing is not about getting information at all. They said they want to, quote, bring the Mueller report to life and create a television moment through ploys like having Mr. Mueller recite passages from his own report. In other words, this hearing is political theater. It's a Hail Mary attempt to convince the American people that collusion is real and that it's concealed in the report. Granted, that's a strange argument to make about a report that is public. It's almost like the Democrats prepared arguments accusing Mr. Barr of hiding the report and didn't bother to update their claims once he published the entire thing. Among congressional Democrats, the Russia investigation was never about finding the truth. It's always been a simple media operation. By their own accounts, this operation continues in this room today. Once again, numerous pressing issues this committee needs to address are put on hold to indulge the political fantasies of people who believed it was their destiny to serve Hillary Clinton's administration. It's time for the curtain to close on the Russia hoax. The conspiracy theory is dead. At some point, I would argue, we're going to have to get back to work. Until then, I yield back the balance of my time.
How dreamy. I've got posters of Nunes on my wall with hearts drawn around him. I practice writing in my notebook, Mr. and Mrs. Devin Nunes. I love this guy. Anyway, I think he made one mistake here. It was a brilliant address, but he made one mistake. He was harping on collusion the whole time. What the Democrats are focusing on today is not so much collusion. That's what Schiff focused on. But they were focusing on obstruction. And he didn't address that. I would have liked to have seen him do that. Otherwise, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Of course, the AMSM is going to go nuts over his using the word collusion instead of coordination or conspiracy. Because that's all they've got. Thank you, David. I love that term. I haven't heard that in a long time.
To ensure fairness and make sure that our hearing is prompt, I know we got a late start, Director Mueller. The hearing will be structured as follows. Each member of the committee will be afforded 5 minutes to ask questions, beginning with the chair and ranking member. As chair, I will recognize thereafter in alternating fashion and descending order of seniority members of the majority and minority. After each member has asked his or her questions, the ranking member will be afforded an additional 5 minutes to ask questions, followed by the chair. We'll have additional 5 questions, 5 minutes for questions. The ranking member and the chair will not be permitted to delegate or yield our final round of questions to any other member. After 6 members of the majority and 6 members of the minority have concluded their 5-minute rounds of questions, we'll take a 5 or 10-minute break that we understand you've requested before resuming the hearing with Congressman Swalwell starting his round of questions. Special Counsel Mueller is accompanied today by Aaron Zebley, who served as Deputy Special Counsel from May 2017 until May 2019 and had day-to-day oversight of the Special Counsel's investigation. Mr. Mueller and Mr. Zebley resigned from the Department of Justice at the end of May 2019 when the Special Counsel's office was closed. Both Mr. Mueller and Mr. Zebley will be available to answer questions today and will be sworn in consistent with the rules of the House and the committee. Mr. Mueller and Mr. Zebley's appearance today before the committee is in keeping with the committee's longstanding practice of receiving testimony from current or former Department of Justice and FBI personnel regarding open and closed investigative matters.
Very good, David.
As this hearing is under oath and before we begin your testimony, Mr. Mueller and Zebley, would you please rise and raise your right hands to be sworn?
Even spelled partner, right? That's pretty good. A lot of people can. Although some people spell it with an O.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give at this hearing is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Look how tired he is.
Thank you. The
Man's
record will reflect that
exhausted.
the witnesses have been duly sworn. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify that this is highly unusual for Mr. Zebley to be sworn in. We're here to ask Director Mueller questions. He's here as counsel. Our side's not going to be directing any questions to Mr. Zebley, and we have concerns about his prior representation of the Hillary Clinton campaign aide. So I just want to voice that concern that we do have.
No, Jason, this is the same day. This is from yesterday. Remember, the Judiciary Committee went first for 3 hours. There was a break, and then now they're in the Intelligence Committee, same room. The Intelligence Committee is in, when some of the same members of both are present. I should say there are some congressmen and women who are on both committees. So you're going to see different faces, and the same faces. But this is just where I picked it up from yesterday. Oh, okay, while I've got this break, I do want to say one thing. Y'all can get a hold of me in the chat, of course, anytime you want. Just put the banner up. I hope that if you have any comments about the videos, especially if they're negative comments, you will put a comment, there's that word again, in the discussion box when the video posts. I feel it's very important that we have conversations about how things are going. And you can get a hold of me in the chat, but I may miss it, or I may misread it. As you all know, I did several times yesterday. There were chats with one connotation, and I read them in a different way. So please, let's start a discussion, and let's put those things in the box after the video posts, so we all can participate, and we can all figure something out if something needs to be changed. And again, the negative comments are the most important. That's where we need to focus on so we can do things better. I just want to make that entreaty. Okay, back to the comedy.
We will not be addressing any questions to Mr. Zebley today.
I thank the ranking member. I realize, as you probably do, Mr. Zebley, that there is a angry man down the street who's not happy about your being here today. It's up to this committee and not anyone else who will be allowed to be sworn in and testify, and you are welcome as a private citizen to testify, and members may direct their questions to whoever they choose. With that,
That's bullshit.
Director Mueller, you are recognized for any opening remarks you'd like to make.
Very good, Jason. Very good.
Good afternoon, Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Nunes, and members of the committee. I testified this morning before the House Judiciary Committee. I ask that the opening statement I made before that committee be incorporated into the record here.
Without objection, Director.
I understand that this committee has a unique jurisdiction and that you are interested in further understanding the counterintelligence implications of our investigation.
Okay, now I get it. The Judiciary Committee focused on obstruction because that was their legal in. That was their purview as their committee, for their committee. This committee is the Intelligence Committee, so it would be focused on the Russian, quote-unquote, coordination, collusion, conspiracy. That's why Nunes didn't address the conspiracy. I mean the obstruction. My mistake, Devin. I am again writing Mr. and Mrs. Hat Nunes on my pad.
So let me say a word about how we handled the potential impact of our investigation on counterintelligence matters. As we explained in our report, the special counsel regulations effectively gave me the role of United States Attorney. As a result, we structured our investigation around evidence for possible use in prosecution of federal crimes. We did not reach what you would call counterintelligence conclusions. We did, however, set up processes in the office to identify and pass counterintelligence information onto the FBI. Members of our office periodically briefed the FBI about counterintelligence information. In addition, there were agents and analysts from the FBI who were not on our team, but whose job it was to identify counterintelligence information in our files and to disseminate that information to the FBI. For these reasons, questions about what the FBI has done with the counterintelligence information obtained from our investigation should be directed to the FBI. I also want to reiterate a few points that I made this morning. I am not making any judgments or offering opinions about the guilt or innocence in any pending case. It is unusual for a prosecutor to testify about a criminal investigation, and given my role as a prosecutor, there are reasons why my testimony will necessarily be limited. First, public testimony could affect several ongoing matters. In some of these matters, court rules or judicial orders limit the disclosure of information to protect the fairness of the proceedings. And consistent with longstanding Justice Department policy, it would be inappropriate for me to comment in any way that could affect an ongoing matter. Second, the Justice Department has asserted privileges concerning investigative information and decisions, ongoing matters within the Justice Department, and deliberations within our office. These are Justice Department privileges that I will respect. The Department has released a letter discussing the restrictions on my testimony. But I therefore will not be able to answer questions about certain areas that I know are of public interest. For example, I am unable to address questions about the opening of the FBI's Russia investigation, which occurred months before my appointment, or matters related to the so-called Steele dossier.
I got to interrupt him here. First, talking about how he can't talk about the opening in the investigation because it was months before he started. As was pointed out yesterday by one of the Republicans in the Judiciary Committee, Mueller had no problem going after Paul Manafort for 10-year-old crimes. Crimes that had nothing to do with the investigation, even. So how you can't comment on how your investigation, the aegis of that began, I think is a dodge. A very heavy-handed and pathetic, woeful, disdainful dodge. What was the second one again? Steele dossier. You refer to that in the report. You know about it, and if you don't, then why are you sitting in this chair? Why did you come into this meeting at all? Why didn't you take Barr's advice and not show up?
These matters are the subject of ongoing review by the Department. Any questions on these topics should therefore be directed to the FBI or
Look
the
at glasses.
Justice
She's
Department.
beaming.
Third, as I explained this morning, it is important for me to adhere to what we wrote in our report. The report contains our findings and analysis and the reasons for the decisions we made. We stated the results of our investigation with precision. I do not intend to summarize or describe the results of our work in a different way in the course of my testimony today. And as I stated in May, I also will not comment on the actions of the Attorney General or of Congress. I was appointed as a prosecutor, and I intend to adhere to that role and to the Department standards that govern.
Yet you completely punted the conclusion of Volume 2. So you may be a prosecutor in name, but you're not a prosecutor in action. Laura's chats, he wasn't supposed to be the U.S. Attorney. I don't know a lot about Mueller's past, just the crap he pulled with Whitey Bulger, and how Whitey died in prison because Mueller set him up. But I don't know anything about his earlier appointments. So if you can post a link, and gosh, I'm in top chat again. There we go, live chat. Sorry about that, guys. But if you could post a link in the chat to anything like that, or give me a couple search terms to poke into Google, DuckDuckGo, I don't know how to use Google, then I would appreciate it. Oh, I made a note earlier when I think Nunes was talking. One thing he talked about Comey and his leaking information to get the special counsel going. That's the one thing Comey ever did that worked the way it was supposed to. I'm sure he didn't expect to get charged with leaking classified information, which I believe will happen. I really do. But he got what he wanted. He got Mueller appointed. So give him credit for that. One thing he did right for him. Ruined the country for 2.5 years. Almost 3 years. Actually 3 years, yeah. But, at least he got what he wanted once. David. Oops. Wrong screen.
Finally, as I said this morning, over the course of my career, I have seen a number of challenges to our democracy. The Russian government's efforts to interfere in our election is among the most serious, and I am sure that the committee agrees. Now, before we go to questions, I want to add one correction to my testimony this morning.
Here it comes.
I want to go back to one thing that was said this morning by Mr. Liu, who said, and I quote, "You didn't charge the president because of the OLC opinion." That is not the correct way to say it. As we say in the report, and as I said at the opening, we did not reach a determination as to whether the president committed a crime. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to answer questions.
Now, oh, okay. Thank you, Raider Watcher. Mueller lied about weapons of mass destruction. Quick YouTube search should show many videos. Thank you very much, dear. Thank you very much. I will say one thing about the WMDs. I'm not saying I supported the war, because I didn't. I knew it was the wrong country. But there were a lot of other intelligence agencies out there from other nations that also concluded that Saddam had WMDs. Because remember, he was saying that he did. And he had classified areas where we know he kept gas. But the whole yellow cake uranium thing was a disaster. It was a complete falsity. But I don't think they really knew at the time the degree of falseness that it was. I'm inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. Still, it was a horrible war. Totally unnecessary.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I recognize myself for 5 minutes.
Of course you do.
Dr. Mueller, your report describes a sweeping and systematic effort by Russia to influence our presidential election. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this Russian interference in the election, the Russians made outreach to the Trump campaign, did they not?
That occurred over the course of, yeah, that occurred.
It's also clear from your report that during that Russian outreach to the Trump campaign, no one associated with the Trump campaign ever called the FBI to report it. Am I right?
Don't know that for sure.
In fact, the campaign welcomed the Russian help, did they not?
I think we report in the report indications that that occurred, yes.
Okay, David, I bow to your experience. Because I do not know things. I just have heard some things. I've looked at a few pieces of reporting here and there. So I do not have any way to challenge anybody if they have facts at their disposal beyond what I know. Picasso said, see David's comments. Let me back up here. Oh yes, I saw the one about the geriatric nurse practitioner. I loved that. That was very good. Yeah, I guess Zebler could be, or Zebli, excuse me, could be that. He looks like he has some experience. Jason, I don't blame you for wanting to throw your computer out. I don't blame you at all. Let's see. Congress critters go both ways. Yeah, I saw that. I like that. Trump is some kind of loose cannon, definitely. And carefully as he retracts his former testimony, maybe no one will notice. Yes, you called that. I knew that was coming as well. I did hear that yesterday. But it's still nice to see it happen in real time. Well, on tape. And I saw the one about Google and Hillary. That was nice. Okay. I guess we're pretty well caught up.
President's son said when he was approached about dirt on Hillary Clinton that the Trump campaign would love it.
That
So?
is generally what was said, yes.
The president himself called on the Russians to hack Hillary's emails.
What? What? Where is the real evidence of that? Where is there ever been an iota, a nanogram, a picogram of evidence that Trump called on the Russians to hack the emails? He made a joke. And he didn't get what he wanted, did he? He joked about getting the other 30,000 emails that Hillary had deleted and then bleach bit the servers in order to destroy every trace of them. He was joking about that. The Dems have no sense of humor. None. Someone, I think I said this yesterday, someone has said it before me, someone smarter than I, but it's still true. Trump supporters take his words Trump supporters don't take what Trump says literally. They take what he does literally. Meanwhile, the Dems ignore what he does and take everything he says literally. And that's exactly how it works. Whenever someone in the administration says something that's joking, off the cuff, it's the end of the world. It's a bombshell. But whenever Ilhan Omar or Ocasio-Cortez or Tlaib or Ringo, Presley, whatever they do, they're women of color. We can't go after them. You're a bigot and a racist for critiquing them. Besides, Omar just has a different understanding of words. Thank you for that one, Nancy Pelosi. Even though she's been in the country for almost 25 years. Over 25 years, excuse me. Wait, she's 36. Almost 25.
There was a statement by the president in those general lines.
And numerous times during the campaign, the president praised the releases of the Russian-hacked emails through WikiLeaks.
That did occur.
So what?
Your report found that the Trump campaign planned, quote, a press strategy, communications campaign, and messaging, unquote, based on that Russian assistance.
Okay, first of all, again, Russia had nothing to do with WikiLeaks. I don't want to get this stream pulled down, so I'm just going to say the person who leaked those emails, who stole those emails, his name rhymes with Keith Bitch. You're a liar. And Mueller's a liar too for foisting this huge Russian conspiracy on the U.S. It's insane. Yes, David, absolutely. I praise WikiLeaks. Where are my rubles? D.I., thank you for coming. I really appreciate your being here. I hope to see you again. But yes, David, definitely. I want some rubles.
I am not familiar with that.
Of course you're not. It
Language
didn't
comes
happen.
from Volume 1, page 54. Apart from the Russians wanting to help Trump win.
Oh, Picasso knows. Yeah, they definitely probably rehearsed this. Because you notice that Nunes didn't ask anything about pre-meetings. And Schiff is very much the type, we know this for a fact, that he goes over testimony before it happens. I believe that happened with Cohen for hours. Something like 8 hours with Schiff's staff and possibly Schiff himself. So that's a very good call.
And several individuals associated with the Trump campaign were also trying to make money during the campaign and transition. Is that correct?
That is
What a pathetic weasel. Woeful and disdainful.
true.
Paul Manafort was trying to make money or achieve debt forgiveness from a Russian oligarch.
Not against the law.
Generally, that is accurate.
Michael Flynn was trying to make money from Turkey.
True.
Not against the law. The only thing that Flynn was doing, he wasn't registered as a FARA or under FARA. And it was pretty dicey as to whether or not he even had to.
Donald Trump was trying to make millions from a real estate deal in Moscow.
To the extent you're talking about the hotel in Moscow,
Yes.
yes.
Not against the law. These are all media crimes, as Picasso said yesterday. None of these have anything to do with legal precedent. They are all perfectly above board.
When your investigation looked into these matters, numerous Trump associates lied to your team, the grand jury, and to Congress.
Number of persons that we interviewed in our investigation, it turns out, did lie.
And you charged all of them with lies except Joseph Misford, as was pointed out yesterday by Jim Jordan. I'll never forget that line of questioning. Jim Jordan pointed out that Joseph Misford, who is the progenitor of the entire case against Trump, he told Papadopoulos the Russians have dirt on Hillary. Downer lies about Papadopoulos telling him that. It was obvious that Misford was coordinating with Downer. Downer gets a hold of the FBI and says, hey, George Papadopoulos knows about Hillary emails with the Russians, and he's coordinating with them. Boom, investigation. I don't buy that for a second. The investigation started before George Papadopoulos joined the team. George Papadopoulos was under surveillance during the Obama administration. I am definitely secure in that fact. And when he changed over to working for Trump, they went after him immediately. Wheels were set in motion to set him up within hours of the FBI and the DOJ and the CIA learning that he had become he had become a Trump supporter and a Trump worker. That's when the investigation got started in March of 2016, 2016, not July. And that's going to come out. Right now, Nunes and those guys, they're keeping it real because they don't want to show their hand about what's coming from Durham and Horowitz. Who knows what Huber's doing? But they're keeping their powder dry, waiting for that moment to strike.
Mike Flynn lied.
He was convicted of lying, yes.
Hasn't been sentenced yet. You want to explain that, Mueller? I'll explain it. You got nothing. He was illegally targeted. He was set up. Comey bragged about it. He did it deliberately while the White House was in transition to deliberately hang up Flynn by disarming him, saying, oh no, we just need to ask a couple questions about a phone call. Flynn didn't know that they had illegally taped him, and he lied about two fairly insignificant things, just like Papadopoulos. They rang him up. But Misford lies 3 times in one interview, no charges, and Mueller had no good explanation as to why.
Yes,
George Papadopoulos was convicted of lying.
true.
Fuck you.
Paul Manafort was convicted of lying.
True.
Manafort was convicted of lying because he was charged with a crime that he had no business being charged for. The DOJ had passed on indicting him 10 years previously. Yet Mueller dug it up specifically to squeeze Manafort. He treated him like a serial killer. That's fine with the Dems. That's fine.
Paul Manafort in fact, went so far as to encourage other people to lie.
That is accurate.
Manafort's deputy, Rick Gates, lied.
That is accurate.
Michael Cohen, the president's lawyer, was indicted for lying.
True.
How many of these lies actually impacted the investigation? Actually. Well, let's look at Papadopoulos. They interviewed him a year and 2 months after his meeting with Misfud. He had no notes. They wouldn't let him have access to his calendar, or at least he didn't have any way to access his calendar. Let me put it that way. And he got the dates wrong by about 2 weeks, maybe 4. And he was charged with lying to the FBI. Cohen is an inveterate liar. But all he lied about, as far as you guys were concerned, was the Trump Tower thing. Again, that in no way impacted your investigation. That had nothing to do with anything. Manafort and Gates, what would you expect? They're trying to save themselves and trying to save the president from any embarrassment. Not any legal repercussions, but any embarrassment. Yet all these lies have been charged, there have been convictions, there has been jail time served. It's over and done with. It's been handled. Yet Schiff is hammering away as if every one of these lies is a Trump lie. Yeah, David says Hitler couldn't recall what wiping your hard drive was. You mean like with a cloth? It's one thing to break the laws so blatantly. It's another thing to attack the intelligence of the American people like that. That shows a blatant disregard for anyone's intelligence. And it shows a psychopath, I believe. At least. Maybe not psychopath. That's not right. She's functioning. She's a sociopath. She's a clear and utter sociopath. So's Bill. That's why they're so good together.
He lied to stay on message with the president.
Allegedly by him.
See? Couldn't even get the lie to stay on message with the president. Couldn't get that because the only person who said that was Cohen. And he'd already lied about it once. Mueller actually stood up for something there. Actually stood up for the truth.
And when Donald Trump called your investigation a witch hunt, that was also false, was it not?
I'd like to think so, yes.
You could think that all you want. It was a lie. It was a total witch hunt. You had no proof of anything happening whatsoever as far as the coordination and conspiracy went. Nothing. You had nothing when the FBI turned it over to you, and you had nothing within the first 4 months of your investigation. So you leaked that Trump was a target, set him off so he would do something stupid, which he almost did, just to get him out of office. That was your entire plan. That's why the report took 2 years to come out, because you were baiting Trump and trying to get him to make the wrong move. The investigation was over within 5 months, tops. You know it.
Well, your investigation is not a witch hunt, is it?
It is not a witch hunt.
When the president said
Well.
the Russian interference was a hoax, that was false, wasn't it?
True.
False.
When he said it publicly, it was false?
He did say publicly that it was false, yes.
And when he told it to Putin, that was false too, wasn't it?
That I'm not familiar with.
Is he talking about Helsinki? 'Cause I don't remember that. I guess it could be. Jason, I've been to Brooklyn. It was nice. I don't remember the neighborhood, but it was about 3 minutes away from the Hasidic neighborhood. Very nice apartment set I was in. Nice part of town. I liked it. Went to the Intrepid that night. Had a great time. John Hartman says Mueller was able to secure the 9/11 Pentagon tapes and lock them away for our safekeeping. We can thank him for that. Oh, nice. That's a good bit of information. Thank you, John. Thank you. And to add to the chat, let me just put it in here. Southeastern Wisconsin. There we go. Oops, wrong click.
When the president said he had no business dealings with Russia, that was false, wasn't it?
I'm not going to go into the details of the report that along those lines.
But when the president said he had no business dealings with Russia, in fact, he was seeking to build a Trump Tower in Moscow, was he not?
I think there is some question about when this was accomplished.
Thank
You
you.
would consider a billion-dollar deal to build a tower in Moscow to be business dealings, wouldn't you, Director Mueller?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Shifty. You can't prove that Trump lied about it. And it's not illegal to have business dealings in Russia. Again, Obama was all chummy with the Russians. Everything was fine with them, even when they violated the sovereign borders of bordering states, even when they tried to take over the governments of those countries. Obama had no problem with that. Yet Trump wants to build a building. Gosh, what kind of person would want to build a building? What kind of person would want to develop a building in a foreign country? An international developer. That's it. Gosh, what was Trump thinking? Idiots.
In short, your investigation found evidence that Russia wanted to help Trump win the election, right?
I think generally that would be accurate.
Screw you.
Russia informed campaign officials of that?
I'm not certain to what conversations you're referring to.
Well, through an intermediary, they informed Papadopoulos that they could help with the anonymous release of stolen emails?
Accurate.
Russia committed federal crimes in order to help Donald Trump?
When you're talking about the computer crimes charged in our case, absolutely.
The Trump campaign officials built their strategy, their messaging strategy around when the president said he had no business dealings with Russia. That was false, wasn't it?
I'm not going to go into the details of the report that along those lines.
But when the president said he had no business dealings with Russia, in fact, he was seeking to build a Trump Tower in Moscow, was he not?
I think there is some question about when this was accomplished.
Well, you would consider a billion-dollar deal to build a tower in Moscow to be business dealings, wouldn't you, Director Mueller?
Yeah, absolutely.
In short, your investigation found evidence that Russia wanted to help Trump win the election, right?
I think generally that would be accurate.
Russia informed campaign officials of that?
I'm not certain to what conversations you're referring to.
Well, through an intermediary, they informed Papadopoulos that they could help with the anonymous release of stolen emails?
Accurate.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. I backed it up because I had to interrupt for a second with Picasso Knows. and I turned the mic off so we could talk. I backed it up because I didn't pause the video, and I missed this part, so I wanted to hear it again. Once again, Schiff is making stuff up. Mueller's saying, well, generally, or I don't know. Schiff's laying it out there like it's fact, and it's not, but that's Schiff's style. I just wonder how many people are going to buy this crap. Hopefully not many. Probably just the ones who are already baked in, delusional about it.
Russia committed federal crimes in order to help Donald Trump?
When you're talking about the computer crimes in the charge in our case, absolutely.
Prove it. You can't.
The Trump campaign officials built their strategy, their messaging strategy around those stolen documents?
Generally, that's true.
So what? Remember, it was Keith Bitch who leaked those documents. Not the Russians. WikiLeaks put out a correct me if I'm wrong here, a $25,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the people who murdered that man. That says something. But Mueller didn't see that. Schiff doesn't believe it, and if he does believe it, he's lying through his teeth, and I believe it's at least a combination of the two. I believe he's capable of both. David Von Kettering says, Papadop holds the key. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I hope you can take the time to listen to some of the reading I did of his testimony in front of the closed-door hearing. I did that a few months ago. I think, well, I don't know how the YouTube search engine is working right now. Let's take a look. Try here, AHNC. Wow, it actually pops right up. I did not expect that. So anyway, there are two parts to the reading. Part 1 is 4 hours, part 2 is 3 hours. I highly recommend you look at them. Between that testimony and his book, you will know everything you need to know about what happened to George Papadopoulos. And I hope there's more for you to learn, because you will see, as I read that testimony, I got angrier and angrier at finding out what had been done to that man. That poor young man. It was pathetic. Woeful and disdainful.
And then they lied to cover it up.
Generally, that's true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Director. As a former FBI director, you'd agree that the FBI is the world's most capable law enforcement agency.
I would say yes.
The FBI claims the counterintelligence investigation of the Trump campaign began on July 31st, 2016. But in fact, it began before that. In June 2016, before the investigation officially opened, Trump campaign associates Carter Page and Stephen Mueller, a current Trump advisor, were invited to attend a symposium at Cambridge University in July 2016. Your office, however, did not investigate who was responsible for inviting these Trump associates to this symposium. Your investigators also failed to interview Stephen Schrage, an American citizen who helped organize the event and invited Carter Page to it. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Whether or not you interviewed Stephen Schrage, who organized the Cambridge.
In those areas, I am going to stay away from.
Okay. The first Trump associate to be investigated was General Flynn. Many of the allegations against him stem from false media reports that he had an affair with a Cambridge academic, Svetlana Lokova, and that Lokova was a Russian spy. Some of these allegations were made public in a 2017 article written by British intelligence historian Christopher Andrew. Your report fails to reveal how or why Andrew and his collaborator, Richard Dearlove, former head of Britain's MI6, spread these allegations.
Real quickly, yeah, Laura, good point. When you read it, good point. The link to his testimony is in the description of those videos, David. So if you don't want to listen to me babble on between outrageous acts by the FBI and the deep state, you just go ahead and click on the link and you can read it for yourself. It'll take you a lot less time than it took me. But I have to admit, I think there is a bit of an entertainment factor in my reading of it. Just saying.
And you failed to interview Svetlana Lokova about these matters. Is that correct?
I'm not going to get into those matters to which you refer.
Thank you, David. It's very kind of you, and I agree completely. I think this is a very tight and very erudite chat, and I'm very happy to hear all of you here, and I wish I could read everything going by, but I'm trying to pay attention to the video, and so I'm missing some stuff. And again, if you ever need to catch my attention, just put in at AH. You just type in at AH, and this will pop up. AHNC, I had no cattle. I'll see that banner and I'll jump on it. If you're feeling particularly giddy, you can send a super chat. I'm not begging for it. I'm just saying that is an option. By the way, you'll notice there are no more ads on these videos. I've decided to stop putting ads on the front of the videos. I don't think that's fair to you guys. I'm not making the kind of money that necessitates my doing that, and it's just bothersome to you. So no more ads on the front of the videos. Yes, Laura, go Nunes. Of course, Mueller doesn't want to answer. How convenient. I'm a little ambivalent or unsure of the tactic of asking a question that you know the witness won't answer. But that is the technique that everyone is using. You've got to get your point out there. And if you can't make a point without getting an answer, then in the case with Mueller, you're not going to be able to say a whole lot. So I appreciate the effort. It makes me a little queasy when you ask something you know the witness can't answer. I don't think that's quite sporting, if you will. But this is blood sports. This is politics. So I'm just a little squeamish about that. My fault, not theirs.
You had a team of 19 lawyers, 40 agents, and an unlimited budget, correct, Mr. Mueller?
I would not say we had an unlimited budget.
Let's continue with the opening of the investigation, supposedly on July 31st, 2016. The investigation was not opened based on an official product from Five Eyes Intelligence, but based on a rumor conveyed by Alexander Downer. On Volume 1, page 89, your report describes him blandly as a representative of a foreign government.
Here we go.
But he was actually a long-time Australian politician, not a military or intelligence official, who had previously arranged a $25 million donation to the Clinton Foundation and has previous ties to Dearlove. So Downer conveys a rumor he supposedly heard about a conversation between Papadopoulos and Joseph Mifsud. James Comey has publicly called Mifsud a Russian agent, yet your report does not refer to Mifsud as a Russian agent. Mifsud has extensive contacts with Western governments and the FBI. For example, there is a recent photo of him standing next to Boris Johnson, the new Prime Minister of Great Britain. What we're trying to figure out here, Mr. Mueller, is if our NATO allies or Boris Johnson have been compromised. So we're trying to figure out, Comey says Mifsud is a Russian agent, you do not. So do you stand by what's in the report?
I'd stand by that which is in the report, and not so necessarily with that which is not in the report.
I stand by my facts, not the facts. Tells you all you want to know about Mueller.
I want to return to Mr. Downer. He denies that Papadopoulos mentioned anything to him about Hillary Clinton's emails, and in fact, Mifsud denies mentioning to Papadopoulos. He denies that Papadopoulos mentioned anything to him about Hillary Clinton's emails, and in fact, Mifsud denies mentioning them to Papadopoulos in the first place. So how does the FBI know to continually ask Papadopoulos about Clinton's emails for the rest of 2016? Even more strangely, your sentencing memo on Papadopoulos blames him for hindering the FBI's ability to potentially detain or arrest Mifsud. But the truth is, Mifsud waltzed in and out of the United States in December 2016. The US media could find him, the Italian press found him, and he's a supposed Russian agent at the epicenter of the purported collusion conspiracy. He's the guy who knows about Hillary Clinton's emails and that the Russians have them. But the FBI failed to question him for a half a year after officially opening the investigation. And then, according to Volume 1, page 193 of your report, once Mifsud finally was questioned, he made false statements to the FBI. But you declined to charge him. Is that correct? You did not indict Mr. Mifsud?
I'm not going to speak to the series of happenings as you articulated them.
But you did not indict Mr.
Time of the
Mifsud.
gentleman has expired.
Pardon?
You did not indict Mr. Mifsud.
True.
Got it out of him. Got it out of him. And that's basically the same question he asked. You know, Mifsud lied to you, and you didn't indict him. Yes. Well, Jordan brought up. Excellent point. I'm glad it was made again. It just, again, that just shows you the character of Mueller and his team. They didn't care unless it made Trump and the campaign look bad. Then, all stops were pulled. More quickly, in case you hadn't heard it, pulling out the stops. Older phrase, but still used on occasion. That refers to back in the day of the steam locomotives, and even earlier steam engines in general, which had stops, various devices that would prevent the boiler from becoming overpressurized and exploding. That did cut down on the amount of work the machine could do, though. So sometimes idiot operators would pull out the stops. They would break the fail-safe devices, and of course, sooner or later, the pressure would overbuild and the boiler would explode, killing people. Commonly used on the railroads because you wanted to go as fast as you could to keep your timetable. And again, engines blew up.
Mr. Himes.
Director Mueller, thank you for your lifetime of service to this country, and thank you for your perseverance and patience today. Director, your report opens with two statements of remarkable clarity and power. The first statement is one that is, as of today, not acknowledged by the President of the United States, and that is, quote, the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion.
Because it's not true. Anyone who's read in a piece of evidence about the Russian interference knows that it was half-assed, poorly funded, barely noticed, and was against Trump, Hillary, and Bernie, as well as for Trump and Hillary on occasion. I think Bernie took the brunt of the negative stuff, really. And half of it was not seen until after the election. So this narrative of the wide and sweeping interference by the Russians is just another facile attempt to hang something on Trump because he's denying it. Therefore, since Trump says it didn't happen, it must have happened. That's their logic. Freight train goes so fast. I don't know that one, Skullgram. I don't know that. David, railroads kill. Yes, sir. Railroading is one of the most dangerous occupations. It's up there. Not as high as fishing and coal mining, but it's up there. Certainly a great deal of on-the-job injuries. Great deal. I'm an old-time railroad fan. I've got a bunch of classic trains magazines laying around, but I don't know as much as I could.
The second statement remains controversial amongst members of this body. Same page on your report, and I quote, "The Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome." Do I have that statement right?
I believe so.
And you have no proof of that. I don't believe there was one conversation in the Mueller report in Volume 1 that substantiated that claim. Not one. If I'm wrong, put it in there. Put it in the chat. Put it in the comments. Air disasters, says David, they have pilots pulling fuses on warning circuits because the alarm annoyed them. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But that was really back in the older days. Now with the cockpit recording devices that are present, you can't get away with that. You pull a circuit, it's going to be recorded. And it's going to be answered for. If it happens and there's a death, the airline's probably going to get sued out of business. Yeah, but old bitchin' Betty, got to shut her up. You probably know this, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. The reason bitchin' Betty is a woman as opposed to a man is that when the Air Force was testing that technology, they first used a man's voice, and they found that the pilots were slow to react to the warning of a male voice because they were defensive about it. They didn't want to listen to another guy telling them what to do. But when they switched it to a female voice, reaction times went down significantly. That's why I have a female voice on my GPS. Pull up, pull up. It is annoying. I mean, come on. I'm trying to fly here. I gotta get the nose up so I can climb more. Who cares if my airspeed's 80 knots? I need to climb. Oh, I'm sorry. Pull up, pull up. I was thinking of the pushover device on the stick shaker that forces the nose down if you're coming into a stall. Yeah, pull up, pull up. Unfortunately, that's what you hear right before you hear the pilot say, "Oh shit."
Director Mueller, this attack on our democracy involved, as you said, two operations. First, a social media disinformation campaign. This was a targeted campaign to spread false information on places like Twitter and Facebook. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Facebook estimated, as per your report, that the Russian fake images reached 126 million people. Is that?
Potentially. There's no way to prove that 126 million people saw those images. They were presented on pages, and if someone looked at them, what if they didn't interact with them? What if they blew it off? Like most of those Russian memes, the syntax was so poor that people could tell right away they were foreign trolls. They would ignore them. I'm tired of this statistic.
Is that correct?
I believe that's the sum that we record.
Director, who did the Russian social media campaign ultimately intend to benefit? Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
Lie. Lie. There was a Trump rally put together by the Russians on a page. I believe it was that 10 Kentucky Republican, something like that. Maybe that. And then there was the anti-Trump campaign put together that Roger Moore, there I go again, Roger Moore. Michael Moore attended. CNN didn't cover that, but they went after an old lady in her front house and doxed her address on live TV, on national TV, cable TV, just because she went to that rally that the Russian page had organized. And she told them, I don't care who organized it, I'm for Trump. Good for you. Good for you, sticking up for yourself and giving CNN the finger. Yep, Facebook did not get fined. No one at Facebook was held liable for selling the ad space to the Russians, even though they paid in rubles. You know why? Because it wasn't illegal. The computer crimes that were referred to earlier were false IDs. And it's not against the law to use a false ID on Facebook, but it is against the law to use a false ID to get a bank account. David Kahn Veteran says, get a screenshot of Mueller right now? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I haven't taken a screenshot in forever. Let's see here. All right, let me check my Dropbox account. No, I don't want to upgrade. Come on, just show me my damn... For Christ's sake, where's my account? Just dox myself. I'm just going to have to assume it's there. I haven't used Dropbox in so long, I don't even know how it works anymore. Oh, there we go. There we go, found it. All right, let's see. Screenshots. Nope. Not it. What is it? Is it control screenshot? Or print screen, I should say. Let me try that. I know I'm taking a long time here, but I have a request and I mean to follow it. There it is. Got it. Got it. Okay. I'll figure out a way to use that sometime. But I do have it. That was a good one. Good catch, David. All right. Back to comedy jokes.
The second operation, Director...
Let me just say, Donald Trump, but there were instances where Hillary Clinton was subject to much the same behavior.
The second operation in the Russian attack was a scheme, what we
Thank
call
you, Robert.
the hack and dump, to steal and release hundreds of thousands of emails from the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign. Is that a fair summary?
That is.
Did your investigation find that the releases of the hacked emails were strategically timed to maximize impact on the election?
I'd have to refer you to our report on that question.
Page 36, I quote, the release of the documents was designed and timed to interfere with the 2016 U.S. presidential election.
Once again,
Mr.
Mueller doesn't know what's in his own
Which presidential
report.
candidate was Russia's hacking and dumping operation designed to benefit, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Mr. Trump.
So what? So what? Keith Bitch was pissed. Probably was a Bernie supporter. Saw what they had done to him. And leaked the emails. It wasn't hard to do because the DNC and the Hillary section, or Podesta, excuse me, those offices were completely ignorant of what phishing was. They fell for it several times, both regular phishing and spear phishing. No one briefed them on how to avoid these kinds of attacks. So they fell for it. Gave Sexrit, Keith Bitch, the passwords he needed to open up those accounts. He downloaded the emails onto a thumb drive, and he released them to WikiLeaks. It's been proven from the metadata on those emails that they could not have been downloaded over a landline or Wi-Fi of any type. It had to have been downloaded with a physical device into the server. What more do you need to know? Yeah, Laura, Mueller actually pointed out that HRC had much of the same behavior. Wow, I did not expect that. I spent a lot of time babbling about it, and Mueller just popped it out there. And like I say, that's a gold star for Mueller.
Mr. Mueller, is it possible that this sweeping and systematic effort by Russia actually had an effect on the outcome of the presidential election?
Those issues are being or have been investigated by other entities.
126 million Facebook impressions, fake rallies, attacks on Hillary Clinton's health.
She was sick. She collapsed at a ceremony in 78-degree heat. That's not even heat. And she collapsed and had to be thrown into the back of her van like a sack of potatoes. She had a coughing problem. Sometimes she had fits that would last like 45 seconds. She was sick. Excuse me a moment. I've got to adjust the fan. It's heating up in here. It's a warmer day, and it's getting pretty hot in this room. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Oops, I almost stopped the stream. Sorry about that. Let's see.
Would you rule out?
Okay. Sorry that didn't take as short a time as it should have. Harley T. Quinn's in the room, and she demanded a little attention. And, you know, as a cat owner, you got to do what you got to do. Oh, John. I guess the Russians made Nixon's lips wet in the Kennedy debate. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, they definitely wanted Kennedy in there because Nixon would have ripped him to shreds. Cold War might have been over by 72 if Nixon had, or excuse me, by 68 if Nixon had got elected. Poor guy, though. His insecurity. Such an insecure man. Took a toll.
Rule out that it might have had some effect on the election?
I'm not going to speculate.
Mr. Mueller, your report describes a third avenue of attempted Russian interference. That is the numerous links and contacts between the Trump campaign and individuals tied to the Russian government. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
Your report describes what is called a third avenue of Russian interference, and that's the links and contacts between the Trump campaign and individuals tied to the Russian government.
Yes.
Let's bring up slide 1.
None of them were illegal. Not one. If they were illegal, Mueller would have charged them. He would have indicted them. He indicted everybody else for lying, for petty little things, things that the Hillary campaign, the people associated with the email investigation, mid-year exam, they all got off and got immunity. One guy lied 3 separate times in 3 different interviews, and they waved them all off and gave him immunity. I mean, seriously. This is just, as someone said yesterday, might have been Hannity, might have been Levin. This is just the Democrats throwing mud against the wall and seeing what will stick. Might have been Shapiro, actually. But yeah, that's all this is. That's all this is. There's nothing there. There's no substance there. It's like Jason said yesterday. This is dumb. I feel dumber for listening to it. I agree. I wrestled about doing this. But I thought, you know what? It's important enough. I'm going to give it a try. But there's not really anything there. I wouldn't be surprised if you all left in a half hour.
Which is about George Papadopoulos, and it reads, on May 6, 2016, 10 days after that meeting with Mifsud, much discussed today, Papadopoulos suggested to a representative of a foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton.
Lie. Downer recorded that meeting. It's in Papadopoulos' book. I believe it's in his congressional testimony, too. Downer held his phone up like this when he was talking with Papadopoulos. Yet, there are no recordings in the FBI's records of that conversation. No records, I should say. None. When Papadopoulos was threatened with the charges at first, there was no discovery. Part of his plea deal was that they couldn't sue for discovery of any of the documentation or other records that the government had against Papadopoulos because they had nothing. And they'd been surveilling him for probably at least a year and a half before he joined the Trump campaign. Skullcrumb, I'm pretty sure the slides are there, so we can bring the report to life. You know, because some people tend to be more visual than auditory. So if they put these up there, especially with the boldface, you know, the scary boldface, then they can make it seem like it really happened, like it's not a lie from the Mueller report. And it totally is. It's a complete lie. But by having it written down on the screen, you're saying to the American public, we know you couldn't be bothered to read the document yourself. After all, it's 448 pages. That's a lot out of your life. A life that we care so deeply about, we want to control from cradle to grave. But now that we've got it up on the screen for you, and digest it, and take it out of context, and boldface the really scary part, now you're going to say to Congress, you got to impeach that guy. You got to impeach Trump. He is an evil, horrible, nasty man. Yeah, he didn't commit any crimes, but still, he's a mean man. And David says, representative of a foreign government, implying but not truthful. Absolutely. Absolutely. Downer was the High Commissioner from Australia to the British government. In other words, he was their chief ambassador. This representative crap. They're just trying to keep his name out of the papers, which was way too late. The Republicans are having none of it. They'll completely blow this out of the water.
And Director, that's exactly what happened 2 months later, is it not?
Well, I can speak to the excerpt that you have on the screen as being accurate from the report, but not the second half of your question.
Well, the second half, just to refer to page 6 of the report, is that on July 22nd, through WikiLeaks, thousands of these emails that were stolen by the Russian government appeared.
By?
Correct? That's on page 6 of the report. This is the WikiLeaks posting of those emails.
I can't find it quickly, but please continue.
Okay. So just to
Man,
be clear,
he is
before
so
the
out of
public or
it.
the FBI ever knew, the Russians previewed for a Trump campaign official, George Papadopoulos, that they had stolen emails that they could release anonymously to help Donald Trump and hurt Hillary Clinton. Is that
Misfud is not a Russian. That's a lie. It's a lie from the congressman, and it's a lie in the report. Totally made up in order to keep people from seeing the truth. A complete fallacy. Yet, as I said, like Charlottesville, they repeat it over and over again, hoping ultimately people will not pay attention to the truth and believe the narrative.
correct?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Director, rather than report this contact with Joseph Massoud and the notion that there was dirt that the campaign could use, rather than report that to the FBI that I think most of my constituents would expect an individual to do, Papadopoulos in fact lied about his Russian contacts to you. Is that not correct?
That's true.
He did not lie about the context. He said it happened in, I think in April, when in fact it happened in March. He got the dates wrong. He did not lie about it happening. He was completely open about what Misfud said. Misfud represented himself as a diplomat type. I don't think he ever used the word diplomat, but basically a foreign relations gadfly who knew everybody and could get Papadopoulos in with possibly Putin. He told him, "I will be your Russia guy." Yet we knew soon after that Misfud did not work for the Russians, did not have any contact with the Russians. He was basically a spy instructor at that place in Rome, the academy, whose name I've forgotten, in which they've since changed. Laura says, Downer gave money to the Clinton Foundation, their tax money, and that why is Ian very important to this story? Absolutely. So I had forgotten that. Thank you so much for bringing it up. Downer was in the bag for Hillary. He had been for a long time. I believe later on he was even a beneficiary of the foundation, but don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. But he definitely had great relations with the Clintons for quite some time. And that gets lost in the shuffle quite often. So thank you again for bringing that up. David says Comey once helped HSBC form a cooperative entity with Deutsche Bank and the Clinton Foundation. I didn't know that. I did not know that. HSBC is an international banking concern, right? If I'm not mistaken. Or is that a contractor? I don't remember now. Because sworn it was a bank. But not surprised. Not surprised at all. And again, conflict of interest. Never gets brought up. Sessions has one conversation with the Russian ambassador, who they always describe as a Russian spy, and which he is, but still, let's keep it consistent. When they talk to him, he's the ambassador. When we talk to him, he's a spy. But there was that one conversation, and he has to recuse himself. For Christ's sake. We
have an election coming up in 2020, Director. If a campaign receives an offer of dirt from a foreign individual or a government, generally speaking, should that campaign report those contacts?
Should be, it can be, depending on the circumstances of crime.
Thank you. And these were not crimes. Oh, that threw him off. That threw him off. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can back that up just a tad. Let's see, where are we at? We're right. Right here. Back that up. Okay, it backed up 20 seconds, so bear with me, but we've got to see that again. It is a bank. Thank you, Laura.
Director, rather than report this contact with Joseph Massoud and the notion that there was dirt that the campaign could use, rather than report that to the FBI that I think most of my constituents would expect an individual to do, Papadopoulos, in fact, lied about his Russian contacts to you. Is that not correct?
That's true.
Again, that's a lie.
We have an election coming up in 2020, Director. If a campaign receives an offer of dirt from a foreign individual or a government, generally speaking, should that campaign report those contacts?
Should be, it can be, depending on the circumstances of crime.
Mueller just threw a wall up in his face and he walked right into it, face first. Oh, man. That is that looking up and to the right, that is a sign of someone who is desperately searching for information to try and catch up with the fact that their brain has been shut down for a period of time.
I will yield.
I yielded his time. Oh my God. Oh my God. He didn't get the answer he wanted, and that was it. He was over. Oh, man. It's going to be one of my favorite moments of this entire affair.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, did anyone ask you to exclude anything from your report that you felt should have been in the report?
I don't think so, but it's not a small report.
But no one asked you specifically to exclude something that you believe should have been in there?
Not that I can recall, no.
I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Ratcliffe. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman for yielding.
In and out.
Good afternoon, Director Mueller. In your May 29th press conference, and again in your opening remarks this morning, you made it pretty clear you wanted the special counsel report to speak for itself.
All right, everybody. No comments until Ratcliffe is done. Let's just bask in the glory of one of the greats in Congress. I'm so glad he's on both committees. This is going to be top-notch. Here we go.
You said at your press conference that that was the office's final position, and we will not comment on any other conclusions or hypotheticals about the president. Now, you spent the last few hours of your life from Democrats trying to get you to answer all kinds of hypotheticals about the president, and I expect that it may continue for the next few hours of your life. I think you've stayed pretty much true to what your intent and desire was, but I guess regardless of that, the special counsel's office is closed and it has no continuing jurisdiction or authority. So what would be your authority or jurisdiction for adding new conclusions or determinations to the special counsel's written report?
As to the latter, I don't know or expect changes in conclusions that we included in our report.
So to that point, you addressed one of the issues that I needed to, which was from your testimony this morning, which some construed as a change to the written report. You talked about the exchange that you had with Congressman Lieu. I wrote it down a little bit different. I want to ask you about it so that the record's perfectly clear. I recorded that he asked you, quote, "The reason you did not indict Donald Trump is because of the OLC opinion stating you cannot indict a sitting president," to which you responded, "That is correct." That response is inconsistent, I think you'll agree, with your written report.
I want to be clear that it is not your intent to change your written report. It is your intent to clarify the record to that effect.
As I started today, this afternoon, and added either a footnote or an endnote, what I wanted to clarify is the fact that we did not make any determination with regard to culpability in any way. We did not start that process down the road.
Terrific. Thank you for clarifying the record. A stated purpose of your appointment as special counsel was to ensure a full and thorough investigation of the Russian government efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. As part of that full and thorough investigation, what determination did the special counsel office make about whether the Steele dossier was part of the Russian government efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Again, when it comes to Mr. Steele, I defer to the Department of Justice.
Well, first of all, Director, I very much agree with your determination that Russia's efforts were sweeping and systematic. I think it should concern every American. That's why I want to know just how sweeping and systematic those efforts were. I want to find out if Russia interfered with our election by providing false information through sources to Christopher Steele about a Trump conspiracy that you determined didn't exist.
Well, again, I'm not going to discuss the issues with regard to Mr. Steele. And in terms of a portrayal of the conspiracies, we returned 2 indictments in the computer crimes arena, one GRU and another active measures, in which we lay out in excruciating detail what occurred in those 2
and I agree
rather
with
large conspiracies.
I agree with respect to that, but why this is important is an application and 3 renewal applications were submitted by the United States government to spy or surveil on Trump campaign Carter associate, or Carter Page, and on all 4 occasions, the United States government submitted the Steele dossier as a central piece of evidence with respect to that. Now, the basic premise of the dossier, as you know, was that there was a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between the Trump campaign and the Russian government, but the special counsel investigation didn't establish any conspiracy, correct?
Well, what I can tell you is that the events that you are characterizing here now is part of another matter that is being handled by the Department of Justice.
But you did not establish any conspiracy, much less a well-developed one.
Again, I pass on answering that question.
The special counsel did not charge Carter Page with anything, correct?
Special counsel did not.
All right. My time has expired. I yield back.
Very, very direct and to the point. Kept it going. I know what he was trying to do. I thought he was trying to get Steele in there under the wire because Mueller had reported on it in Volume 1. But Mueller was able to dodge that by the fact that there's an investigation going on through Horowitz right now. So it was pretty good strategy on Mueller's part, yeah. I wrote down a couple things there I wanted to point out. First, in the very first shot of Mueller, after Ratcliffe started talking, you could see Mueller reaching for a pen, and his hand was shaking. Now, my hands shake if I don't take my medication, but I think that's just another sign of the infirmity of Robert Mueller and how much this committee set of committee hearings today are taking out of him. And I think that's a damn shame. Someone yesterday called it elder abuse on Twitter, and I think there is a case to be made for that. Also, I noticed the gentleman before had yielded his time. I thought that would give Ratcliffe a lot more time to depose Mueller, but it didn't work out that way. So I don't exactly know how that worked out. Maybe that was all that Ratcliffe had, and he didn't want to push it. And the last thing is, that is a bitchin' tie. I think that is one hot shit tie. I'm into ties, so. To wear. To wear.
Ms. Sewell.
Director Mueller, I'd like to turn your attention to the June 9th, 2016 Trump Tower meeting. Slide 2,
The hell
which
is
should be on
she
the screen
wearing?
now, is part of an email chain between Donald Trump Jr. and a publicist representing the son of a Russian oligarch.
Does she shop at the George Clinton store? I mean, seriously. Her shoulder pads back in, guys? I thought it was the long tail untucked shirt that was the most popular casual wear right now. Man. Look up the word garish in the dictionary. She's next to it. Sewell. Sewell.
The email exchange ultimately led to the now infamous June 9th, 2016 meeting.
Space
The
suit,
email
that's
from the
good.
publicist to Donald Trump Jr. reads in part, "The Crown Prosecutor of Russia offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary in her dealings with Russia and is a part of Russia and its government's support of Mr. Trump. In this
Yeah, I gotta interrupt her. Veselnitskaya passed herself off as a Crown prosecutor. There is some discussion as to whether or not that's true. I've seen some people say that yes, she was a Crown prosecutor in, I think, Kiev for a certain period of time. And I've heard other people say that she was not, that it was a ruse, that this was a backstory made up so she could get an in with the Trump campaign and draw them into a bullshit meeting.
This email, Donald Trump Jr. is being told that the Russian government wants to pass along information which would hurt Hillary Clinton and help Donald Trump. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Not a crime.
Now, Trump Jr.'s response to that email is slide 3. He said, and I quote, "If it is what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer." Then Donald Jr. Invited senior campaign officials, Paul Manafort and Jared Kushner, to the meeting, did he not?
He did.
She can't even read.
This email exchange is evidence of an offer of illegal assistance, is it not?
I cannot adopt that characterization.
But isn't
In other words, no, it's not illegal. I don't know why he has trouble sometimes saying just no. He has to couch it in all this legalese. Yes, he's a lawyer. I understand. But come on, a simple no, that's wrong would suffice. No, it's not illegal. He's leaving wiggle room. I don't like that.
Isn't it against the law for a presidential campaign to accept anything of value from a foreign government?
Generally speaking, yes, but generally the cases are unique.
Well, you say in page
The cases are unique. What the hell does that mean? The phrase that is most important in what she just said is something of value. Information is not considered something of value. Money, personnel, material, those count. Information can't have a value put on it. You can't say that this information is worth X. And you have to be able to value it in order to make it a crime. But yes, Laura, he did just shoot her down. Quite beautiful. Skullcram purview must have 20 definitions. Absolutely. Absolutely.
page 184 on volume 1 that the federal campaign finance law broadly prohibits foreign nationals from making contributions, etc. And then you say that foreign nationals may not make a contribution or donation of money or anything of value. It says clearly in the report itself.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But information isn't in there, you lying sack of shit.
Now, let's turn to what actually happened at the meeting. When Donald Trump Jr. and the others got to the June 9th meeting, they realized that the Russian delegation didn't have the promised quote-unquote dirt. In fact, they got upset about that, did they not?
Generally, yes.
You say in volume 1, page 118, that Trump Jr. asked, what are we doing here? What do they have on Clinton? And during the meeting, Kirshner actually texted Manafort saying it was, quote, a waste of time, end quote. Is that correct?
I believe it's in the report along the lines you specify.
So to be clear, top Trump campaign officials learned that Russia wanted to help Donald Trump's campaign.
Wasn't Russia. Wasn't Russia. It was Glenn Simpson setting it up. I think I called him Robert Simpson earlier. I apologize. Yeah, David, about whether or not there are crown prosecutors in the former Soviet Union. I believe she would have been a Russian prosecutor, not a Soviet prosecutor. I'm pretty sure she's too young to have worked in the Soviet system. Oh, you said former Soviet Union. I'm sorry. I went right by that. Like I said earlier, put it in the comments section if you want to have a real discussion about it, because I can misread left and right, and that's a perfect example. Yeah, it's anyway, she is very comfortable, or excuse me, very colorful. Very colorful. I'm surprised she doesn't have blue lipstick on. Was that Caddy?
Campaign by giving him dirt on his opponent. Trump Jr. said loved it. Then he and senior officials held a meeting with the Russians to try to get that Russian help.
Asked
but they
and
were
answered.
disappointed because the dirt wasn't as good as they had hoped.
Wasn't as good. There was no dirt. It was a setup by Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS. He had dinner with Veselnitskaya the day before the meeting, and he had dinner with her the day after the meeting. That is a pre-brief and a post-brief. That is simple, very clear espionage language. When you send a spy in, when you send an operative in, you meet with them beforehand to make sure everybody's story is straight, and then after they're out, you debrief them. Simple as that. And the debrief from Veselnitskaya to Simpson was pretty much they didn't do anything. I couldn't get them to bite on the Maginski Act, and they left. We've got nothing. Short dinner.
So to the next step, did anyone, to your knowledge, in the Trump campaign ever tell the FBI of this offer?
I don't believe so.
You see, watch her eyes. Watch her eyes. She is trying to get on CNN. Watch her eyes. She is bugging them out. And again, there was no reason to report it because it wasn't illegal. So shut the fuck up.
Did Donald Trump Jr. tell the FBI that they received an offer of help from the Russians?
That's about all I'll say on this aspect of it.
Wouldn't it be true, sir, that if they had reported it to the FBI or anyone in that campaign during the course of your 2-year investigation, you would have uncovered such a...
I would hope, yes.
Yes. Sir, is it not the responsibility of political campaigns to inform the FBI if they receive information from a foreign government?
I would think that that's something they would and should do.
Well, not only
Didn't say it's the law. Didn't say they broke the law. Just said it would be the sporting thing to do. It would be the moral thing to do. It's politics, asshole. You know it better than anybody else.
did the campaign not tell the FBI? They sought to hide the existence of the June 9th meeting for over a year. Is that not correct?
On the general characterization, I would question it. If you're referring to later initiative that flowed from the media, then
No, what I'm suggesting is that you've said in Volume 2, page 5, on several occasions the
hell are you
president
doing in
directed
Volume 2?
aides not to publicly disclose the email setting up the June 9th meeting.
Yes, that's accurate.
Thanks. Sir, given this illegal assistance by Russians, you chose, even given that, you did not charge Donald Trump Jr. or any of the other senior officials with conspiracy, is that right?
Correct.
And while it
When
may
you're
not...
talking about, if you're talking about other individuals, you're talking about the attendees.
Yes, that's
on
right.
June 9, and that's
right.
accurate.
So, Mr. Mueller, even though you didn't charge them with conspiracy, don't you think that the American people would be concerned that these three senior campaign officials eagerly sought a foreign adversary's help to win elections? And don't you think that reporting that is important, that we don't set a precedent for future elections?
I can't accept that characterization.
Nice. Nice. He is blasting her. He is blasting her. I think he has said, I don't agree with that characterization, about 3 or 4 times now. I have not heard him say it that often in any other previous testimony. I'll give her credit. She's a steamroller. She just keeps on plugging. But she's got nothing. It's media crimes, as Picasso said yesterday. Pure media crimes. David Von Kettering just checked. Rob Goldstone invented the term Crown Prosecutor. It is fake news. Thank you so much. I thought that was the latest that I had read, but I wasn't sure. I am very grateful to you for making that effort to find that out. Laura Weekly says they didn't get any info, so nothing to report. Absolutely. You don't have to report contacts with foreign governments unless they suggest something illegal. And even then, I think the rules are fairly vague when it comes to political campaigns. Because you or I, if a Russian came up to us and said, hey, hold my bomb, we'd have to report it. But if a Russian came up to us and said, hey, you want to see the latest Playboy pictures of Veselnitskaya from the Kiev Playboy? Okay. Nothing to report. And then you'll get a box of information about the Maginski Act and how you should allow Americans to adopt Russian children again. So you don't get anything anyway. That's what they're talking about. If I remember correctly, Veselnitskaya is a bit of a hottie.
Well, listen, I think that it seems like a betrayal of American values to me, sir, that someone with, if not being criminal, is definitely unethical and wrong. And I would think that we would not want to set a precedent that political campaigns should not divulge of information if it's foreign government assistance. Thank you, sir.
So what? Feelings. Again, this is the Democrats. Feelings. Facts don't matter. The fact that it was illegal doesn't matter. The fact that they didn't have to report anything of it didn't matter. She leaves out the fact that Veselnitskaya did not work for Russia, the Russian government. She leaves out the fact that Veselnitskaya was being run as an agent by Glenn Simpson. I'll give her the fact that she properly characterized the meeting, although she couched it in pretty pejorative terms. Okay, David Kettering, hot, yes, but can she shuffle dance? That's her. I cannot answer. I know for a fact that Picasso knows, and I cannot. So you can put us in that category.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Mueller, I have your opening statement, and in the beginning of your opening statement, you indicate that pursuant to Justice Department regulations, that you submitted a confidential report to the Attorney General at the conclusion of the investigation. What I'd like you to confirm is the report that you did, that is the subject matter of this hearing, was to the Attorney General.
Yes.
Man, look at all those page
You also
notes.
state in this opening statement that you threw overboard the word collusion because it's not a legal term. You would not conclude because collusion was not a legal term.
Well, it depends on how you want to use the word. In the general parlance, people can think of it that way, but if you're talking about in the criminal statute arena, you can't, because It's much more aptly and accurately described as conspiracy.
Right, so
Okay. As one of you gentle people pointed out earlier, I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was. I won't bother rolling back, but I give you credit that Mueller did, in fact, pull back the whole colloquial definition for collusion and conspiracy. I think it was Laura, actually. Yes, that there he is again, saying that colloquially conspiracy and collusion are used interchangeably, but in a legal sense, you have to go with conspiracy and coordination. And that's fair. Basically, what Mueller said is, anyone who wants to say no collusion, no obstruction, is right. So there's a big screw you to the Dems and the mainstream media. Laura Weekly, wait a minute. She said they shouldn't divulge info if gotten from foreigners. Why not? If info proves to be true, she's setting up for what is about to be disclosed in declassifications. Yes, that's very well put. She is running interference for that. That's actually very nicely done. I didn't think of that. Just like when the Dems last year were screaming about sources and methods when they were, or was it 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago, actually. They were screaming about sources and methods when Trump was talking about declassifying the FISA warrants and the Democrats' the Republican efforts to get all of that disclosed. Sources and methods. And then when the Mueller report came out, all they could scream about was being able to see all the 6E, or grand jury, testimony that was included in the report that is, by federal law, protected. It cannot be disclosed unless the Attorney General, or I think one of his subordinates, I think that's possible. But anyway, if someone from the DOJ goes to a federal judge and says, hey, I'd like these to be opened up. Why? Well, the Democrats are salty. Get out of my courtroom. Okay, Picasso knows. Okay, thank you. So it's the ladies. It's the ladies who are doing the heavy work. Sorry, David. Sorry, Skullcram. You guys are outnumbered.
But your words are, it's not a legal term, so you didn't put it in your conclusion, correct? That's what your opening statement says. Mr. Mueller, I want to talk about your powers and authorities. Now, the Attorney General and the appointment order gave you powers and authorities that reside in the Attorney General. Now, the Attorney General has no ability to give you powers and authority greater than the powers and authority of the Attorney General, correct?
No, I don't believe, I think that is correct.
Mr. Mueller, I want to focus on one word in your report.
Stumbles over the easiest of answers. He just really can't get it out. Get his thoughts out. Sorry, that was a little scatological.
It's the second to the last word in the report. It's exonerate. The report states, accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it does not exonerate him. Now, in the judiciary hearing, in your prior testimony, you've already agreed with Mr. Radcliffe that exonerate is not a legal term, that there is not a legal test for this. So I have a question for you, Mr. Mueller. Mr. Mueller, does the Attorney General have the power or authority to exonerate? Now, what I'm putting up here is the United States Code. This is where the Attorney General gets his power, and the Constitution, and the annotated cases of these, which we've searched. We even went to your law school, because I went to Case Western, but I thought maybe your law school teaches it differently, and we got the criminal law textbook from your law school. Mr. Mueller, nowhere in these, because we had them scanned, is there a process or description on exonerate? There's no office of exoneration at the Attorney General's office. There's no certificate at the bottom of his desk. Mr. Mueller, would you agree with me that the Attorney General does not have the power to exonerate?
I'm going to pass on that.
Why?
Because it embroils us in a legal discussion, and I'm not prepared to do a legal discussion in that arena.
Well, Mr. Mueller, you would not disagree with me when I say that there is no place that the Attorney General has the power to exonerate, and he's not been given that authority. You would not.
Again, I'm not going to. I take your question.
Great. Well, the one thing that I guess
Wow.
is that the Attorney General probably knows that he can't exonerate either. And that's the part that kind of confuses me. Because if the Attorney General doesn't have the power to exonerate, then you don't have the power to exonerate. And I believe he knows he doesn't have the power to exonerate. And so this is the part that I don't understand. If your report is
Look at
to
Mueller.
the Attorney General, and the Attorney General doesn't have the power to exonerate, and he does not, and he knows that you do not have that power, you don't have to tell him that you're not exonerating the president. He knows this already. So then that kind of changed the context for me for the report.
No, we included in the report for exactly that reason. He may not know it, and he should know it.
So you believe that the Attorney Bill Barr believes that somewhere in the hallways of the Department of Justice there's an office of exoneration?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, I believe he knows, and I don't believe you put that in there for Mr. Barr. I think you put that in there for exactly what I'm going to discuss next, and that is, so the Washington Post yesterday, when speaking of your report, the article said Trump could not be exonerated of trying to obstruct the investigation itself. Trump could not be exonerated. Now, that statement is correct, Mr. Mueller, isn't it? In that no one can be exonerated? The reporter wrote this. This reporter can't be exonerated. Mr. Mueller, you can't be exonerated. In fact, in our criminal justice system, there is no power or authority to exonerate. Now, this is my concern, Mr. Mueller. This is the headline on all of the news channels while you were testifying today. Mueller, Trump was not exonerated. Now, Mr. Mueller, what you know is that this can't say Mueller exonerated Trump, because you don't have the power or authority to exonerate Trump. You have no more power to declare him exonerated than you have the power to declare him Anderson Cooper. So the problem that I have here is that since there's no one in the criminal justice system that has that power, the president pardons, he doesn't exonerate. Courts and juries don't declare innocent, they declare not guilty. They don't even declare exoneration. The statement about exoneration is misleading, and it's meaningless, and it colors this investigation one word out of the entire portion of your report, and it's a meaningless word that has no legal meaning, and it has colored your entire report.
Time of the gentleman has
I yield
expired.
back.
Nailed it.
Mr.
Nailed
Carson.
it. Got it in right
Thank you,
in
Chairman.
time.
Thank you, Director
Whoops,
Mueller,
sorry.
for your years of service.
I thought I'd paused it. I apologize. Okay, Turner goes down the books as one of the greats. That was nice. Welcome, Uncle Bobbity. Very, very glad to have you here. I noticed your tweet that, I'm sorry, your post. Quote, I'm not prepared to talk about the things I have alleged because that would mean explaining myself. And hey, we all know that's not why I'm here, guys, says Robert Mueller. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Nice summation, as always. And David went to Case for a year. I've never been to Case. I've been to Kent State back in 81, I think. 81. No, it was 79 for a conference with my honors society at my college. It was a hell of a drive. Good time, though. Good time. Drinking underage and all that. That's fun. So the Dow Chemical's very own chapter. I'm not familiar with the Dow Chemical having a fraternity, unless that's a reference to illicit chemicals that I know nothing about. Either way, I wish I could have gotten into a Greek system, but I was just too much of a geek. They didn't have a place for me. There was no, was the one in Nerds, Revenge of the Nerds. I think it was Delta Tau, something like that. Couldn't get in.
Service to our country. I want to look more closely, sir, at the Trump campaign chairman, Paul Manafort.
Weak tie.
An individual who I believe betrayed our country, who lied to a grand jury.
No one cares what you
tampered,
believe.
With witnesses, and who repeatedly tried to use his position with the Trump campaign to make more money. Let's focus on the betrayal and greed.
None of those
Your
are a lot
investigation,
of
sir, found
criminal.
a number of troubling contacts between Mr. Manafort and Russian individuals during and after the campaign. Is that right, sir?
Correct. Correct.
In addition to the June 9th meeting just discussed, Manafort also met several times with a man named Konstantin Kilimnik, who the FBI assessed to have ties with Russian intel agencies. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
and which is a complete lie. We proved that yesterday. Kilimnik is not a Russian agent. Kilimnik has sued Mueller in federal court and won for putting that out there, for saying that he was channeling Russian government money to the IRA. I believe, I'm actually quite certain that's what the ruling was. And so Mueller got his dick slapped into the ground for that one. Laura, thank you for the exoneration. I appreciate it. David says that Mr. Dow was a brother at that fraternity. Well, that's pretty wild. That is pretty damn wild. What a giant in American industry. We live quite close to the Johnson Wax system. Their headquarters is close to us. They have some beautiful buildings.
In fact, Mr. Manafort didn't just meet with him, he shared private Trump campaign polling information with this man linked to Russian intelligence. Is that right,
Not
sir?
a crime.
That is correct.
And in turn, the information was shared with a Russian oligarch tied to Vladimir Putin. Is that right, sir?
Allegedly.
Thank you. Thank you for at least shutting down one lie, Mueller. Thank you for that.
Director Mueller, meeting with him wasn't enough. Sharing internal polling information wasn't enough. Mr. Manafort went so far as to offer this Russian oligarch tied to Putin a private briefing on the campaign. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And all of this was to try to get some of Manafort's debt released. Manafort owed that oligarch a lot of money, and he was sucking up to him. Is this skeevy? Yes. It's very skeevy. Is it against the law? No. So shut the fuck up. Yes, David, that is correct. Headquarters are Frank Lloyd Wright. I don't know if you've ever seen the theater. They call it the spaceship or the saucer. It's quite a fascinating piece of architecture that's right next to the headquarters. I have not been in it, but I've driven by it many times. And it's quite a feat of architecture. Oh, thank you, Laura. Those look very tasty. Love a good thing of popcorn. Love it. My sister owns a popcorn shop. She's getting quite successful. I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of her. Started it on her own. Got help from a local rabbi, if you will. It's a term for someone who looks out for other people, helps them get a start. I won't name him, but a very, very successful man. And she's doing great. I love her.
And finally, Mr. Manafort also discussed internal campaign strategy on 4 battleground states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota.
3 out of the 4
Russian
of them.
intelligence-linked individual, did he not, sir?
That's reflected in the report, as were the items you listed previously.
Director Mueller, based on your decades of years of experience at the FBI, would you agree, sir, that it creates a national security risk when a presidential campaign chairman shares private polling information on the American people, private political strategy related to winning the votes of the American people, and private information about American battleground states with a foreign adversary?
Is that the question, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to speculate along those lines. To the extent that it's within the lines of the report, then I'd support it. Anything beyond that is not part of that which I would support.
Well, I think it...
Slapped him. Slapped him in the face. That's Mueller's best slapping you can get, is just to say, I do not agree with your characterization, but it's pretty effective. Shuts these people down. I was expecting him to say not in my purview, but he didn't use it. In fact, I don't think he's used that phrase once this hearing. It's kind of fascinating. Ooh, cigars and popcorn? I'm not sure that's such a great such a great idea. Certain things go with cigars and certain things don't. And I don't think popcorn's one of them. Unless maybe it was like an IPA caramel corn. That might be good. David Von Kettering says Hillary never bothered with strategy in those states. So, yeah, she had nothing to give. She had nothing to give. But again, all of this noise, rending of clothes, gnashing of teeth over Manafort talking to Ukrainians. They don't bother saying Ukrainians. They always say Russian connected. Always. They don't bother talking about Hillary actively soliciting information from the Russians for dirt on Trump. That's never cited. They don't talk about Hillary's offer, in fact, deed from a Ukrainian official to sell private information about Manafort, damaging information about Manafort to the press just before the election. Just before the election. He's under indictment, I believe, or at least been kicked out of the government for that, and they are investigating that whole sordid affair. If this was the Obama administration, you would have who's that idiot again? His vice president. God, he's so forgetful. Anyway, Obama's vice president, whatever the hell his name is, he'd be over there right now trying to get the prosecutor who was running that case fired. And he would threaten him to withhold billions of dollars of aid unless he did what he told him to do. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Beat you to it, chat. Beat you to it.
It does, sir. I think it shows an infuriating lack of patriotism from the very people seeking the highest office in the land.
Oh, yeah.
Direct-
Yeah. Trump's not a patriot. Trump's not a patriot. You complete loss of protoplasm. Disdainful, woeful, and pathetic.
Director Mueller, Manafort didn't share this information in exchange for nothing, did he, sir?
I can't answer that question without knowing more about the question.
Beer is only corn, Skullcram, if it's crap. Corn and rice beer, I hate. Barley. Barley, yeast, water, sugar. That's it. That's it. Barley. Okay, all right. If I'm going to tempt you with stogies, you guys got to give me a second. I got to show you this cigar. It's the most fabulous cigar you've ever seen. Give me just a second. I'll be right with you. Let me just kill the mic so you don't hear me scrambling around. Okay. I'm going to expand the camera for a second. This. A pigtail Lancero. Notice the wrapper. Let's see if we can get some focus here. Come on. Let me move out of the way. Damn, it won't focus. Okay, I'll have to describe it to you. The wrapper has, it says A Cuban Experience, which is my favorite cigar lounge in the area. And it is an anatomical heart in gold. And underneath it, it says, From the Heart. This is the only cigar label you're going to find with an anatomical heart. All the others have various cartoonish depictions, romantic depictions. This is serious shit. This cigar is the best Lancero I have ever had. It has 3 stages. From here to here. From here to here, from the end, from the foot to here, it's spicy. You got a tingle on your lips. It's beautiful. From here to here, it smooths out. Very, I won't say mild. It's still robust, but it's a very easy smoke. And then from here to the head, it stiffens up. It gets more robust. And it creates a ton of smoke. You know how vapors like to show off how much vapor they can give off in every breath, how they supercharge their vape pens or whatever to the point where they'll blow up just so they can show off. I'm like that with a cigar. I take deep draws and I like to blow out a lot of smoke. This cigar is one of the best smokers I have ever had. It's right up there in the top 2. It's incredible. You can't get this retail right now except at a Cuban Experience Lounge in Waukegan, Illinois. But they will be distributing it once they get their business built up. If you're a cigar smoker, you are going to want to load up on a Cuban Experience cigars. They also have a large ring Robusto and a slightly smaller or a large ring Toro and a slightly smaller ring Toro. One of them is bold and bright and beautiful. Make sure you have a heavy meal before you smoke it, or it'll knock you out. And the other one is more mild and easier smoke, but very flavorful. These are made in Waukegan. The tobacco is from Nicaragua. The rolling tables are from Nicaragua. The roller is a Cuban American. This is as authentic of a cigar as you're going to get that's made in America. They went to Nicaragua themselves, the owner and his rollers and his tasters. They went to Nicaragua and they made these blends themselves. These are the blends of Billy and Luis and John. They told them at the factory that when they came up with the blend for the Lancero, that it was going to cost too much. And they said, we're here to make quality cigars, not cheap cigars. And that's what they did. These are not cheap. But you know what? It's one of the best smoking experiences I've ever had. I bought 6 of them. I got next to the last box. There were boxes of 12s. There were 2 boxes, one full, one with 6 in it. I bought that box of 6 right off the bat. By the time that show was done, all of these were gone. All of them. David, I appreciate your ability to quit smoking. I've never smoked cigarettes. I do like cigars. I've been smoking them for about 6 years. The women, Uncle Bobbity, of course, so the women's thighs, Cuban or Nicaraguan. That is, of course, a myth. You cannot roll a cigar on your thigh. It's impossible. You need a lot of surface area on a table to be able to roll a cigar properly. That is one of the best myths ever, and I certainly fell for it for quite a long time. But it is, in fact, a myth. But yes, these are hand-rolled, long-leaf tobacco. They are incredible. And again, pure Nicaraguan tobacco. As good as you're going to get. Although I do like Honduran punches. You can't get them anymore, but I really did enjoy those. Those are good cigars. Okay, back to the comedy jokes.
Well, it's clear that he hoped to be paid back money he was owed by Russian or Ukrainian oligarchs in return for the passage of private campaign information, correct?
That is true.
No, he owed them money, idiot.
Director Mueller, as my colleague Mr. Heck will discuss later, greed corrupts. Would you agree, sir, that the sharing of
Okay, you got me there. You got me there. And I'm sure they're all virgins, too.
private campaign information in exchange for money represents a particular kind of corruption, one that presents a national security risk to our country, sir?
I'm not going to opine on that. I don't have the expertise in that arena to really opine.
Smack!
Would you agree, sir, that Manafort's contacts with Russians close to Vladimir Putin and his efforts to exchange private information on Americans for money left him vulnerable to blackmail by the Russians?
I think generally so, that would be the case.
Once again, close ties to Putin. Not true. A complete mischaracterization, you lying sack of shit.
Would you agree, sir, that these acts demonstrated a betrayal of the democratic values of our country rests on?
I can't agree with that.
Sack! The Democrats are really losing their shit in the Intelligence Committee. The ones in the Judiciary Committee at least had something to work with. These guys haven't got dick. Excuse me a moment.
I don't know if you know.
Picasso Nose reminded me that I hadn't shrunk my face, and the video was blocking the screen. I apologize for that. And Skullcram, I am sorry for ruining your dream about hand-rolled cigars on the thighs of virgins. I do apologize. But the truth shall set you free.
Director Mueller.
Not that it's not true, but I cannot agree with it.
Yes, sir. Director Mueller, well, I can tell you that in my years of experience as a law enforcement officer and as a member of Congress, fortunate to serve on the Intel Committee, I know enough to say yes. Trading political secrets for money with a foreign adversary can corrupt, and it can leave you open to blackmail, and it certainly represents a betrayal of the values underpinning our democracy.
What is this blackmail shit? When did this come into play? It wasn't illegal. So shut up. I mean, look what happened to Hillary when the Steele dossier came out and it was shown that she paid for it and the DNC paid for it. What happened to them? Nothing. They even committed campaign finance violations by hiding where the money was going, using Perkins Coie as a cutout. I don't know if they were fined for that. I don't know if that was ever adjudicated, but it was a campaign finance violation. The FEC came out and said that directly. Was she blackmailed? No, she's the blackmailer. She's the one who blackmails. Christ.
I want to thank you for your service again, Director Mueller. We appreciate you for coming today. I yield back, Chairman.
Yeah, he'll smack your dick in the dirt.
Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being here today. Mr. Mueller, is it accurate to say your investigation found no evidence that members of the Trump campaign were involved in the theft or publication of Clinton campaign-related emails?
Could you repeat the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Is it accurate to say your investigation found no evidence that members of the Trump campaign were involved in the theft or publication of the Clinton campaign-related emails?
I don't know what the, well.
Well, Volume 1, page 5, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. So it would therefore be inaccurate, based on this, to describe that finding as open to doubt, that finding being that a Trump campaign was involved with theft or publication of the Clinton campaign emails. Are you following that, sir?
I do believe I'm following it, but it is that portion of that matter, it does not fall within our jurisdiction or fall within our investigation.
Well, based on what your report says, volume 1, page 5, I just want to be clear that open to doubt is how the committee Democrats described this finding in their minority views to of our 2018 report. And it kind of flies in the face of what you have in your report. But so is it accurate also to say the investigation found no documentary evidence that George Papadopoulos told anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign about Joseph Mifsid's claims that the Russians had dirt on candidate Clinton?
Let me turn that over to Mr. Zebley. If I can.
I'd like to ask you, sir, this is your report, and that's what I'm basing this on.
And then could you repeat the question for me again?
Yeah, is it accurate to say the investigation found no documentary evidence that George Papadopoulos told anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign about Joseph Mifsid's claims that the Russians had dirt on candidate Clinton?
I believe it appearing in the report that it's accurate.
How long did it take to get that answer? I mean, my God. Now, saying that he wanted to turn it over to Zebley and getting shot down, that was beautiful. They do not want Zebley anywhere near this testimony. They do not want to let Mueller off the hook for his words in his report. He's the one they wanted to interview. He's the one that came to be interviewed. So fuck Zebley. Uncle Bobby says Mueller is better at distraction, wasting time and pretending to be frail more than Elizabeth Blasey Ford. I love it. I love it. Very nice. Very nice. Typical Uncle Bobby. David, he's not wearing dirty glasses, though. I forgot about the dirty glasses. That's very good. Very good. Good memory. Good memory. Yeah, it's hard to believe that Hillary hasn't been charged either. I agree with you, Skull Crim. Uncle Bobby, not a single person thought to show Mueller a mirror to really distract him for a few minutes. Mueller has the opposite of the portrait of Dorian Gray in his attic. It's a portrait that gets younger as he ages.
Okay, so in the report it says no documentary evidence that Papadopoulos shared this information with the campaign. It's therefore inaccurate to conclude that by the time of the June 9, 2016 Trump Tower meeting, quote, the campaign was likely already on notice via George Papadopoulos' contact with Russian agents that Russia, in fact, had damaging information on Trump's opponent. Would you say that that is inaccurate to say that it's likely already on?
I could direct you to the report.
Well, I appreciate that because the Democrats jumped to this incorrect collusion in their minority views, again, which contradicts what you have in your report. I'm concerned about a number of statements I'd like you to clarify because a number of Democrats have made some statements that I have concerns with, and maybe you can clear them up. So a member of this committee said President Trump was a Russian agent after your report was publicly released. That statement is not supported by your report, correct?
That is accurate. It's not supported.
Multiple Democrat members have asserted that Paul Manafort met with Julian Assange in 2016 before WikiLeaks released DNC emails implying Manafort colluded with Assange. Because your report does not mention finding evidence that Manafort met with Assange, I would assume that means you found no evidence of this meeting. Is that assumption correct?
I'm not certain I agree with that assumption.
But you make no mention of it in your report. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay,
Boy,
Mr. Mueller, does your report
stare.
contain any evidence that President Trump was enrolled in the Russian system of compromat as a member of this committee once claimed?
Well, what I can speak to is information and evidence that we picked up as the special counsel, and I think that's accurate as far as it goes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So let's go for a second to scope. Did you ask the Department of Justice to expand the scope of the special counsel's mandate related to August 2nd, 2017 or August 20th, 2017 scoping memoranda?
Well, without looking at the memoranda, I could not answer that
Well,
question.
let me ask you, did you ever make a request to expand your office's mandate at all?
Generally, yes.
And was that ever denied?
I'm not going to speak to that.
You're not going
It
to
goes
speak
to
to that?
internal deliberations.
Well, I'm just trying to understand process. Does expanding the scope come from the acting attorney general or
I'm not-
Rosenstein, or does it come from you, or can it come from either?
I'm not going to discuss any other alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Okay. Mueller once again showed that he can't talk about anything because his entire purview, if you will, his entire investigation is basically under investigation. That's how much he screwed up. He couldn't even pull off the con enough to fake out the DOJ. Remember, William Barr came in and he said, we're going to find out what happened. And him, Durham, Horowitz, and Huber, again, we don't know anything about Huber, they're working on it. Horowitz has been delayed again to September, again, because people keep showing up to testify. The rats are turning on each other. This is going to be a great report. It's going to make the mid-year exam report look like a box of tissue paper. Real quickly, Skullcram says, am I the only one that remembers Obama had his BlackBerry taken away once he became president? No, sir, I remember. Yes, sir, I remember. It did happen. Yet, when the State Department told Hillary 2 or 3 times that she couldn't use her BlackBerry, I believe she actually just bought more. How many did she have going at the time that the mid-year exam started kicking in and she was destroying evidence, destroying BlackBerries and taking out the SIM cards and throwing them away? Was that 2 or 3? I think it was 3. All wide open to foreign intelligence. She used them while on the ground in foreign states within full view of their surveillance apparatus. She's probably the worst Secretary of State ever. People don't mention that. They talk about mid-year exam, they talk about the Arkansas, things like that. But you look at her record as Secretary of State. It was disastrous. It made Kerry look like Kissinger. I know Kissinger has detractors, and he did technically commit war crimes by bombing Cambodia and Laos. That's totally not up for debate. That really did happen. And he probably should have gotten the Vietnamese to the table sooner. But he ultimately got us out of the war. And then the Vietnamese started to kill everyone who didn't believe with them. The communist Vietnamese killed everyone who didn't believe them. The rest went into re-education camps. Look up the old Doonesbury's from that period, from when the Vietnam War ended. Quite a fascinating look into what the Vietnamese were doing. Skullcram says, so when did your government start to allow cell phones to communicate with? Might as well give them walkie-talkies or CB radios. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. David's right. You can't tap 2 cans on a string. But the best one by far is, of course, the cone of silence from Get Smart. You can't beat that. You can't even hear each other. There's no way anyone else can hear it. Beautiful. David von Kettering, I detract Kissinger for his Metternickian fascination. I've got to look that up. I do remember a very small bit of Metternich, but not enough to comment intelligently on what you just said. But thank you for putting that there. I will make an effort to check that out. I have a feeling I'm going to learn quite a bit. Thank you for putting that in there. I love this chat. God, I love this chat.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, I think I can say without fear of contradiction that you're the greatest patriot in this room today. And I want to thank you for that.
Oh, Jesus, I almost spit all over my keyboard.
You said in your report, and I'm going to quibble with
Kat,
your
you gotta
words,
get
that the Russian intervention was sweeping and systematic. I would quibble with that because I don't think it was just an intervention. I think it was an invasion. And I don't think it was just sweeping and systematic. I think it was sinister and scheming.
Nobody cares what you
Having
think.
said that, one of my
Nice scarf,
colleagues
though.
earlier here referred to this Russian intervention as a hoax. And I'd like to get your comment on that. On page 26 of your report, you talk about the Internet Research Agency and how
fabrication.
tens of millions of U.S. persons became engaged with the posts that they made, that they're...
Lie. She's, once again, conflating exposure to engagement, which is an entirely different thing. She doesn't know shit about Facebook. Yes, Skullgram, definitely not a good look. Not a good look at all. It is, however, tea with honey. Green mint tea with honey. So coffee makes my mouth too dry.
There were some 80,000 posts on Facebook that Facebook itself admitted that 126 million people had probably seen the...
Again, she's being a complete and utter Luddite.
Posts that were put up by the Internet Research Agency, that they had 3,800 Twitter accounts and had designed more than 175,000 tweets that probably reached 1.4 million people.
Again, there's a difference between appeared and engaged. This is bullshit. Someone needs to slap her around. I vote for David. David, you're in charge of slapping Democrats around. In Minecraft, as HB likes to say, in Minecraft, I don't want anyone to get physically assaulted. That would be totally against the non-aggression pact. No good. Got you hankering for a coffee, did we, David?
The Internet Research Agency was spending about $1.25 million a month on all of this social media in the United States.
Citation needed.
In what I would call an invasion in our country. Would
Yeah,
you
nobody cares
agree
what you
that
think.
it was not a hoax, that the Russians were engaged in trying to impact our election?
The hoax is the Russian hacking of the emails. That's what they're referring to. The hoax is that the Russians had any kind of effect on the election. That's the hoax. The Democrat narrative is a hoax. That's what's being referred to, you stupid crumb.
Absolutely. That was not a hoax. The indictments we returned against the Russians, 2 different ones, were
Indictments that'll never be
substantial in their scope, using that
substantiated.
scope word again. And I think we have underplayed to a certain extent that aspect of our investigation that has and would have long-term damage to the United States that we need to move quickly to address.
So why didn't Obama address it when it happened? Anyone care to answer that? Bob? Mueller? And Laura, yes, you just hear her say that Mueller is the greatest patriot in her room. No way in hell. No way in hell. Yes, he served his country. I can't take that away from the man. He's done great work as a Marine. But since he became a federal prosecutor, he has screwed up time and time again. Let's not forget all of the apologies he had to make to the FISA court for all the lying his agents did to get FISA approvals on various American individuals. He was called on the carpet for that. And the direct result of that are the Woods files. That was Mueller's mea culpa for all the lies his agents told the FISA court, the Woods file.
Thank you for that. I'd like to drill down on that a little bit more.
Of course you would.
The Internet Research Agency actually started in 2014 by sending over staff as tourists, I guess, to start looking at where they wanted to engage. And there are many that suggest, and I'm interested in your opinion, as to whether or not Russia is presently in the United States looking for ways to impact the 2020 election.
I can't speak to that. That would be in levels of classification.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. Oftentimes when we engage in these hearings, we forget the forest for the trees. You have a very large report here of over 400 pages. Most Americans have not read it.
Fuck you.
We have read it. Actually, the FBI director yesterday said he hadn't read it, which was a little discouraging. But on behalf of the American people, I want to give you a minute and 39 seconds to tell the American people what you would like them to glean from this report.
Bring the report to life. This is the most blatant example of that yet. They are begging Mueller to give them the guidelines so they can impeach Trump, and they're begging Mueller to give them the overview that they need to sell impeachment to the American people. That's all this is. And I believe it was Collins who brought up the point in the judiciary hearing where he asked the chairman, freaking Nadler, asked him, is this hearing designed to get to impeachment? Words to that effect. And Nadler dodged the question, saying it was not a proper line of inquiry, and he shut it down. Point taken, though. Point taken. Welcome back, John.
Well, we spent substantial time assuring the integrity of the report, understanding that it would be our living message to those who come after us. But it also is a signal, a flag to those of us who have some responsibility in this area to exercise those responsibilities swiftly and don't let this problem continue to linger as it has over so many years.
Like Obama.
All right, you did.
He had a minute 41, and he did it in 20 seconds. I love it. Didn't give her a thing that she needed, not one thing. She was praying for the word impeachment, or, there was conspiracy, there was collusion, there was coordination. She wanted something solid, and he gave her nothing. Once again, Mueller comes through. I think he's waking up a little bit. But Laura, you are completely correct. Mueller screwed this country quite long before this go-around. His actions as a U.S. attorney in Boston and his actions as an FBI director should be legendary as what not to do when you have that position.
Didn't take the whole amount of time, so I'm going to yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
Totally blew her away. Totally blew her away. Now, if I'm not mistaken, oh gosh, was it that you can't yield your time to the speaker, to the chairman, or that the chairman can't yield their time to another individual? I believe it was the former. I believe she just blew apart parliamentary procedure here. Let's see what happens.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Dr. Mueller, I
Gentlemen?
wanted to ask you about
Wow.
conspiracy. Generally, a conspiracy requires an
No, I guess
offer
it's okay.
of something illegal, the acceptance of that offer, and an overt act in furtherance of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Don Jr. was made aware that the Russians were offering dirt on his opponent, correct?
I don't know that for sure, but one would assume, given presence at the meeting.
And when you say that you would love to get that help, that would constitute an acceptance of the offer?
It's a wide open request.
And it would certainly be evidence of an acceptance if you say, when somebody offers you something illegal and you say, I would love it, that would be considered evidence of an acceptance.
I'm going to stay away from any addressing one particular or two particular situations.
Well, this particular situation, well, I'll have to continue in a bit. Now yield to Mr. Stewart.
Schiff got nothing. The Democrats in this hearing are doing so much worse than the Democrats in the judiciary. It's hilarious. Mueller is actually slapping them around. This is hilarious.
Mr. Mueller, it's been a long day. Thank you for being here. I do have a series of important questions for you, but before I do that, I want to take a moment to reemphasize something that my friend Mr. Turner has said. I've heard many people state no person is above the law. And many times recently they add not even the president, which I think is blazingly obvious to most of us.
I'm having a little problem hearing you, sir.
Is this better?
That is better, thank you.
I want you to know I agree with this statement that no person is above the law. But there's another principle that we also have to defend, and that is the presumption of innocence. And I'm sure you agree with this principle, though I think the way that your office phrased some parts of your report, it does make me wonder. I have to be honest with you. For going on 3 years, innocent people have been accused of very serious crimes, including treason. Accusations made even here today. They have had their lives disrupted and in some cases destroyed by false accusations for which there is absolutely no basis other than some people desperately wish that it was so. But your report is very clear. No evidence of conspiracy, no evidence of coordination. And I believe we owe it to these people who have been falsely accused, including the president and his family, to make that very clear. Mr. Mueller, the credibility of your report is based on the integrity of how it is handled. And there's something that I think bothers me and other Americans. I'm holding here in my hand a binder of 25 examples.
I have here the names of 1,000 communist spies in the U.S. government. I'm sorry. I know that's not what he's doing, but the optics, if you will, the visual, are just too cute to pass up. I couldn't help myself. Just real quickly, David, thanks for clarifying the Roberts rules. Actually, I don't think they use Roberts rules in Congress. I think it is a congressional rule book based on Roberts. But I appreciate the clarification greatly. And real quickly, Skullcram, we today have so many laws it would be impossible to enforce them all. So it makes it so easy to just randomly enforcing the ones to want to convict. There's a book out. I haven't read it, but I've heard people refer to it, and I've seen the author interviewed a couple times. And it basically says, from the time you wake up in the morning to the time you go to bed at night, you have, in all likelihood, committed 3 felonies. Just through your normal daily routine. Keep that in mind.
Of leaks that occurred from the special counsel's office from those who associated with your work, dating back to as early as a few weeks after your inception and the beginning of your work, and continuing up to just a few months ago. All of them have one thing in common. They were designed to weaken or to embarrass the president, every single one. Never was it leaked that you'd found no evidence of collusion. Never was it leaked that the Steele dossier was a complete fantasy, nor that it was funded by the Hillary Clinton campaign. I could go on and on. Mr. Mueller, are you aware of anyone from your team having given advance knowledge of the raid on Roger Stone's home to any person or the press, including CNN?
Well, I'm not going to talk about specifics. I will mention, but talk for a moment about persons who become involved in an investigation. And the understanding that in a lengthy, thorough investigation, some persons will be under a cloud that should not be under a cloud. And one of the reasons for emphasizing, as I have, the speed of an election, or not election, the speed of an investigation Is that so? Those persons who are disrupted as a result of
I appreciate that, but I do have a series of questions.
with the result of that investigation.
Thank you, and you're right, it is a cloud, and it's an unfair cloud for dozens of people. But to my point, are you aware of anyone providing information to the media regarding the raid on Roger Stone's home, including CNN?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, you sent a letter dated March 27th to Attorney General Barr in which you claimed the Attorney General's memo to Congress did not fully capture the context of your report. You stated earlier today that response was not authorized. Did you make any effort to determine who leaked this confidential letter?
No, and I'm not certain. This is the letter of March 27th?
Yes, sir.
I'm not certain when it was publicized. I do know it was publicized, but I do not believe we would be responsible for the leaks.
Well,
I do believe that we have done a good job in assuring that no leaks occur.
we have 25 examples here of where you did not do a good job. Not you, sir. I'm not accusing you at all. But where your office did not do a good job in protecting this information.
Real quickly, chat, is he wearing jump wings? I don't think those are Air Force wings. It might be a marksmanship badge, but I think they're jump wings. So if any of you could take a good look at that, those of you with military backgrounds or military enthusiasts, and let me know, I would appreciate it, because it's driving me crazy.
One more example. Do you know anyone who anonymously made claims to the press that Attorney General Barr's March 24th letter to Congress had been misrepresented or misrepresented the basis of your report?
And what was the question?
Do you know who anonymously made claims to the press that Attorney General Barr's March 24th letter to Congress had misrepresented the findings of your report?
No.
Sir, given these examples as well as others, you must have realized that leaks were coming from someone associated with the special counsel's office. What I'd like to ask is,
I do not believe that.
Well, sir, this was your work. You're the only one, your office is the only one who had information regarding this. It had to come from your office.
Oh.
Putting that aside, which leads me to my final question, did you do anything about it?
From the outset, we've undertaken to make certain that we minimize the possibility of leaks. And I think we were successful over the 2 years that we were in.
Minimize? 25 leaks?
I wish you'd been more successful, sir. I think it was disruptive to the American people. My time has expired. I yield back.
Oh. He pounded Mueller into the ground. That was beautiful. Yeah, Skullcram, I don't think they look like Air Force wings. I could be wrong, though, but I don't think they look like Air Force wings. They may be Air Cav, but I'm not sure that's the case either. It could be Air Cav.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for being here. This too shall pass.
Yeah, your entire
Earlier
narrative
today
will
and
pass.
throughout the day, you have
God, an
stated
Illinois
the
Democrat. Lord
policy
save
that
me.
a seated president cannot be indicted, correct?
Right.
And upon questioning this morning, you were asked, could a president be indicted after their service, correct?
Yes,
And your answer was that they could.
they could.
Director, please speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
So
They could.
the follow-up question that should be concerning is, what if a president serves beyond the statute of limitations?
Then you're screwed, idiot.
I don't know the answer to that one.
Would it not indicate that if the statute of limitations on federal crimes such as this are 5 years, that a president who serves a second term is therefore under the policy above the law?
I'm not certain I would agree with the conclusion. I'm not certain that I can see
But the
the
statute
possibility that you suggest.
Well, it's certainly possible if Trump loses, unless Mueller's saying Trump's a guarantee for 2020, in which case, woohoo for Mueller. But for crying out loud, what the hell is Quigley getting at? I know what he's getting at. I'm just asking that rhetorically. He's saying we have to jump on Trump now. We have to indict Trump now before he gets a second term and runs out the clock. We have to impeach him, and we need your help. That's what Quigley's trying to get Mueller to do, is say, you have a limited amount of time, you've got to act now. Mueller's not going to give him that. And if Mueller does, he's a complete and utter fucking moron. David says they kept it down to the ones falsely implicating Mr. Trump. The thing is, there were a number of others, so that's a good point. And as the respected congressman said, not one pro-Trump, not one, not even neutral. The only time they came out to anyone's defense was over the bogus BuzzFeed story about, oh gosh, what was that damn story? I think it was Trump telling Cohen a lie, that there was evidence, and they had zero, and I believe they're still sticking by that bullshit story. But the Mueller came out, the office came out, and said that that their facts were, I believe, incorrect, something along those lines.
But the statute doesn't toll, is that correct?
I don't know specifically.
It clearly doesn't. And I just want, as
You're not getting what you want, are you,
American
Mike?
public is watching this and perhaps learning about many of these for the first time, we need to consider that, and that the other alternatives are perhaps all that we have.
There it is. There it is. He's trying to get Mueller to tell him it's time for you to impeach Trump. He's coming right out and saying it.
But I appreciate your response. Earlier in questioning, someone mentioned that it was a question involving whether anyone in the Trump political world publicized the emails, whether or not that was the case. I just want to refer to Volume 1, page 60, where we learned that Trump Jr. publicly tweeted a link to the leak of stolen Podesta emails in October of 2016.
A week or 10 days after they came out, you sack of shit.
Familiar with that?
I am.
So that would at least be a republishing of this information, would it not?
I'm not certain I would agree. I'm not certain I would agree with that.
Quigley's getting nowhere. Again, he's an Illinois Democrat, so he's a complete and utter loser. That's just the way it goes. Illinois is one of the worst states in the country, and if you're a Democrat from that state, you're one of the worst representatives / senators you could ever be. With a D after your name, certainly. I don't think there's been a Republican representative or senator from Illinois in quite some time, much to my chagrin, as that is my or state of origin.
Director,
he's lost. He's lost. He's getting nothing, and he's toast.
Pompeo assessed WikiLeaks in one point as a hostile intelligence service.
You say hostile. I say truthful. Not one thing they've released has ever been challenged and shown to be false. Not one. Has it hurt certain government agencies? Yeah. So did the Pentagon Papers. And Daniel Ellsberg is seen as a hero. So screw you. Free Julian Assange.
Given your law enforcement experience and your knowledge of what WikiLeaks did here and what they do generally, would you assess that to be accurate or something similar? How would you assess what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. And they are currently under indictment. It's Julian Assange.
Free Julian Assange.
Fair to describe them as, you would agree with Mr. Director Pompeo, that's what he was when he made that remark, that it's a hostile intelligence service, correct?
Yes.
If we could put up slide 6. This just came out, WikiLeaks. I love WikiLeaks. Donald Trump, October 10th, 2016. This WikiLeaks stuff is unbelievable. It tells you the inner heart. You got to read it. Donald Trump, October 12th, 2016. This WikiLeaks is like a treasure trove. Donald Trump, October 31st, 2016. Boy, I love reading those WikiLeaks. Donald Trump, November 4th, 2016.
Dude. How many hackers love WikiLeaks? Trump is talking about specific releases from WikiLeaks, releases that helped his campaign that showed Hillary Clinton to be a complete cheat and a liar, which we all knew she was, but there's documentary evidence of it, and it showed Podesta to be a complete lying fool. How could you not be happy with that? Whose Department of Justice now has Julian Assange under indictment, you piece of shit? Who's following up on those charges? Who's trying to extradite Julian Assange to the United States? The Trump administration. The idiocy is strong in this one.
Do any of those quotes disturb you, Mr. Director?
I'm not certain I would say.
How do you react to them?
It's probably problematic is an understatement in terms of what it displays in terms of giving some.
Come on, say it.
I don't know, hope or some boost to what is and should be illegal activity.
And who's
Volume 1,
indicting
page
them right
59.
now?
Donald Trump Jr. had direct electronic communications with WikiLeaks during the campaign period. On October 3rd, 2016, WikiLeaks sent another direct message to Trump Jr. asking you guys to help disseminate a link alleging candidate Clinton had advocated a drone to attack Julian Assange. Trump Jr. responded that, quote, he had already done so.
Yep, because it's true. Absolutely true. Hillary Clinton said she wanted to drone strike Julian Assange. But because Don Jr. retweeted it before WikiLeaks asked him to do so, it's a criminal act. Fucking Democrats.
Same question. This behavior, at the very least, disturbing your reaction?
Disturbing and also subject to investigation.
Oh, come on. Give me a fucking
Describe as
break.
aid and comfort to a hostile intelligence service, sir?
I wouldn't categorize it with any specificity.
They are not a hostile foreign intelligence service. Jesus, that is a service that is under the rules of their home government. WikiLeaks is a private organization.
I yield the balance to the chairman, please.
You got nothing. You got nothing, Quigley. You were a waste of space. That's 5 minutes of my life I want back, you piece of shit.
Not sure I can make good use of 27 seconds, but Director, I think you made it clear that you think it unethical, to put it politely, to tout a foreign service like WikiLeaks publishing stolen political documents in a presidential campaign.
Certainly,
Thank you, Laura.
call
Yes,
for
I will.
investigation.
Thank you, Director. We're going to go now to Mr. Crawford, and then after Mr. Crawford's 5 minutes, we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being here. Days after your appointment, Peter Strzok texted about his concern that there's, quote, no big there in the Trump campaign investigation. Did Strzok or anyone else who worked on the FBI's investigation tell you that around 10 months into the investigation, the FBI still had no case for collusion?
Who? Can you repeat that?
Peter Strzok.
Could you? I'm sorry. Can you move the microphone up a little closer?
Sure. There's
Thank you.
a quote attributed to Peter Strzok. He texted about his concern that there is, quote, no big there in the Trump campaign investigation. Did he or anyone else who worked on the FBI's investigation tell you that around 10 months into the investigation, the FBI still had no case for collusion?
No.
Is the Inspector General report correct that the text messages from Peter Strzok and Lisa Page's phones from your office were not retained after they left the special counsel's office?
Well,
Yes.
I don't. It depends on what you're talking about. The investigation into those Peter Strzok went on for a period of time, and I'm not certain what it encompasses. It may well have encompassed what you're adverting to.
Okay, let me move on just real quickly. Did you ask the department to authorize your office to investigate the origin of the Trump-Russia investigation?
I'm not going to get into that. It goes to internal deliberations.
So the circumstances surrounding the origin of the investigation have yet to be fully vetted then. I'm certainly glad that Attorney General Barr and U.S. Attorney Durham are looking into this matter. With that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the ranking member, Nunes.
Very nice. Short and sweet. Very nice. John Hartman, Farce Awakens was good. Revenge of the Shift was worse. Bravo, sir. Bravo. Well played. And David, I hope you're trolling us by saying you don't get Star Trek references, because those were Star Wars references. And as you know, never the twain shall meet. I am a fan of both, actually. Original series and let's see, A New Hope and Revenge of the no, not Revenge of the Sith. What was that? My God, what was the second one? You know. I won't waste your time. Sorry, my brain. It's getting hot in here.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Mueller, I want to make sure you're aware of who Fusion GPS is. Fusion GPS is a political operations firm that was working directly for the Hillary Clinton campaign and the Democrat National Committee. They produced the dossier, so they paid Steele, who then went out and got the dossier. And I know you don't want to answer any dossier questions, so I'm not going there. But your report mentions Natalia Vesnitskaya 65 times. She meets in the Trump Tower. It's this infamous Trump Tower meeting. It's in your report. You've heard many of the Democrats refer to it today. The meeting was shorter than 20 minutes, I believe. Is that correct?
I think what we have in our report reflects it was about that length.
So do you know, so Fusion GPS, the main actor at Fusion GPS, the president of the company, or the owner of the company, is a guy named Glenn Simpson who's working for Hillary Clinton. Glenn Simpson, do you know how many times Glenn Simpson met with Natalia Vesnitskaya?
Myself? No.
Would it surprise you that the Clinton campaign dirty ops arm met with Natalia Vesnitskaya more times than the Trump campaign did?
Well, this is an area that I'm not going to get into, as I indicated at the outset.
Did you ever interview Glenn Simpson?
I'm
tell you.
going to pass on that.
According to, I'm going to change topics here. According to notes from the State Department official Kathleen Kavalak, Christopher Steele told her that former Russian intelligence head Trubnikov and Putin advisor Surkov were sources for the Steele dossier. Now, knowing that these are, not getting into whether these sources were real or not real, was there any concern that there could have been disinformation that was going from the Kremlin into the Clinton campaign and then being fed into the FBI?
As I said before, this is an area that I cannot speak to.
Is that because it's not in the report, or or because of an ongoing
Internal
investigation?
deliberations, other proceedings, and the like.
Okay. When Andrew Weissman and Zaneb Ahmed joined your team, were you aware that Bruce Orr, Department of Justice top official, directly briefed the dossier allegations to them in the summer of 2016?
Again, I'm not going to speak to that issue.
Okay. Before you arrested George Papadopoulos in July of 2017, he was given $10,000 in cash in Israel. Do you know who gave him that cash?
Again, it's outside our ambit, and questions such as that should go to the FBI or the department.
But it involved your investigation.
It involved persons involved in my investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Good questions, but Mueller stonewalled them at every turn. But again, you've got to get the information out. I had never heard of the Weissman, what was that guy's name? Zahmed, something like that. I'm sorry I'm getting it wrong, whoever you are. I mean no disrespect. But I had not heard that tidbit before about their getting briefed by Bruce Orr before that. That's quite fascinating. Skullcram, our good friend of the chat, Ray, he's going to kill me. I just forgot his last name. Ray Kimbrell. There we go. Ray Kimbrell. He lives in Phoenix, but I don't know what side. But he's definitely there. So you guys could have a get-together. Just kidding. Who the hell would want to get together over my chats? Yes, you have a kindred spirit. I'm surprised Ray's not here today, but he has a lot of things going on, so it shouldn't be actually that much of a surprise. Laura says, what about what was in the WikiLeaks? And by saying stolen documents, admits they are real, which of course we already know. Yeah, that was fun with the Democrats for a while when they were saying, well, these aren't accurate, these don't contain all the context, bullshit like that. And then that was proven false quite quickly, and the Democrats shut up about it. Ray is your neighbor. Oh, that's right, Skullcram. You said that, yes. Wait a minute. You were here yesterday. That's right. Ray brought you in. I forgot. Sorry about that. Again, if you need to say something important to me, you gotta put it in the comments when the video posts, because I'm probably going to screw it up if I read it in the chat.
We will stand in recess for 5 or 10 minutes. Please, folks, remain in your seats. Allow the director, Mr. Zebley, to exit the chamber.
Yeah, it was a good thing Zebley came. He's been a real addition to the process. Okay, let's see here. Trying to find where Mueller comes back in. Looks like, oh God, Swalwell, save us all. Right here, I guess is good.
Committee will come to order.
A little jocularity. Can't wait to see that name change on the chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Placard.
Thank you, Director.
Can't wait.
Mr. Swalwell, you are recognized.
Thank you. Director Mueller, as a prosecutor, you would agree
Hold my beer.
that if a witness or suspect lies or obstructs or tampers with witnesses or destroys evidence during an investigation, that generally that conduct can be used to show a consciousness of guilt. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Let's go through the
No,
different
John, you
people
didn't miss
associated
Jordan.
with the Trump campaign and this investigation who lied to you and other investigators to cover up their disloyal and unpatriotic conduct. If we
All right, fuck you for that characterization. Fuck you mightily.
could put Exhibit 8 up. Director Mueller, I'm showing you Campaign Chairman Paul Manafort, Political Advisor Roger Stone, Deputy Campaign Manager Rick Gates, National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, Donald Trump's personal attorney Michael Cohen, and Foreign Policy Advisor George Papadopoulos. These 6 individuals have each been charged, convicted, or lied to your office or other investigators. Is that right?
Yes, although I look askance at Mr. Stone because he is he is in a different case here in D.C.
So National Security Advisor Flynn lied about discussions with Russian ambassador related to sanctions. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let me just pause right there. I wanted to stop on the chart, but I waited too long. We could easily use that same format to show all the FBI people who have been fired after the Mueller investigation was done, or during the Mueller investigation, or before the Mueller investigation. There are a host of FBI people who have been fired. Bruce Orr was demoted several times. This is just guilt by association. This is pathetic. This is pathetic, disdainful, and woeful, and I would expect nothing less from Swalwell. Nothing less. He is a complete worm, a leech. I can't imagine how he keeps getting reelected. I can't imagine. Like any California Democrat, they don't do shit for their constituencies. All they do is grandstand and try to get on CNN and MSNBC. That's their life. All right, David, be well, sir. Thank you for showing up. Really glad to have you. Oh, yeah, you got to take care of yourself, man. You got to take care of yourself. Get all the rest you can. Thanks again for being here. God bless you.
Michael Cohen lied to this committee about Trump Tower Moscow. Is that correct?
Yes.
George
No.
Papadopoulos, the president's senior foreign policy advisor,
sorry,
lied
Cohen,
to the
yeah.
FBI about his communications about Russia's possession of dirt on Hillary Clinton. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
No.
The president's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, lied about meetings that he had with someone with ties to Russian intelligence. Is that correct?
That's true.
And your investigation was hampered by Trump campaign officials' use of encryption communications. Is that right?
We believe that to be the case.
So now it's illegal to use encryption when you talk to someone. I haven't seen that in the statutes. I assume the people who made those encryption apps are shaking in their boots because Eric Swalwell just characterized their efforts at making communication safe for people as being unpatriotic and against the Federal Records Retention Act. Again, Hillary's server, you moron.
You also believe to be the case that your investigation was hampered by the deletion of electronic messages. Is that correct?
It would be, yes. And generally, any case would be if those kinds of communications are used.
But you have no proof that they were.
For example, you noted that Deputy Campaign Manager Rick Gates, who shared internal campaign polling data with the person with ties to Russian intelligence at the direction of Manafort, that Mr. Gates deleted those communications on a daily basis. Is that right?
I take your word. I say I don't know specifically, but if it's in the report, then I support it.
So what? He wasn't a federal employee at the time. Did I miss something? Was he saying after the election? I blanked out for a minute. I can't listen to Swalwell for more than a few seconds at a time. So if he did say after the election, I apologize for the mischaracterization. But if he did not say that, then fuck him sideways for lying about it.
That's right, Director. It's Volume 1, page 136.
Thank you.
In addition to that, other information was inaccessible because your office determined it was protected by attorney-client privilege. Is that correct?
That is true.
Oh my God, the horror of using the law to protect people. Remember, Trump waived attorney-client privilege when Cohen was arrested. Waived it. Let them look at everything. So again, this is all out of context. This is nothing but a smear campaign, which is all we expected from these hearings. But still, it's so egregious. It just boils my blood.
That would include that you do not know whether communications between Donald Trump and his personal attorneys, Jay Sekulow, Rudy Giuliani, and others discouraged witnesses from cooperating with the government. Is that right?
I'm not going to talk to that.
My God, pure conjecture. Pure and absolute conjecture. That is character assassination at its lowest form. Again, I expect nothing less from someone who wears a cheap suit and a generic tie. That is one of the worst ties I've ever seen. The shirt, the collar's the collar isn't made very well, but that is a horrible tie. Very, very, no wonder you didn't get anywhere in your campaign, Swalwell. Can't even dress right.
That would also mean that you can't talk to whether or not pardons were dangled through the president's attorneys because the shield of attorney-client privilege.
I'm not going to discuss that.
Did you want to interview Donald Trump Jr.?
And I'm not going to discuss that.
Did you subpoena Donald Trump Jr.?
And I'm not going to discuss that.
Hey, Swalwell. Is your dick getting sore yet?
Did you want to interview the president?
Yes.
Director Mueller, on January 1st, 2017 through March 2019,
Very good on the
Donald
body.
Trump met with Vladimir Putin
Putin?
in person.
He said a word wrong. Put him in a loony bin. He's obviously out of his mind. He can't represent his district anymore. He's got to go. He's got to go. He said a word wrong. And that's the Trump standard. So, welcome, Eric. Welcome to the loony bin. See you bye.
6 times, called him 10 times, and exchanged 4 letters with him. Between that time period, how many times did you meet with Donald Trump?
I'm not going to get into that.
He did not meet with you in person, is that correct?
He did not.
So,
As a result
what?
of lies, deletion of text messages, obstruction, and witness tampering, is it fair to say that you were unable to fully assess the scope and scale of Russia's interference in the 2016 election and Trump's role in that interference?
A whole run of lies and half-truths. Picasso said President Trump met with President Putin. Not during the campaign. After in Helsinki, right? They never met during the campaign. Yes, Uncle Bobby, absolutely. Who is Vladimir Putin? We need to know. Eric Swalwell, get on the phone. Tell us what you know. And it'll be a 10-second conversation.
I'm not certain I would adopt that characterization in total. There may be pieces of it that are accurate, but not in total.
But you did state in Volume 1, page 10, that while this report embodies factual and legal determinations, the office believes it to be accurate and complete to the greatest extent possible. Given these identified gaps, the office cannot rule out the possibility that the unavailable information would shed additional light. Is that correct?
That is correct. We don't know what we don't know.
Very good. Very good. But do you seriously think there was anything out there that would have shown actual conspiracy and coordination when you look at the actual results that the Russians had on the election, which were 0? There were a couple of rallies that were started by Russian pages on Facebook, one pro-Trump, one anti-Trump. One before the election, one after the election. The Russians were there to make us go at each other, and the Democrats fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. They say that Trump isn't strong enough against the Russians. They say Trump is in Vladimir Putin's back pocket. They are the ones who are tearing America apart. Oh, okay. What Picasso was saying is that just because the president met with Putin, how is that nefarious? Thank you. You were talking about a Swalwell reference. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just, you can't do what we say you can't do. But we can do whatever we want. It is the most basic schoolyard bullying tactic in the world. It has been around for eons. And the Democrats have honed it into a fine art. I pray that the 2020 elections go our way completely, including a sweep of the House of Representatives, so we can get this shit over and put the Democrats back into their creaky little box and make them sit there for the next 12 years. I think it's going to take that long to get their shit together and get another candidate out that could actually win the White House. We know it goes in cycles. No one runs the presidency, not one party runs the presidency for long periods of time. It's usually 8 years at best. And then there's a switch. But I'm hoping we can keep the Dems out for another 2 cycles after 2020. I think we can do it.
Why is it so important that witnesses cooperate and tell the truth in an investigation like this?
Because the testimony of the witnesses goes to the heart of just about any criminal case you have.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd yield back. And thank you, Director Mueller.
Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Ms. Stefanik.
Pure Swalwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, as special counsel, did you review documents related to the origin of the counterintelligence investigation into the Trump campaign?
On occasion,
Was the Steele dossier one of those documents that was reviewed?
and I can't discuss that case.
I'm just asking a process question. Have you read the Steele dossier?
And again, I'm not going to respond to that.
You were tasked as special
Wow.
counsel to investigate whether there was collusion between Russia and the Trump campaign associates to interfere with the 2016 election. And the FBI, we know, has relevant documents and information related to the opening of the CI investigation. Were you and your team permitted to access all of those documents?
And again, I can't get into that investigative, what we collected and what we're doing with investigation material.
Can't even give a rote answer without stumbling.
Let me ask it this way. Was there any limitation in your access to documents related to the counterintelligence
That's such a broad question. I have real trouble answering it.
Did the special counsel's office undertake any efforts to investigate and verify or disprove allegations contained in the Steele dossier?
Again, I can't respond.
The reason I'm asking for the American public that is watching, it's apparent that the Steele dossier formed part of the basis to justify the FBI's counterintelligence investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. As we know, it was used to obtain a FISA warrant on Carter Page. This is why I'm asking these questions. Did your office undertake any efforts to identify Steele's sources or subsources?
Again, the same answer.
Were these tasks referred to any other agencies?
Again, I can't speak to it.
Did your office consider whether the Russian government used Steele's sources to provide Steele with disinformation?
Again, I can't speak to that.
Oh, Bobbity. 7.62 answers. Questions, 308 answers. I would actually change that, if I may, to 7.62 questions, 556 answers. But within 110 yards, the 55 grain bow tail ball ammo for the M16 and AR-15 is pretty freaking devastating. Out the long range, it's a plinker, but within 110 yards, it'll really end your day. 308, of course, there's no coming back. 2 shots into a ceramic plate, and it's all over. Ball game's over.
I understand I'm asking these questions just for the record, so thanks for your patience. Shifting gears here, did any member of the special counsel's office staff travel overseas as part of the investigation?
Yes, but I can't go further than that.
I'm going to ask, to which countries?
And I can't answer that.
Did they meet with foreign government officials?
Again, it's out of our bailiwick.
Ooh,
did they meet with
bailiwick,
foreign private
finally.
citizens?
Again, same response.
Did they seek information about a U.S. citizen or any U.S.
Again,
citizens?
a territory that I cannot go to.
Thank you for answering on the record. These are important questions for the American public, and we're hopeful that the IG is able to answer these questions. I will yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Well, she is dressed nicely. Shoulder pads are definitely back in, folks.
Mr. Mueller, I want to go back to, we started off with Joseph Mifsud, who's at the center of this investigation. He appears in your report a dozen times or more. He really is the epicenter. He's at the origin of this. He's the man who supposedly knows about Clinton's emails. You've seen on the screen, the Democrats have continually put up all the prosecutions that you made against Trump campaign officials and others. But I'm struggling to understand why you didn't indict Joseph Mifsud, who seems to be the man in the middle of all of this.
Well, I think you understand that you cannot get into either classified or law enforcement information without a rationale for doing it. And I have said all I'm going to be able to say with regard to Mr. Mifsud.
Disappointing.
Were you aware of Kathleen Kavalek's involvement, that she had met with Ms. Steele, the State Department official?
Again,
Mr.
I
Steele.
can't respond to that question. It's outside my jurisdiction.
Okay. The Carter Page FISA warrant was re-upped 3 times. The last time it was re-upped was under your watch. So were you in the approval process of that last time that the Carter Page warrant was?
Well, I can't speak specifically about that warrant, but if you ask, was I in the approval chain, the answer is no.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Special Counsel Mueller,
no.
for your testimony and for your service to our country.
Oh, no.
Donald
Oh,
Trump, over the
God.
years, has surrounded himself with some very shady people, people that lied for him, people that covered up for him, people that helped him enrich himself. I want to talk specifically about one of those instances that's in your report. Specifically, let's turn to the Trump Tower Moscow project, which
Oh,
you
Jesus.
described in your report as, quote, as a, quote, highly lucrative deal for the Trump organization. Is that right?
I would have to look at the quote from the
Sure.
report if you have it.
Sure, it's on volume 2, page 135. It's just
The hell you do them in volume 2? This is the Intelligence Committee. You're supposed to be talking about Russian collusion. This was about obstruction. When Cohen lied to Congress about Trump telling him when to say the deal was ended. I think you're getting a little bit out of bounds there, Joaquin. And for those of you who aren't steeped in political minutia, Joaquin is the twin brother of Julian Castro, the nothing polling presidential candidate on the Democrat side. The one who wants to give every American $18,000 a year just because. Yeah, that won't ruin the job market at all.
described as highly lucrative.
Yeah, why would someone want to make a business deal that was highly lucrative? It just makes no sense. Why would anyone do that?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Your office prosecuted Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen was Donald Trump's lawyer, for lying to this committee about several aspects of the Trump organization's pursuit of the Trump Tower Moscow deal. Is that right?
That's correct.
Several aspects? Several aspects? He lied about when the deal was ended. He said it was January and it was actually June. What else was there? Yeah, even if there were more than one, they're just trying to make Trump look bad by someone who was attached to him, who turned out to be a con man, a loser, and an inveterate liar. Trump doesn't always have the best people.
According to your report, Cohen lied to, quote, minimize links between the project and Trump, unquote, and to, quote, stick to the party line, unquote, in order not to contradict Trump's public message that no connection existed between Trump and Russia.
Unsubstantiated gossip through Cohen that you can't prove at all, and neither can Cohen, and he says so.
Is that right?
That's yes, that's correct.
Now, when you're talking about the party line here, the party line in this case,
If I can interject, the one thing I should have said at the outset, if it was in the report, and consequently, I do believe it to be true.
thank you. The party line in this case was that the deal ended in January 2016. In other words, they were saying that the deal ended in January 2016 before the Republican primaries. In truth, though, the deal extended to June 2016.
So what? I should just have a soundboard where I can hit the key and it says, so what? Tap, 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 tap. This is ridiculous. This is such pussy pandering.
when Donald Trump was already the presumptive Republican nominee.
Not
Is that
illegal.
correct?
That's correct.
The party line was also that Cohen discussed the deal with Trump only 3 times, when in truth, they discussed it multiple times. Is that right?
Also true, and part of the basis for the plea that he entered for lying to this entity.
Yeah, lying to the Senate. Did he just say lying to the Senate? Whatever. Yeah, Cohen lied. Okay, he lied twice. I had forgotten the second lie. Shoot me in Minecraft. But so what? Again, Jesus Christ.
Thank you. And thank you for prosecuting that.
Cohen did a lot more than lie to Congress, by the way, Joaquin. Do you remember all the other crimes he committed? Crimes that were vastly more important than lying to Congress? Vastly? Never bring that up, do you? Nope, Cohen only lied to Congress on Trump's behalf. That's all he ever did. Forget everything else, people. Listen to me, listen to me. Let me lie to you. Listen to me.
Party line was also that Cohen and Trump never discussed traveling to Russia during the campaign, when in truth, they did discuss it. Is that right?
That's accurate.
So what?
And the party line was that Cohen never received a response from the Kremlin to his inquiries about the Trump Tower Moscow deal. In fact, Cohen not only received a response from the Kremlin to his email, but also had a lengthy conversation with a Kremlin representative who had a detailed understanding of the project. Is that right?
If it's in the report, that is accurate. Recitation of that piece of the report.
Heaven forbid someone who's working on a project, trying to get a building built, talks to the people who hold all the keys that are needed to unlock the process to get your building built. Okay, Cohen lied about it. So what?
So you have the candidate Trump at the time saying he had no business dealings with Russia.
And not until after the deal was closed, you piece of shit.
His lawyer,
deal was stopped. They didn't close the deal, they stopped the deal. Difference. So my apologies.
was lying about it. And then the Kremlin, who during that time was talking to President Trump's lawyer about the deal. Is that right?
I can't adopt your characterization.
Not only was Cohen lying on Trump's behalf, but so was the Kremlin. On August 30th, 2017, 2 days after Cohen submitted his false statement to this committee, claiming that he never received a response to his email to the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin's press secretary told reporters that the Kremlin left the email unanswered. That statement by Putin's press secretary was false, wasn't it?
No. Cohen sent the email to the wrong address. To an address he got off the freaking internet. It sat there in the press secretary's box because it made no sense. The press secretary did not respond to Cohen. Someone else did. It may be a fine point, but it's still a point to be made. If I've got that wrong, rip me apart in the chat, rip me apart in the comment section. That's how I remember it.
I can't speak to that.
Although it was widely reported in the press.
Again, I can't speak to that, particularly if it was dependent upon media sources.
But it was consistent with the lie that Cohen had made to the committee. Is that right?
I'm not certain I could go that far.
So Cohen, President Trump, and the Kremlin were all telling the same lie.
I defer to you on that. I can't get into the details.
I defer to you on that. Come on. Come on.
Special Counsel Mueller, I want to ask you something that's very important to the nation.
Sure it is.
Did your investigation evaluate whether President Trump could be vulnerable to blackmail by the Russians?
Vulnerable?
Because the Kremlin knew that Trump and his associates lied about connections to Russia related to the Trump Tower deal.
Trump did not lie about his connections to Russia. That is a bald-faced lie. Joaquin Castro is worse than Swalwell. Swalwell, at least, is stupid. Joaquin is being crafty, but he's still a lying sack of shit.
I can't speak to that.
I yield back, Chairman.
You got nothing, Joaquin. You got messed up. Welcome to the Thunderdome, buddy.
Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mueller, you've been asked many times this afternoon about collusion, obstruction of justice, and impeachment and the Steele dossier, and I don't think your answers are going to change if I ask you about those questions. So I'm going to ask about a couple of press stories, because a lot of what the American people have received about this have been on press stories, and some of that has been wrong, and some of those press stories have been accurate. On April 13th, 2018, McClatchy reported that you had evidence Michael Cohen made a secret trip to Prague during the 2016 presidential election. I think he told one of the committees here in Congress that was incorrect. Is that story true?
I can't go into it.
Got you.
It's in your report.
On October 31st, 2016, Slate published a report suggesting that a server at Trump Tower was secretly communicating with Russia's Alpha Bank, and I quote, akin to what criminal syndicates do. Do you know if that story is true?
Do not.
Cenk Uygur's favorite conspiracy theory, by the way. He is sure that Trump is going to get rung up on financial crimes. And he is big on that server conspiracy theory. Again, if the Democrats can't connect the dots, it's because there needs to be more investigation. If the Republicans can't connect the dots, it's because they're conspiracy theorists. Fucking Democrats.
Do not.
You do not
know whether it's true.
So did you not investigate these allegations which are suggestive of potential Trump-Russia?
Because I believe it's not true doesn't mean it would not be investigated. It may well have been investigated, although at my belief at this point it's not true.
Good copy. Thank you. As a former CIA officer, I want to focus on something I think both sides of the political aisle can agree on. That is, how do we prevent Russian intelligence and other adversaries from doing this again? And after overseeing counterintelligence operations for 12 years as FBI director, and then investigating what the Russians have done in the 2016 election, you've seen tactics, techniques, and results of Russian intelligence operations. Our committee made a recommendation that the FBI should improve its victim notification process when a person, entity, or campaign has fallen victim to active measures of attack. Would you agree with this?
It sounds like a worthwhile endeavor. I will tell you, though, that the ability of our intelligence agencies to work together in this arena is perhaps more important than that. And adopting whatever, and I'm not that familiar with legislation, but whatever legislation will encourage us working together. By us, I mean the FBI, CIA, NSA, and the rest. It should be pursued aggressively, early.
Who do you think should be responsible within the federal government to counter disinformation?
I'm no longer in the federal government, so
but you've had a long career, storied career, and I don't think there's anybody who better understands the threat that we are facing than you. Do you have an opinion as a former FBI officer?
As to
who should be the coordinating points within the federal government on how to deal with disinformation?
I don't want to wade in those waters.
A good copy. One of the most striking things in
Good copy. He said that twice now. This guy had to have been a former radio officer, or at least a radio operator in the military. That's pure military jargon. Good copy. Dude, I thank you for your service. Appreciate it. CIA officer too. So this guy's got some cred. And Uncle Bobbity, what we were talking about earlier with what the Democrats say versus what they say about us, pure projection. You're right. Right out of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. accuse the other side of what you were doing. It's just to think of a party, a political party in the U.S. who would adopt a book called Rules for Radicals. Just tells you all you need to know about the left wing of the Democratic Party.
Your report is that the Internet Research Agency not only undertook a social media campaign in the U.S., but they were able to organize political rallies after the election. Our committee issued a report and insight on saying that Russian active measures are growing with frequency and intensity, and including their expanded use of groups such as the IRA, and these groups pose a significant threat to the United States and our allies.
IRA doesn't exist anymore.
Would you agree with that?
Yes. In fact, one of the other areas that we have to look at are many more many more countries are developing capability to replicate what the Russians had done.
Finally, someone mentions other countries who do the exact same thing, who try to hack into our servers, military government and business, try to steal information, try to wreck our infrastructure electronically, and try to screw over our elections. Russia, they've been doing it since they instituted the Soviet Union back in, 1917, 1918, the October Revolution, which is November on our calendar. They use the Gregorian calendar. You've got Iran. You've got China. India's doing it. Israel. Let's face it. Israel's doing it. Israel's run espionage ops in our country before. Allies and enemies. It's a threat. And we can't allow it. What did Trump do when Russia tried to insert themselves electronically into the midterm? He ordered a data strike on the Russian system and shut it down. We flooded them. Probably, I don't know if it was a DDoS, but it was something along those lines. And we flooded them with requests, and they had no ability to transmit. We didn't fire a shot. We didn't consider it an act of war, like Hillary Clinton said she would. But we protected the country. Trump protected the country. The unpatriotic, lying, criminal, cheating President of the United States, according to the Democrats. Jesus Christ. Alinsky carried a SAG card for projectionists. That's very good, Uncle Bobbity. I was a member of the IATSC for a couple of years. I was a theater projectionist back in the days of single-screen theaters and movies that were held over for another week back in the day. Uncle Bobbity also says if American intelligence agencies hadn't done it first, turning our digital infrastructure into Swiss cheese, it would be more difficult for foreign actors to try it. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Including buying blade servers from the Chinese. They're brilliant. Shut down our entire Aegis-class missile cruiser system until we could replace all that. Oh my God. Fucking idiots. I'm not saying just Democrats. Republicans have screwed up too. Don't get me wrong. Not just the Democrats who have made these mistakes. It's the government who have made these mistakes. It's the infrastructure who has made these mistakes. I'm not claiming party politics on that at all.
You alluded to making sure all the elements of the federal government should be working together. Do you have a suggestion on a strategy to do that to counter this disinformation?
Not overarching.
Is this, in your investigation, did you think that this was a single attempt by the Russians to get involved in our election, or did you find evidence to suggest they'll try to do this again?
No, it wasn't a single attempt. They're doing it as we sit here. And they expect to do it during the next campaign.
Good point.
Director Mueller, I appreciate your time and indulging us here in multiple committees, and I yield back to the ranking member if he has. I yield back to the chairman.
Mr. Heck.
Director Mueller, I'd like to go to the motives behind the Trump campaign encouragement and acceptance of help during the election. Obviously, a clear motivation was to help them in what would turn out to be a very close election, but there was another key motivation, and that was, frankly, the desire to make money. I always try to remember what my dad, who never had the opportunity to go beyond the 8th grade, taught me, which is that I should never, ever underestimate the capacity of some people to cut corners and even more in order to worship and chase the almighty buck.
Got 2 words for it. Sorry about the clicking. I have to adjust my armrest. Got 2 words for you, Denny. By the way, was that year conceived under the table at Denny's? Oh, did I just say that out loud? Anyway, Clinton Foundation. All I got to say to you.
And this is important because I think it, in fact, does go to the heart of why the Trump campaign was so unrelentingly intent on developing relationships with the Kremlin. So let's quickly revisit one financial scheme we just discussed, which was the Trump Tower in Moscow. We indicated earlier that it was a lucrative deal. Trump, in fact, stood, he and his company, to earn many millions of dollars on that deal. Did they not, sir? True.
How horrible.
And Cohen, Mr. Cohen, his attorney, testified before this committee that President Trump believed the deal required Kremlin approval. Is that consistent with what he told you?
I'm not certain whether it's Mr. Trump himself or others associated with that enterprise that had discussed the necessity of having the input from the state, meaning the Russian government, in order for it to go forward successfully.
Isn't it also true that Donald Trump viewed his presidential campaign, as he told top campaign aides, that the campaign was an infomercial for the Trump organization and his properties?
I'm not familiar with that.
No one said that.
Let's turn to Trump campaign chair Paul Manafort. Did, in fact, your investigation find any evidence that Manafort intended to use his position as Trump's campaign chair for his own personal financial benefit?
I would say there was some indication of that, but I won't go further.
I think you'll find it on page 135 of Volume 1. During the transition, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met with Sergei Gorkov, the head of a Russian-owned bank that is under U.S. sanctions. And according to the head of the bank, he met with Kushner in his capacity as CEO of Kushner Companies to discuss business opportunities. Is that correct, sir?
I'm not certain.
I'm not
certain about that. Let me just put it that way.
It was asserted thusly in your report, Volume 1, 160, pages 161 and 162.
See, this is where Mueller looks bad. He can't understand citations from his own report. So it's pretty obvious he had very little input in writing it. He certainly didn't read it very often. It's very poor showing on his part. But again, we're painting Trump with this brush of being an illegal actor. We're painting Kushner with this brush of being an illegal actor, when none of that is true. They did not do anything illegal. If they had, Mueller would have indicted him. Kushner is not under the same OLC protection as Trump. And even then, Mueller told Barr 3 times that it wasn't the OLC memos that kept him from indicting Trump. It wasn't that at all. Uncle Bobbity says it was to sidestep Clinton's war stance that had that which won. Yes, absolutely. She wanted to go to war with everybody. She was a complete hawk. I believe right now we would have pulled out of Yemen and left the Saudis to rot with an Iranian-backed state right on their border. we would be fighting Russia in a proxy war in Syria, and we would either be bombing North Korea or letting them do whatever they want. There would be no discussion. It would either be fire and fury, or it would be appeasement. That's the Democrat way.
Your report notes that at the time, Kushner companies were trying to renegotiate a billion, with a B, $1 billion lease of their flagship building at 666 Fifth Avenue, correct?
I'm not familiar with those financial arrangements.
Also on page 162, where Kushner companies, it was asserted, had debt obligations coming due on the company. Eric Prince, a supporter close to Trump,
A supporter.
campaign and administrative.
A supporter. I was.
Yes. He met in the Seychelles during the transition with Kirill Dmitriev, who was the head of a sanctioned Russian government investment arm, which had close ties to Vladimir Putin. Correct, sir?
Yes.
Every Russian business that makes money has close ties to Vladimir Putin. Russia is a kleptocracy. It's like talking to the Russian ambassador or the Iranian. Oh, we don't have an Iranian ambassador. Any ambassador in any country. The head ambassador is a spy. The people who work for him are spies. That's how it works. So you meet with a Russian businessman, he automatically has ties to Putin. They all do. But, again, so fucking what?
Your investigation determined that Mr. Prince had not known nor conducted business with Dmitriev before Trump won the election, correct?
Well, I defer to the report on that.
Yet it does, and yet Prince, who had connections to top administration, Trump administration officials.
Define connections, and Prince had nothing to do with the campaign. He had nothing to do with Trump. He was an outside actor who you are painting with a broad brush just to make a point that doesn't exist.
Met with Dmitriev during the transition period to discuss business opportunities, among other things. But it wasn't just
Among other
Trump and his
things.
associates who were trying to make money off this deal, nor hide it, nor lie about it. Russia was too. That was the whole point, to gain relief from sanctions, which would hugely benefit their incredibly wealthy oligarchs.
How would sanctions benefit oligarchs? Released sanctions, reduced sanctions would work. And Trump increased the sanctions in December of 2016? I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry, he wasn't in office yet. My mistake. But certainly very soon after the inauguration, the screws on Russia were tightened, and they've been tightened since. Yet you're going to sit there and try to paint the Russia relation to the Trump campaign as being one of coziness and appeasement by the Trump administration. Fuck you.
For example, sanctions relief was discussed at that June 9th meeting in the Trump Tower, was it not, sir?
Yes. But
So-
it was not a main subject for discussion.
And it was discussed. It means she brought it up
Trump
and they shut it
administration
down.
National Security Advisor designate Michael Flynn also discussed sanctions in a secret conversation with the Russian ambassador, did he not?
Correct.
It wasn't a secret conversation because you fuckers unmasked him and leaked his name and then made it possible for Comey to ambush him in the White House with 2 FBI agents without a lawyer present and tricked him into a perjury trap, which you sprung closed like a praying mantis, and he still hasn't been sentenced. And he probably, not definitely, but probably, will be able to get out from under his guilty plea when it's shown how much they screwed him over. He's got new lawyers. I've said this before. He's got new lawyers. He's going to get out of this. Excuse me for a moment. I have run out of tea. I need to communicate with my dear executive producer, Picasso Nose. Oops. Sorry, folks. My executive producer's nickname is Sweetie. It has nothing to do with a close, personal, and loving relationship. Trust me. Trust me. Nothing to do with it at all. Back to the comedy jokes.
So to summarize, Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, Paul Manafort, Jared Kushner, Eric Prince, and others in the Trump orbit all tried to use their connections with the Trump organization to profit from Russia, which was openly seeking relief from sanctions. Is that true, sir?
I'm not certain I can adopt what you are thinking.
I will, and I'd further assert
Nobody
that
cares.
was not only dangerous, it was un-American. Greed corrupts.
Dangerous and un-American. Wow. Yep. Trump is anti-America. Absolutely. That 4th of July parade, his speech, he didn't mean it. He hates America. It's obvious. Denny Heck knows this for a fact. Trump hates America. Right? We should just end this hearing right now, drag Trump out of the White House, tar and feather him, and run him out of town on a rail, like I referenced yesterday. That's the only solution. But it has to be Congress who does it, because Mueller left it up to Congress to take care of the problem. Remember?
Greed corrupts, and it is a terrible foundation for developing American foreign policy.
You show me one instance of greed in our foreign policy. One. I'm thinking of really bad words for Denny, but I don't want to go that far. This is pure projection, as Uncle Bobbity made obvious earlier. Pure projection. I do like the tie, though. Yes, Uncle Bobbity, absolutely, greed does corrupt everyone. Certainly, we've never seen any Democrats show a propensity to profit from their stance in politics. Oh, wait. Look at the entire history of Illinois governors. Almost every Democrat was rung up on one corruption charge or another. The federal state prison, or is it the state prison? Anyway, there's a large prison complex in Marion, Illinois, and the joke is that they need to move the governor's state house next to Marion so they can save on transportation costs once they're convicted, like they always are.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
You sanctimonious sack of shit.
Director Mueller, given your constraints on what you're able or
Not
allowed
Ratcliffe.
to answer with
Yeah,
respect
the last guy
to
heard.
counterintelligence matters or other matters that are currently open and under investigation, you're not going to be able to answer my remaining questions. So I thank you for your courtesies in the answers that you have given to my prior questions. And I do thank you for your extraordinary career and record of service, and yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you.
Ratcliffe is a class act. That's all there is to it. All there is to it. He's a class act. Uncle Bobbity says Democrats who gain more money than they are paid by government employment happens accidentally. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like being shot twice in the back and it being ruled a suicide. Sorry, back of the head. And it being ruled a suicide. That was an accident. He probably fell on the gun twice.
Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe and Mr. Mueller. Let me associate my words with Mr. Ratcliffe. Got a few more questions. I want to clean up a little bit about the Eric Prince Seychelles meeting. So Eric Prince testified before this committee that he was surveilled by the U.S. government and that information from this surveillance was leaked to the press. Did you investigate whether Prince was surveilled and whether classified information on him was illegally leaked to the media?
Did you say, did you or will you?
Well, I know you can't. I know you're not.
So I can't discuss
I know you're
either
not
way.
going to join back up in the ranks. But did you refer? Were you aware that Prince has made these allegations that he was surveilled? He's concerned that there were leaks about this surveillance. Did you make any referrals about these
No,
leaks?
I can't get into discussion on it.
Okay. Also want to, General Flynn, I know you came after the leak of his phone call with the Russian ambassador. Your time at FBI, it would be a major scandal, wouldn't it, for the leak of the National Security Advisor and anyone?
I can't adopt that hypothesis.
Did your report name any people who were acting as U.S. government informants or sources without disclosing that fact?
I can't answer that.
I can. You did.
On volume 1, page 133 of your report, you state that Konstantin Kilimnik has ties to Russian intelligence. His name came up quite often today, but your report omits to mention that Kilimnik has long-term relationships with U.S. government officials, including our own State Department.
I can't get into that.
I know it's not in the report, but if Kilimnik is being used in the report to say that he was possibly some type of Russian agent, and I think it is important for this committee to know if Kilimnik has ties to our own State Department, which it appears that he does.
Again, it's the same territory that I'm loath to get into.
You were asked this earlier about Trump attorney John Dowd, that pieces of his phone call were omitted from the report. It was what Mr. Dowd calls exculpatory evidence. Are you concerned about?
I'm not certain I would agree with that characterization. I think I said that before.
Yes. An American citizen from the Republic of Georgia, who your report misidentifies as a Russian, claims that your report omitted parts of a text message he had with Michael Cohen about stopping the flow of compromising tapes of Donald Trump. In the omitted portions, he says he did not know what the tapes actually showed. Was that portion of the exchange left out of the report for a reason?
No, we got an awful lot into the report, but we did not get every intersection or conversation and the like. So I am not familiar with that particular episode you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, microphone. Sorry. Turned it off when I went to scratch the kitty's head. Mr. Mueller, he's not asking you if you got every conversation and every intercept into the report. He's asking you, basically, why did you omit exculpatory sentences and phrases in the report when they were right there in front of you? Why was the report tainted in such a way as to make every situation look worse for the Trump administration? There was not one instance of your saying, well, this showed, I shouldn't say that. They did list the exculpatory evidence in Volume 2 about how here's the bad news about Trump, and then here's the good news. Here's why we can charge him, but here's why we can't. They did that in pretty much every 10 of those scenarios that were on that list. Well, of course, to the Democrats, there's more than 10, or there's 8, or there's 5, and whatever.
Mr. Welch.
Director Mueller, did you find there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia?
Well, we don't use the word collusion. The word we usually use is well, not collusion, but one of the other terms that that fills in when collusion is not used.
When did I turn my microphone off again? That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, forget what I may have said previously. It doesn't matter. I don't remember what I said now. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
In any event, we decided not to use the word collusion inasmuch as it has no relevance to the criminal law arena.
My space bar is turning off my microphone. Or wait a minute, am I hitting the wrong key? Let me see something. What's going on here?
The term is conspiracy.
Huh. I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is Mueller couldn't get out the most obvious phrase. We didn't use collusion because it's not a term of art in the legal process. We used conspiracy and coordination. He could not get that out. It took him forever to say a simple sentence. This hearing should have been stopped right there. He should have been helped into a car and taken home to have a nice scotch and some oxygen. He needs help. That man should not be in this room right now. This is elder abuse. I'm not being lighthearted about that. I mean it. He has no business being in that room. I think they are taking advantage of this man, and I think it's disgusting. Republican or Democrat, I don't care. I don't care. This shouldn't have happened. This is poor. Uncle Bobbity says Democrats. Oh, we already read that. Sorry. Thank you. Is the chat frozen? Is it? Let me see something here. No, it's up. Okay. Just checking.
See that you prefer to use.
That's a conspiracy, exactly right.
You help me, I'll help you.
Thank you.
There's an agreement. Thank you. And in fact, you had to then make a charging decision after your investigation, where unless there was enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, you wouldn't make a charge, correct?
Generally, that's the case.
But making that decision does not mean your investigation failed to turn up evidence of conspiracy.
Absolutely correct.
And in fact, I'll go through some of the significant
Evidence, not chargeable. There's evidence that I broke about 20 motor vehicle laws Tuesday. But I wasn't charged. There is evidence that I wanted to illegally put a fence in my front yard. But I was never charged. And you know why? Because there wasn't enough to go on. People saw me driving like a maniac Tuesday, and I'm very embarrassed by what I did. But I was never pulled over. I was never filmed. At least I was. If I was filmed, I wasn't reported. So nothing happened. These are thought crimes that they're trying to get the president on. Uncle Bobbity says, E. Jean Carroll versus Robert Mueller for most incoherent. I'm going to have to go with Carol, because even though Trump is stumbling and fumbling and having a very hard time saying basic things, Carol was a complete lunatic. She had the gift of speech, but she didn't have the gift of comprehension, of cognition. She was out of her mind. At least Mueller knows where he's at. Well, knows what he's trying to say, I guess is what I mean. And Skullcram says, just imagine the pressure they, being both sides, are putting on an older man. Dude, he's an old man. Older's me. I'm an older man. Mueller's an old man. He's a geriatric, as was said earlier. And he is not getting the attention he deserves. He, as John Hartman said earlier, he deserves at least a seventh inning stretch. What's his name? Zelny, the guy next to him. He should have raised his hand and say, "We need a break." This is just disheartening.
Findings that your exhaustive investigation made. You found, as I understand it, that from May 2016 until the end of the campaign, campaign chairman Mr. Manafort gave private polling information to Russian agents, correct?
Correct.
Could you speak in the microphone?
Yep, I will. My apologies.
Thank you. And your investigation found that in June 2016, Donald Trump Jr. made an arrangement to meet at Trump Tower along with Jared Kushner and others, expecting to receive dirt on the Hillary Clinton campaign, correct?
Not illegal.
And you found in your investigation that on July 27th, candidate Trump called on Russia to hack Hillary Clinton's email, something
Jesus
that for the
Christ,
first
not
time
this
they did
again.
about 5 hours
It's
later,
a
correct?
joke, you idiot.
And you also found that on August 2nd, Mr. Manafort met with a person tied to Russian intelligence, Mr. Kalimnik, and gave him internal campaign strategy, aware that Russia was intending to do a misinformation social media campaign, correct?
I'm not certain of the tie there.
But the fact of that meeting, you
But
agree
the
with?
fact of the meeting that took place is accurate.
Right. The meeting took place is accurate. The characterization of what happened is bullshit. And what was the other thing? He just said one other thing. Kalimnik being tied to Russian intelligence. Define tied to Russian intelligence. Those are weasel words, you piece of shit. And we know, actually, from recent reporting, that Kalimnik is a Western asset, which Mueller failed to disclose, just like he failed to disclose who Misfud was working for, just like he failed to indict Misfud for lying 3 times to the FBI. It's all a crock of shit.
In your investigation, as I understand it, also found that in the late summer of 2016, the Trump campaign, in fact, devised its strategy and messaging around WikiLeaks releases of materials that were stolen from the Democratic National Committee, correct?
Is that from the report?
Yes, it's
right.
according
Yes.
to Mr. Gates.
Yes.
Information fell out of the sky, fell out of WikiLeaks, and the Trump campaign is supposed to go, well, no, we'll just let that pass. It doesn't mean anything to us. I mean, what can we do with emails showing that Hillary lied, that they cheated Bernie, that the money that came in for the Democratic committee or for Bernie was channeled directly into Hillary's campaign? Things like that. Why would the Republican Party, who's trying to get a president elected, why would they put together a strategy around such a thing? That is so unthinkable. I mean, imagine if the Democrats had gotten completely unverifiable dirt from Russia and then tried to in a circular fashion, feed it to the FBI so they would open an investigation and ultimately bring down Trump. I mean, that would never happen. Why am I even saying that? That's ludicrous. Well, who would do such a thing?
Yes, thank you. And you also talked earlier about the finding in your investigation that in September and October of 2016, Donald Trump Jr. had email communications with WikiLeaks, now indicted, about releasing information damaging to the Clinton campaign, correct?
True.
Retweets that he had already done. It was a direct message from WikiLeaks saying, "Hey, can you circulate this part about the drone strike against Julian Assange?" And Trump, and he said that the recipient, I don't remember if it was Donald or Jared, I just forgot. I think it was Donald. And he said, "We've already done it. I'm on it." Where's the collusion? Where's the conspiracy? Where's the coordination? I guess you could call it coordination, but WikiLeaks isn't Russia. Some people like to think they are, but they're not. They may be hostile to governments, but they're an equal opportunity hostility purveyor. They don't just go after one place. And you know who's been hit hardest by WikiLeaks? America. We've taken the brunt of WikiLeaks. So don't give me this shit that Trump was in bed with them. That's ridiculous.
So, so I understand you made a decision, prosecutorial decision, that this would not rise to proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, it was not a chargeable offense. There was nothing there that was illegal.
But I ask if you share my concern. And my concern is,
Not going to answer
we
it.
established a new normal from this past campaign that is going to apply to future campaigns, so that if any one of us running for the U.S. House, any candidate for the U.S. Senate, any candidate for the presidency of the United States, aware that a hostile foreign power is trying to influence an election, has no duty to report that to the FBI or other authorities.
I hope.
Go ahead.
I hope this is not the new normal, but I fear it is.
And
Nothing that happened was illegal. Nothing. Nothing that happened was reportable. Trump Tower, Moscow building, all media crimes, all thought crimes by the Democrats and the mainstream media. This is not the new normal. It has been this way forever. Look at the presidential campaigns of the 1800s, late 17, early 1800s. The things that they said about each other. If I'm not mistaken, a paper that was partial to John Adams when he was running, I might get the dates wrong, excuse me. I'm pretty sure it was John Adams running against Thomas Jefferson. And the paper partial to Adams published that Thomas Jefferson had a tail. And there was a drawing of Thomas Jefferson with a tail. That's how bad things were. They've gotten better. Not a lot better. Mainstream media is definitely in the bag for one party. There is no balance. There is some conservative media. Fox, of course, has the best ratings on cable. Sometimes the best ratings of all channels, not just news networks. But it's still only 3 million people. ABC, CBS, NBC, they have tens of millions of viewers. Sometimes upwards of 24, 28 million. And they are all in the bag for the Democrats. How do you beat that? Alternative media. That's how you beat it. More and more people are turning away from broadcast TV, including cable, including Fox, and they're turning to places like YouTube and BitChute, Dailymotion, etc. People are learning the truth. And I hope that in some small way I can contribute to that. I hope. Uncle Bobbity. Ted Danson looks terrible. Ted Danson looks terrible in this role. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, he could use a Ted Danson toupee. And Uncle Bobbity also says, didn't Adams publish the Sally Hemings story before the election? I'm fairly certain he did. And it really pisses me off that the Sally Hemings story is said as truth these days. It just goes to show how incredibly decrepit our American public educational system is, to where people believe the Sally Heming lie. I weep for education in this country. I've said that before, but I still do. I weep for it.
Would in fact have the ability, without fear of legal repercussion, to meet with agents of that foreign entity hostile to the American election?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
Yeah, what is the question?
Is that an apprehension that you share with me?
Yes.
And that there would be no repercussions whatsoever to Russia if they did this again. And as you stated earlier, as we sit here, they're doing it now. Is that?
No repercussions. I already told you what Trump did during the midterms. Again, if they're so worried about Russia interfering in our elections, why aren't they talking about how Obama blew it off completely because he didn't want a story about Russia interfering in the election to taint Hillary's win? Don't you think that makes any sense? But, of course not, because that is before Trump election, and we all know that history started on November 9th. Really, yeah, November 9th, 2016. And that everything that happened after that, after Trump election, ATE, that is political history. BTE, that's all wiped out. Never occurred. Don't think about it. It never happened. ATE, everything's unprecedented. Everything's illegal. Everything's designed to hurt America. And again, as Uncle Bobbity said earlier, that is pure projection by the Democrats.
Is that correct?
You're absolutely right.
Do you have any advice to this Congress as together what we should do to protect our electoral system and accept responsibility on our part to report to you or your successor when we're aware of hostile foreign engagement in our elections?
Report to you, he retired from the government 2 months ago. Hey, Ray, we were talking about you. We were talking about you. Skullcram was here earlier, and I don't know if you saw him or not. Thank you again for bringing him in. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's just, I've got nothing to say.
I would say the basis, the first line of defense really is the ability of the various agencies who have some piece of this to not only share information, but share expertise, share targets, and use the full resources that we have to address this problem.
So what's happening right now?
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Mueller, thank you. I know it's been a long day, and I want to make clear how much respect I have for your service and for your extraordinary career. And I want you to understand my questions in that context, sir. I'm going to be asking you about Appendix C to your report, and in particular, the decision not to do a sworn interview with the president. It's really the only subject I want to talk to you about, sir. Why didn't you subpoena the president?
Well, at the outset, after we took over and initiated the investigation.
If I could ask you to speak on the microphone.
Yeah, of course. At the outset, after we took over the investigation and began it and pursued it, quite obviously one of the things we anticipated wanting to accomplish, that is having the interview of the president. We negotiated with him for a little over a year, and I think what you adverted to in the appendix lays out our expectations as a result of those negotiations. But finally, when we were almost towards the end of our investigation and we'd had little success in pushing to get the interview of the president, we decided that we did not want to exercise the subpoena powers because of the necessity of
expediting the end of the investigation. Was that, excuse me, Did you want
I was going to say, the expectation was, if we did subpoena the president, he would fight the subpoena, and we would be in the midst of the investigation for a substantial period of time.
Right, but as we sit here, you've never had an opportunity to ask the president in-person questions under oath, and so obviously that must have been a difficult decision. And you're right, Appendix C lays that out, and indeed, I believe you described the in-person interview as vital. That's your word. And of course, you make clear you had the authority and the legal justification to do it. As you point out, you waited a year. You put up with a lot of negotiations. You made numerous accommodations, which you lay out so that he could prepare and not be surprised. I take it you were trying to be fair to the president. And by the way, you were going to limit the questions when you got to written questions to Russia only. And in fact, you did go with written questions after about 9 months, sir, right? And the president responded to those, and you have some hard language for what you thought of those responses. What did you think of the president's written responses, Mr. Mueller?
It's certainly not as useful as the interview would be.
In fact, you
Yeah, not as useful because you couldn't put him in a perjury trap. Trump speaks off the cuff. I said this yesterday. He is voluble, he is gregarious, and sometimes he says stupid things. Sometimes he tweets stupid things. But you know what? I don't care about the tweets anymore. He can tweet whatever he wants. I'm not going to say a word. He's the president. He can do whatever he wants. Not up to me to condemn him. I don't have a problem anymore. But yeah, he would have been caught in a perjury trap had he done a live interview. I mean, that's to think he would have gone in and sat down with the likes of Weissman is patently insane. You would have to be completely out of your mind to believe that the President of the United States would sit down in front of the most crooked lawyer in the history of this country and talk to him. Give me a break.
You pointed out, and by my count, there were more than 30 times when the president said he didn't recall, he didn't remember, no independent recollection.
Hillary Clinton, and I quote, "I'm sorry, Senator, I don't recall." James Comey, "I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not sure." What was that, about 335 times in his testimony? Come on.
No current recollection, and I take it by your answer that it wasn't as helpful. That's why you used words like incomplete, imprecise, inadequate, insufficient. Is that a fair summary of what you thought of those written answers?
That is a fair summary.
And who cares what Mueller thinks? He negotiated written questions. He got answers. Sometimes he wasn't happy with them. Of course not. He's a prosecutor. He wants you to say things so he can convict you. You're the defendant, and Trump was a defendant. He said things so they couldn't convict him. It's called the law. It's how it works. Tough shit if you don't like the way it went out.
And I presume that comes from the report.
And yet, sir, and I ask this respectfully, by the way, the president didn't ever claim the Fifth Amendment, did he?
I'm not going to talk to that.
Well, from what I can tell, sir, at one point it was vital, and then at another point it wasn't vital. And my question to you is, why did it stop being vital? And I can only think of three explanations. One is that somebody told you couldn't do it, but nobody told you couldn't subpoena the president. Is that right?
No, we understood we could subpoena the president.
Rosenstein didn't tell you, Whitaker didn't tell you, Barr didn't tell you couldn't.
We could serve a subpoena.
So the
Where is this going?
only other explanation, well, there's two others, I guess. One, that you just flinched, that you had the opportunity to do it and you didn't do it. But sir, you don't strike me as the kind of guy who flinches.
I hope not.
Well, then the third explanation, I hope not too, sir. And the third explanation I can think of is that you didn't think you needed it. And in fact, what caught my eye was page 13 on volume 2, where you said, in fact, you had a substantial body of evidence. And you cite a bunch of cases there, don't you, about how you often have to prove intent to obstruct justice without an in-person interview. That's the kind of nature of it. And you use terms like a substantial body of evidence, significant evidence of the president's intent. So my question, sir, is did you have sufficient evidence of the president's intent to obstruct justice, and is that why you didn't do the interview?
There's a balance. In other words, how much evidence you have to satisfy the last element against how much time are you willing to spend in the courts litigating the interview with the president.
And in this case, you felt that you had enough evidence of the president's intent.
We had to make a balanced decision in terms of how much evidence we had compared to the length of time it would take
And
to
sir,
do
because
that.
I have limited time, you thought that if you gave it to the Attorney General or to this Congress, that there was sufficient evidence that it was better than that delay.
Can you state that again?
Well, that it
What the fuck is he trying to say?
was better than the delay to present the sufficient evidence, your term, of the president's intent to obstruct justice to the Attorney General and to this committee. Isn't that why you didn't do the interview?
No, the reason we didn't do the interview is because of the length of time that it would take to resolve the issues attendant to that.
Thank you, sir.
And you would have lost. Now, you can't see, but I'm sure you can remember. I just have to say this. This is crazy, but I have to say it. The collars of the congressmen, and I think there's a couple ladies who have worn collars too. They are of the sharp slope, open collar. Mueller, as you can see, is wearing a button-down collar. That's the old style. Button-down collars went out of style about 2 years ago. Mueller doesn't care, and I love that about him. He is not going to go out, take all his button-down shirts to Goodwill, and go out and buy new, I think they're called butterfly collars. He doesn't care. I have the utmost respect for people who go on TV in button-down collars and say, fuck you to all you people who follow fashion and won't just wear a shirt that's perfectly good and does the job it needs to do. I think that is cool. I know it's crazy, but I think it's cool. Jason Lord Surratt says, this is literally some of the most painful things I have decided I need to understand. I feel so. I can't imagine doing this, Hat. I have discovered that folks like me, maybe like you, have started using harsher language. We are done being polite and kind. I am sick of acceptance in the face of no acceptance. That is incredibly well put. Now I understand how you're published. You have an excellent command of the English language. Yes, and as you have seen, I have fallen into that trap today. I am so angry at this committee that I have used very harsh language. And it's something I haven't done in months. That's how much this angers me. And I do apologize for anyone who's listening that it offends. That's not my intent. It's just my expressing myself in the best way I can. Unfortunately, at this moment, the best way is using bad language. And I know that doesn't speak well of me. I know I should be able to be more eloquent, be able to express myself in a much more polite and erudite way. I just don't have that in me today. I'm sorry. I just don't have it in me. Laura, it is a sharper look. Absolutely. It is a sharper look. I cannot deny that.
Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and Director Mueller, thank you so much for being a person of honor and integrity. Thank you for your service to the nation. We are certainly better for it.
Yep,
Director
shoulder
Mueller,
pads
I
are
do
back
want to
in,
focus
folks.
on the written responses that the President did provide and the continued efforts to lie and cover up what happened during the 2016 election. Were the President's answers submitted under oath?
Yes.
Thank you, they were. Were these all the answers your office wanted to ask the President about Russia interference in the 2016 election?
No, not necessarily.
So there were other
Yes.
questions that you wanted to answer. Did you analyze his written answers on Russia interference to draw conclusions about the President's credibility?
No, it was perhaps one of the factors, but nothing more than that.
It was one of the factors. So what did you determine about the President's credibility?
And that I can't get into.
Director Mueller, I know based on your decades of experience, you've probably had an opportunity to analyze the credibility of countless witnesses, but you weren't able to do so with this witness.
Well, with every witness, particularly a leading witness, one assesses the credibility day by day, witness by witness, document by document. And that's what happened in this case. So we started with very little, and by the end, we ended up with a fair amount. Yeah, fair amount.
Thank you. Well, let's go through some of the answers to take a closer look at his credibility, because it seems to me, Director Mueller, that his answers were not credible at all. Do some
Nobody
of
cares what you
President Trump's
think.
incomplete answers relate to Trump Tower Moscow?
Yes.
For example, did you ask the president whether he had at any time directed or suggested that discussions about Trump Moscow project should cease?
Should what?
Cease.
Do you have a citation?
Yes, we're still in Appendix C, Section 1-7.
The first page?
Uh-huh. Says the president did not answer whether he had at any time directed or suggested that discussions about the Trump Moscow project should cease, but he has since made public comments about this topic.
Okay. And the question was?
Did the president, let me go on to the next question. Did the president fully answer that question in his written statement to you about the Trump Moscow project ceasing? Again, in Appendix C.
And can you direct me to the a particular paragraph you're adverting to?
It would be Appendix C-C1, but let me move forward. 9 days after he submitted his written answers, didn't the president say publicly that he, quote, decided not to do the project, unquote? And that is in your report.
I'd ask you if you would to point out the particular paragraph that you're
Okay.
focused on.
We can move on. Did the president answer your follow-up questions? According to the report, there were follow-up questions because of the president's incomplete answers about the Moscow project. Did the president answer your follow-up questions either in writing or orally? And we're now in
No.
Volume 2, page 150 through 151.
No.
He did not. In fact, there were many questions that you asked the president that he simply didn't answer. Isn't that correct?
True.
And there were many answers that contradicted other evidence you had gathered during the investigation. Isn't that correct,
Yes.
Director Mueller?
Very nice, Uncle Bobby. Very nice. Beautifully done.
Director Mueller, for
Merlo?
example, the president in his
Director
written
Merlo?
answer stated he did
Lock
not
her up.
recall having advanced knowledge of WikiLeaks releases. Is that correct?
I think that's what he said.
But didn't your investigation uncover evidence that the president did, in fact, have advanced knowledge of WikiLeaks' public releases of emails damaging to his opponent?
And I can't get into that area.
No. Where the hell did this lie come from? I'm stunned. I am absolutely stunned.
Did your investigation determine, after very careful vetting of Rick Gates and Michael Cohen's, that you found them to be credible?
We found the president to be credible?
That you found Gates and Cohen to be credible in their statements
I'm not
about
gonna
WikiLeaks?
Those areas I'm not going to discuss.
Okay. Could you say, Director Mueller, that the president was credible?
I can't answer that question.
Director Mueller, isn't it fair to say that the president...
She keeps saying Merlo. Hey, Uncle Bobby, you got it too, right? Director Merlo? Huh, it's okay. So we're all hearing the same thing. All right. See, personally, I do like Merlot, but I have a silly thing. When I walk into a wine shop, I will say, do you have a cabinet wine that you recommend? Of course, I mean a Cabernet. And a Merlot, I call Merle's wine, just to fuck with them. I'm a bastard. There is a new wine out that's gained great popularity. It's from from South America. I can't remember if it's Brazil or Argentina. And I've suddenly forgotten the name. Picasso knows, we'll fill it in. It's a red wine. I believe it's a bit of a blend. But it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. I could drink it all day. She may be drunk, or she may just be stupid. Mueller's incoherence has gone airborne. Oh my God. It has mutated, folks. It has mutated. We need to quarantine Washington immediately. Hopefully these people haven't left the premises. We need to lock it down, folks. Put the Capitol Police in charge. Give them all respirators. And start rounding them up. That's well said, sir. Malbec. Thank you, Picasso knows. I was nowhere near the answer to that. Yes, Malbec. Delicious wine. Grey Goose. Oh, wow. Wow. I know Nadler's a bit of a nut when it comes to wines. No, Laura, I would not hate you for loving German wines. I like a good Riesling after a meal. I think they're delicious. I have a pretty wide palate when it comes to alcoholic beverages. I'll drink almost anything as long as it doesn't have coconut or peach in it. Toasted coconut I can manage if it's in a stout. But peach, especially, drives me crazy. I have not liked peaches for years. And if I see that in any kind of description of a drink, I want to take a scalpel and cut the word peach out of the drink menu, just so I don't have to see that word again.
The President's written answers were not only inadequate and incomplete because he didn't answer many of your questions, but where he did, his answer showed that he wasn't always being truthful.
There, I would say, generally.
How do you know they weren't truthful? And if they weren't truthful, you could have mentioned that in the report if they had risen to the level of criminal activity. Filing a false statement under oath is a felony. You never mention that Trump committed a felony in any of your report. Again, it's just wish casting. It's just painting a picture with invisible ink and expecting everybody to see what you say it is. Lord Sut, I'll drink almost anything. We are learning more than the congressional hearings in this chat. Yeah. Yesterday I posted one of the drugs I take, so yeah, little by little you guys are getting a pretty good picture.
Generally. Director Mueller, it's one thing for the President to lie to the American people about your investigation, falsely claiming that you found no collusion and no obstruction, but it's something else altogether for him to get away with not answering your questions and lying about them. And as a former law enforcement officer of almost 30 years, I find that a disgrace to our criminal justice system. Thank you so much. I yield back to the chairman.
Grandstanding. She wants to be on CNN. I'll admit she's a hell of a dresser. I like the outfit. Very chic, very classy, very simple. The necklace, I don't like big necklaces, but I think it looks good on her. So she's pulling it off. Nice hair, too. I like her haircut. All in all, well put together gal. A stupid Democrat, but well put together.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Director Mueller, thank you for your devoted service to your country. Earlier today, you described your report as detailing a criminal investigation, correct?
I hate the tie.
Yes.
Oh, Illinois, I should have known.
Director, since it was outside the purview of your investigation, your report did not reach counterintelligence conclusions regarding the subject matter of your report.
That's true.
For instance, since it was outside your purview, your report did not reach counterintelligence conclusions regarding any Trump administration officials who might potentially be vulnerable to compromise, or blackmail by Russia, correct?
Those decisions probably were made in the FBI,
But not in your report, correct?
not in our report. We advert to the counterintelligence goals of our investigation, which were secondary to any criminal wrongdoing that we could find.
Let's talk about one administration official in particular, namely President Donald Trump. Other than Trump Tower Moscow, your report does not address or detail the president's financial ties or dealings with Russia, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, since it was outside your purview, your report does not address the question of whether Russian oligarchs engaged in money laundering through any of the president's businesses, correct?
Correct.
And of course, your office did not obtain the president's tax returns, which could otherwise show foreign financial sources, correct?
Not to speak to that. I'm not going to speak to that.
In July,
Painting a picture with invisible ink. Trust me, what I'm showing you is Trump being illegal, being in the bed with the Russians. Trump dealing with very, very unsavory people in an illegal manner that certainly rises to the level of impeachment. I know you can't see it, but it's there. Trust me. I can handle it, Laura. I can handle it. I'm sure David could kick my butt if he came over, but as far as the keyboard word goes, you know, it's fine if he loves peaches. It's fine. You know, I can't help him if he has a genetic defect. It's up to him. No. I'm sorry. He's been in the chat 2 days and I'm already giving him shit. Oh my God, I am such a bastard. I'm so sorry.
July 2017, the president said his personal finances were off limits or outside the purview of your investigation, and he drew a quote-unquote red line around his personal finances. Were the president's personal finances outside the purview of your investigation?
I'm not going to get into that.
Were you instructed by anyone not to investigate the president's personal finances?
No.
Mr. Mueller, I'd like to turn your attention to counterintelligence risks associated with lying. Individuals can be subject to blackmail if they lie about their interactions with foreign countries, correct?
True.
For example, you successfully charged former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn of lying to federal agents about his conversations with Russian officials, correct?
Correct.
Complete setup. Flynn's going to get off. Even if he doesn't, he'll never serve a day in jail. I am totally confident of that. And he will get a pardon. Papadopoulos will get a pardon. Flynn will get a pardon. It'll be after the election, because Trump doesn't need that kind of heat right now. But once he's a lame duck, Papadopoulos and Flynn, pardons are going to pop, and I'm going to have a bottle of champagne for them. I may not even share it. I may just drink the whole thing. When I was in San Antonio back in the 80s, Corbel was just starting to be imported. It was $3 a bottle. And it was for $3 a bottle. It was a hell of a champagne. No, Laura. No, I embrace all lovers of all fruits, nuts and berries. I just may not dine with them if they prominently display said items. I hate gooseberries, too. And apricots. Can't stand apricots.
Since it was outside the purview of your investigation, your report did not address how Flynn's false statements could pose a national security risk because the Russians knew the falsity of those statements, right?
I cannot get into that mainly because there are many elements of the FBI that are looking at different aspects of that issue.
I missed your chat, David. I'm diagnosing you from afar, just like all the psychiatrists, psychologists, and healthcare professionals, mental health care professionals, diagnosed Trump 2 years ago and wrote that book about how the 25th Amendment should be brought down upon him like a hammer on a nail. And he's yet to show any of the signs of the stability they accused him of then. David, or Skullcram, it is partially a texture thing, yes. I don't mind canned peaches. I don't. But it's partially the stone. Because when you bite into a peach, if you don't do it just right, you hit the stone. And I hate that feeling. That my teeth hitting something solid that I can't bite through. It scares me because I have terrible teeth. I don't have any teeth from here to here. They're all gone. I need a dental implant to fix that. So I'm always chewing on my right side. But I've always had a lot of problem with my front teeth. A lot. And so biting onto something hard like that, it scares me. I feel I'm going to break my teeth. It's just a terrible feeling. I'm sorry. I've really gone off on tangents. Excuse me. This is fun, though. I love you guys. Totally love you guys. This is great.
Currently.
Currently.
Thank you. As you noted in Volume 2 of your report, Donald Trump repeated 5 times in one press conference, Mr. Mueller, in 2016, quote, "I have nothing to do with Russia."
Yeah, that was after he shot down the deal with Moscow about the tower. Put it in context, you piece of shit.
Of course, Michael Cohen said Donald Trump was not being truthful because at this time, Trump was attempting to build Trump Tower Moscow.
That's a lie. That is a lie. Those dates do not match up. And remember, you're taking the word of a convicted perjurer, a guy who has lied to Congress. I'm looking at him. Sorry, I'm not looking at the camera. A guy who has lied to Congress every time he's appeared. Even after he was convicted of perjury, he still perjured himself in front of Congress. And you're taking his word over the president's.
Your report does not address whether Donald Trump was compromised in any way because of any potential false statements that he made about Trump Tower Moscow, correct?
I think that's right.
Director Mueller, I want to turn your attention to a couple other issues. You've served as FBI director during 3 presidential elections, correct?
Yes.
And during those 3 presidential elections, you have never initiated an investigation at the FBI looking into whether a foreign government interfered in our elections the same way you did in this particular instance, correct?
I would say I personally know, but the FBI quite obviously has how do you defend an attack such as the Russians undertook in 2016?
In other words, you're an idiot, Raja. You should have known that the FBI has been following the Russians' attempts to interfere in elections for years. You should also know that they've been looking at the Iranians, the Israelis, the Chinese, the Indians, the British. Everybody spies on everybody, you idiot. And it's the FBI's job to counter that. And if you think they only started countering election interference in 2016, and again, actually 2017, because that's when Comey started Crossfire Hurricane. It was in 2017. That, with no predicate whatsoever. So if you think the FBI has this great track record only after 2016, you're delusional. Pixie sticks, oh my God. I'm not going to tell you when I had my first pixie stick, Uncle Bobbity. It definitely was predated 91 by, let's just say, a couple decades. And I'll leave it at that.
Now, Director Mueller, is there any information you'd like to share with this committee that you have not so far today?
Well, that's a broad question. And it'd take me a while to get an answer to it, but I'll say no.
Mr. Mueller, you said that every American should pay very close attention to the systematic and sweeping fashion in which the Russians interfered in our democracy. Are you concerned that we are not doing enough currently to prevent this from happening again?
I'll speak generally, and what I said in my opening statement this morning, and here that no, much more needs to be done in order to protect against this intrusions, not just by the Russians, but others as well.
Like what? Like what? What is not being done? If we ask you, you're going to say it's not in your purview. There's Mueller showing his true colors. There's Mueller taking a shot at the Trump administration after being set up for the spike by a Democratic congressman from fucking Illinois, no less. You guys are killing me with all these references. Just killing me. You know, you can still find those wax Coke bottles. They are out there, but they're hard to find. But you can get them. Try Vermont. I think it's called Vermont Trading Company or Vermont Country Store. They have a lot of great items. Oh my God, wax mustaches. David, how old are you? Holy shit, wax mustaches. Wow. Anyway, this Mueller, just whatever credibility he had built up during this hearing, he just threw it all away with that one.
Thank you, Director.
We have two 5-minute periods remaining. Mr. Nunes and myself. Mr. Nunes, you are recognized.
Mr. Mueller, it's been a long day for you, and you've had a long, great career. I want to thank you for your long-time service, starting in Vietnam.
Couldn't afford Jiffy Pop.
Obviously in the U.S. Attorney's Office, Department of Justice, and the FBI. And I want to thank you for doing something you didn't have to do. You came here upon your own free will, and we appreciate your time today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
This ought to be good.
Dr.
Let's
Mueller, I
see
want
what
to,
Schiff does.
To close out my questions, turn to some of the exchange you had with Mr. Welsh a bit earlier. I'd like to see if we can broaden the aperture at the end of the hearing. From your testimony today, I gather that you believe that knowingly accepting foreign assistance during a presidential campaign is an unethical thing to do.
And a crime.
And a crime.
Circumstances, yes.
And to the degree...
And a crime given certain circumstances.
And
I have to interject with this one. He wrote a little bit ago. Mr. Mueller, this is from Uncle Bobbity. Mr. Mueller, could you graph for us all what you will actually talk about so we can determine what Republican questions you'll have trouble answering, and Democrat questions you won't? I'm telling you, I should just have Uncle Bobbity watch these hearings and then post his ideas about them, his thoughts about them in a chat, and then blow up either the chat or take the text and put it on title cards and just play learning curve and just run them in sequence. It would save us all a lot of time. Oh man, you guys are killing me with this stuff. Sugar Daddy. Don't forget Charleston Chews. Freeze them and break them up. My God, I probably killed half my teeth eating Charleston Chews. God, I love those. Of course, most of them were shoplifted, but criminal background.
to the degree that it undermines our democracy and our institutions,
Very good,
agree
David.
that it's also unpatriotic.
True.
And wrong.
True.
It's not wrong. It's not illegal. Once again, Mueller's opening up his answers to help paint Trump and the Trump administration in the darkest possible tones.
The standard of behavior for a presidential candidate, or any candidate for that matter, shouldn't be merely whether something is criminal. There should be held to a higher standard. You would agree?
I will not get into that because it goes to the standards to be applied by other institutions besides ours.
Well, I'm just referring to ethical standards. We should hold our elected officials to a standard higher than mere avoidance of criminality, shouldn't we?
Absolutely.
Tell us again about that conversation where you wanted nude pics of Trump, Schiff. Remember that? Remember that? Because we all do. We all remember it. I just heard that tape a couple days ago, actually. So, fuck you and your higher standards, you piece of shit.
You have served this country for decades. You've taken an oath to defend the Constitution. You hold yourself to a standard of doing what's right.
I would hope.
I remember Black Cow.
You have. I think we can all see that. And befitting the times, I'm sure your reward will be unending criticism. But we are grateful. The need to act in an ethical manner is not just a moral one, but when people act unethically, it also exposes them to compromise, particularly in dealing with foreign powers. Is that true?
True.
Because when someone acts unethically in connection with a foreign partner, that foreign partner can later expose their wrongdoing and extort them.
True.
And that conduct, that unethical conduct, can be of a financial nature if you have a financial motive or an illicit business dealing. Am I right?
Yes.
But it can also just involve deception. If you are lying about something that can be exposed, then you can be blackmailed.
Also true.
Where is there any indication whatsoever that the Trump administration or any of its acolytes have been blackmailed by Russia? Blackmailed. Sorry, I said blackmailed. Blackmailed by Russia. Seriously. Do you have one iota of proof of what you're talking about? No, because you're Adam Schiff. You don't need proof. You walk around the halls of Congress, you bark on CNN about how you have all this evidence of President Trump breaking the law and how you're going to bring him down and end this administration, and you're all talk. You are all hat and no cattle, you retard. Yes, I said it.
In the case of Michael Flynn, he was secretly doing business with Turkey, correct?
Yes.
And that could open him up to compromise that financial relationship.
I presume.
Could. You could turn into a decent person tonight, Schiff, but it didn't happen. It won't happen. And it didn't happen with anybody else. And if I'm not mistaken, he's out of the administration, right? He was convicted of lying, bullshit conviction, bullshit charge. So what do you even care?
He also lied about his discussions with the Russian ambassador. And since the Russians were on the other side of that conversation, they could have exposed that, could they not?
Yes.
Illegally recorded, illegally unmasked, set up, and again, he's not in the administration anymore. Nothing happened.
If a presidential candidate was doing business in Russia and saying he wasn't, Russians could expose that too, could they not?
I leave that to you.
What a bullshit question. What a bullshit question.
Well, let's look at Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson for the Kremlin, someone that the Trump organization was in contact with to make that deal happen.
Trump organization is a pretty broad phrase. It was Cohen. But remember, his initial emails went unanswered because he's an idiot. And he sent it to the wrong address. He got a hold of them later. This was a perfectly above-board discussion. They wanted to build a building in Moscow, and you're not going to be able to do anything. You're not going to be able to turn one shovel of dirt without Putin's explicit approval. That is the cost of doing business in Moscow. And for you to sit there and paint that conversation as illegal, unethical, and un-American just goes to show how unethical you are. Again, as Uncle Bobbity said earlier, projection. Pure projection. You have no room to talk about ethics, and as someone just said earlier, I think it was Uncle Bobbity, who is it? Someone asked, when did Mueller become the ethics police? Picasso knows, that's it. Mueller is the ethics police? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely well put. He has no room to talk about ethics. He's Saul Alinsky at work, in large vote, written large.
Your report indicates that Michael Cohen had a long conversation on the phone with someone from Dmitry Peskov's office. Presumably the Russians could record that conversation, could they not?
Yes.
It was not a criminal conversation. It's in the Mueller report. It's all about building the tower. The woman knew everything that needed to be done to get it done. She was the perfect contact for that project. It was a 20-minute conversation. You were recorded talking to fake Ukrainians. You don't think they could have blackmailed you? The hypocrisy is stunning. Absolutely stunning.
And so if candidate Trump was saying, I have no dealings with the Russians, but the Russians had a tape recording, they could expose that, could they not?
Yes.
If this has all been done before, Schiff, by you, you're not getting anywhere. The American public know better. They know you're a piece of shit. They know that you are not credible. And all that you're doing here is trying to trick them. The American people are going to see through that.
That's the stuff of counterintelligence nightmares, is it not?
Well, it has to do with counterintelligence and the need for a strong counterintelligence
counterintelligence.
entity.
It does indeed. And when this was revealed that there were these communications, notwithstanding the president's denials,
there were these conversations.
the president was confronted about this, and he said two things. First of all, that's not a crime.
Which is true. Which is true.
But I think you and I have already agreed that that shouldn't be the standard, right, Mr. Mueller?
True.
Fuck you, it
The
is the
second
standard.
thing he said was,
Change it.
why should I miss out on all those opportunities? I mean, why indeed? Merely running a presidential campaign, why should you miss out on making all that money?
Listening to a congressman talk about greed is laughable. Just laughable. And again, none of this was illegal. None of this was illegal. You're just pissed because you didn't do it. You're pissed because you're not a billionaire running the country. You're just some little pissant congressman from California who, as John Hartman just perfectly described, has a district, the result of Pelosi and Clinton bill redistricting the district of a 12-term congressman, Howard Berman, considered the most conservative California Democrat. They ran this guy out of his seat through gerrymandering in order to get a complete hack, Schiff, elected. There's California politics for you. Illinois politics, California politics. You can't tell them apart. You can't tell them apart. And both states are in free fall. David Shitbasin practices in front of a mirror. I love it. And Uncle Bobbity's story time with Schiff. Very good, guys. Very good.
The import of his statement. Were you ever able to ascertain whether Donald Trump still intends to build that tower when he leaves office?
Is that a question, sir?
Yes, were you able to ascertain, because he wouldn't answer your questions completely, whether or if he ever ended that desire to build that tower?
I'm not going to speculate on that.
What the fuck kind of question is that? Who cares? Who absolutely cares whether Trump tries to build that tower after he becomes a private citizen again in 2024? Wink. Who the hell cares? What business of that is of yours? What possible constraint could you put on Donald J. Trump to make him say, well, you know, I can't build that tower because Adam Schiff disapproves? My God. Skullcram, nobody tells Schiff that U.S. farmers have sold billions of dollars of wheat to the Russians. We saved the Russians' lives several times with American wheat. My God, what is the world coming to? And the farmers made a profit too. Not a very big one, but a profit. Well, of course. It's hard to make a profit when you're a farmer. It's very difficult. Very difficult. I'm amazed that they stay at it. I think farmers and truck drivers are the unsung heroes of America. They do not get the credit they deserve. They do not. Schiff pauses dramatically.
If the president was concerned that if he lost his election, he didn't want to miss out on that money, might he have the same concern about losing his reelection and missing out on that money?
Speculation.
Compare and contrast Nunes's closing statement with Schiff. Compare and contrast. That's all you need to know about Democrats running committees.
The difficulty with this, of course, is we are all left to wonder whether the president is representing us or his financial interests.
There is no wiggle room in that wonderment, if you will. It's obvious Trump is for America above all else. It's obvious. He has increased sanctions on Russia. He is rearming our nuclear arm. He is putting in state-of-the-art nukes. He is getting NATO to shuck up the rest of their money and rebuild that process and strengthen NATO. He has come out and said he doesn't know what NATO's for exactly, but he pulled that back. Again, he says stupid things. It's not what Trump says, it's what he does. And he has done everything to make this country better, and you're pissed about it.
That concludes my questions. Mr. Nunes, do you have any concluding remarks? Dr. Mueller, let me close by returning to where I began. Thank you for your service, and thank you for leading this investigation. The facts you set out in your report and have elucidated here today tell a disturbing tale of a massive Russian intervention in our election, of a campaign so eager to win, so driven by greed that it was willing to accept the help of a hostile foreign power in a presidential election decided by a handful of votes in a few key states.
And why were they decided by those handful of votes? Because Hillary was a piece of shit candidate who did not properly campaign in those states. Out of those 5 states that you guys keep referring to, Ohio, Pennsylvania, not Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Sorry, that's 4. Trump won 3 of those. And Minnesota doesn't count. So, tough luck for you. Now, if you would stop lying about the president and actually get some shit done in your Congress, instead of running all these stupid hearings, maybe America will be better off.
Your work tells of a campaign so determined to conceal their corrupt use of foreign help that they risk going to jail by lying to you, to the FBI, and to Congress about it, and indeed, some have gone to jail over such lies.
Process crimes. Process crimes. If people went to jail for lies like the Trump campaign did, Schiff would have been locked up years ago. But there is a double standard when it comes to enforcement. Now, I know Nunes and the committee have made criminal referrals to the Justice Department. We don't know who those are. We don't know what those are about. Hopefully they'll be unsealed in some time, and we'll be able to know what's going on. The Intelligence Committee has been a tough committee on the FISA abuse, on the intelligence abuse by the FBI, by the DOJ. And it's been slightly neutered by Schiff taking over, but Nunes is still a bulldog, and he's going to get shit done. He's got Ratcliffe on his side, too. Shit's going to get done.
And your work speaks of a president who committed countless acts of obstruction of justice that, in my opinion, and that of many other prosecutors, had it been anyone else in the country, they would have been indicted.
Not true. God, this man just lies continuously.
Notwithstanding the many things you have addressed today and in your report, there were some questions you could not answer given the constraints you're operating under. You would not tell us whether you would have indicted the president but for the OLC opinion that you could not.
Not true.
And so the Justice Department will have to make that decision when the president leaves office.
Again, not true. And when Trump leaves office in 2024, its statute of limitations will run out, and you guys will be sitting there with shit on your face.
Both as to the crime of obstruction of justice and as to the campaign finance fraud scheme that individual one directed and coordinated and for which Michael Cohen went to jail.
That case has been thrown out. The SDNY has said specifically that case is over. You cannot connect Trump to anything to do with the quote-unquote illegality of those payments to Daniels and, not McDougal. Shoot, I forgot her name. The Playboy model. Anyway, yeah, it's, oh my God.
You would not tell us whether the president should be impeached, nor did we ask you, since it is our responsibility to determine the proper remedy for the conduct outlined in your report.
Thank you, David. Yes, 2025. That is correct. My mistake. Good point. Good point.
Whether we decide to impeach the president in the House or we do not, we must take any action necessary to protect the country while he is in office.
Like what? Name it. Name one thing you've done to protect the country. Name one.
You would not tell us the results or whether other bodies looked into Russian compromise in the form of money laundering, so we must do so.
It's not there. You're not going to get anything that you want for your fucking fishing expeditions.
You would not tell us whether the counterintelligence investigation revealed whether people still serving within the administration pose a risk of compromise and should never have been given a security clearance, so we must find out.
Again, you're wasting our time and the taxpayers' money. The Mueller report was as comprehensive as it's going to be, and you people are not going to get a damn thing that you think you deserve under your quote-unquote legislative, the legislative oversight. None of the things that you're saying have anything to do with oversight.
We did not bother to ask whether financial inducements from any Gulf nations were influencing U.S. policy, since it is outside the four corners of your report, and so we must find out.
This guy.
But one thing is clear from your report, your testimony, from Director Wray's statements yesterday. The Russians massively intervened in 2016, and they are prepared to do so again.
Mischaracterization of the Russian efforts. It was not a massive effort. It was $100,000 spent on Facebook, some fake accounts on Twitter. Nothing changed a vote. Nothing.
In voting that is set to begin a mere 8 months from now. The President seems to welcome the help again, and so we must make all efforts to harden our elections infrastructure, to ensure there is a paper trail for all voting, to deter the Russians from meddling, to discover it when they do, to disrupt it, and to make them pay.
Who was it that said he practiced this in front of a mirror? You're exactly correct. This guy is the most uncharismatic person in the world. He makes Swalwell look like Rock Hudson. And he's trying to pull off this incredible look of, I am your savior. I'm the guy who's going to bring the country back from the brink of disaster by this imposter Trump. When in fact, he's just a representative. Not even a senator. All he can do is vote on spending, basically. That's all he's got. He's not going to get anywhere.
Protecting the sanctity of our elections begins, however, with the recognition that accepting foreign help is disloyal to our country, unethical, and wrong. We cannot control what the Russians do, not completely, but we can decide what we do. And that this centuries-old experiment we call American democracy is worth cherishing. Director Mueller, thank you again for being here today.
It's not a democracy.
Before I adjourn, I would like to
It's a
excuse you and
constitutional
Mr.
republic.
Zipli. Everyone else, please remain seated.
And there we have it. We made it. I have a ball game tonight. I was hoping to get there at 5. I will get there at 5:15. That's 15 minutes before the game starts, so no problem. Everything's good. This did take a little longer than I'd expected, but we had a really lively chat today with some great people. Skullcram, thank you for covering. David, thanks for coming back. I really appreciate it. And, of course, Jason Lord Surratt, Uncle Bobbity, Ray, Picasso knows, of course, Laura. I'm probably missing somebody, and I apologize. The chat's getting so big that I can't keep everybody's name in my head. Oh, John, by the way, I'm sorry I missed you yesterday when I was doing the romper room. I see Larry and Karen and John and Lisa. You know, I'm sorry I missed you yesterday. It was your first time. You deserved recognition. But you got in there. You came back, so I was able to do it. Finishing up on the chat, WikiLeaks only confirmed how corrupt we already knew she was. Absolutely, thank you. Talking about Hitlery, of course. Congress could use, John Hartman, Congress could use a goofy mascot to cheer up hearings and bring a smile to Robert's face. I like that. I like that a lot. I think Nadler would be the mascot. Just a big butt with a pair of glasses. That's Nadler. That would work perfectly. David Von Kettering says, couldn't afford a dog and pony, so we got an elephant, seal, and a gibbering idiot. I hope I'm not either of those. Uncle Bobbity, thank you so much for the recognition. We really appreciate it. And Laura, that's very nice of you. David, I will be having a great bratwurst ball game, actually. This is Wisconsin, after all. Epstein pizza was world class. Nice, Uncle Bobby. Very nice. All right, everybody, I'm going to let you go. Now, yesterday I had promised you I was going to play the full version of Learning Curve. What happened was when I turned it on, I could see the registers, the meters in OBS showing that it was playing, but I couldn't hear it in my ears for some reason. I thought I had screwed up the media file that I'd created for it, and because I'd only finished it 2 minutes before yesterday's chat. I didn't have time to preview it. I just took it on the flyer. So I turned it off because I thought it wasn't playing. Picasso Knows told me it was in fact playing, so I really screwed you guys over, and I apologize. One last thing, whenever you see me go out of frame, ducking and leaning, it's because there's a cat at my feet and they need my attention. I'm not trying to be cute. All right, without further ado, I will give you the full version of Learning Curve. And of course, thank you all. Be well. God bless. Happy trails. I'll see you soon. Thanks again.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny